We had a premonition about this earlier, didn't we? To not discuss whether Cricket Week is a week. Hat-trick delivery from Sean Abbott to Jordan Cox, and he's off the mark to the hat-trick ball. He just turns it off his pads, down towards fine leg, and Jordan Cox gets through this hat-trick delivery and is off the mark. And that's actually the first run off the bat since the wicket started falling, because the only other run was a leg by. 37 for 4, Kent.
I love how you've remembered our discussion about is Cricket Week an actual week in that moment.
Well, because I was saying let's not discuss that when Arshdeep Singh's on a hat-trick.
Yeah.
Well, it was actually Sean Abbott that was on the hat-trick. As Abbott turns once again. Coming in over the wicket to Jordan Cox, and Cox lets this one go outside his off stumps. Great opening spell this from Abbott. He's into his 7th over, 3 for 15. Sean Abbott. Because I was getting muddled up, wasn't I? That Wednesday counts as 2 days if you go Wednesday to Wednesday for a cricket week. That's
might not go to Wednesday. Well, the way things are going at the moment at 37 for 4.
You don't know. I just think it's high quality fast bowling again from Surrey, and a little bit of that suddenly into Championship from T20 is Jordan Cox. Good looking shot this, slightly away from his body driving, but nicely timed, and over the boundary rope and away for 4 runs. So a boundary for Jordan Cox, and Kent to 41 for 4.
Because there's an argument that you play like that you almost just go, right, I've been playing a bit of see ball, hit ball. Just if I see one there to drive, shall I just try and hit it for 4? Obviously, you know, you go back to Denley, who'll be thinking, maybe I should have just played a shot, but then Miye's got out chasing one when he probably didn't need to hit it.
Abbott is in to Cox, bouncer. Cox ducks underneath it, taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his left-hand side. I think if you want to see, though, almost the perfect first over in a new spell of bowling, Jordan Clark's first over here. Perfect over. Had to play everything. Got rid of Bell Drummond. Absolutely nothing no sighters or anything for the batters. Down the slope at pace. Abbott over the wicket to Cox. Shout for LBW as it nips back on Cox. There is definitely a bit there. If you hit the right length, there is definitely a bit there. And it's a great over from Sean Abbott. Getting that wicket of Joe Denley. And Kent in a spot of bother here. After an hour and 2 minutes, they're 41 for 4. Cox has 6. And Jack Leaning, the captain, yet to get off the mark.
Somebody's just messaged me saying, bring the jazz band back.
They're very good.
They were having a great day.
I'm sure they'll play at lunchtime, won't they? The jazz band. Are they a jazz band?
I don't know.
I think they can do anything.
They're sort of big band, jazz bands.
Orchestra.
41 for 4 then, Kent. As Clark bowls to Jack Leaning, forward he comes and defends. I can't believe the contrast, considering I'm about to do an update for BBC Radio Kent. Half an hour ago, no wickets lost. And in fact, 20 minutes ago, no wickets lost, or maybe even 15. It's just all gone wrong all of a sudden for Kent, and Surrey have broken through not once, not twice, but 4 times as Clark bowls. Leaning lets this one go. That didn't look far away from the off stump either.
Genuinely thought you were going to Lionel Richie.
Yeah, so about that batting first. Half an hour ago they'd lost no wickets. They've now lost 4. It's very quickly gone wrong for Kent. Surrey's fast bowling, the Division 1 leaders, proving why they are at the top of the table. Sean Abbott, the Australian overseas, has taken 3 of those wickets, and then Jordan Clark removing Bell Drummond. LBW for naught. The 2 openers dismissed in the same over. Compton was caught a 3rd slip by Jacks before Miye fiddled at a wide delivery and was caught by Sibley for 21. Joe Denley, the other man, out. First ball, he decided to leave one alone, trying to transition from T20 cricket into the Championship, and the ball nipped back and removed his off stump. Bell Drummond, of course, got 89 in a match-winning T20 knock on Friday night, and he's got 0. So that can be cricket sometimes, but it's up to Jack Leaning and then Jordan Cox, who fended off a hat-trick ball, having got out on a hat-trick ball on Wednesday against Essex in the T20. So Cox has actually hit a boundary to move to 6. Leaning, who's captaining the side for this game, is yet to score, but Kent in a spot of bother at the moment. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. The hosts are 41 for 4. Clark bowls outside the off stump. I'm told the live stream sound has now been fixed, so you can listen to Mark Church and and watch the pictures as well.
I honestly thought you were breaking into Lionel Richie then when you went once, twice.
I skipped the third one and went straight to the 4.
It's Gareth Batty, Jim Troughton and Cameron Still. They're heading off for a net. Looking resplendent in blue, all blue.
It is very blue.
It is.
He's Leaning defends this next one from Clark, the Surrey training gear.
There is a rumour that a couple of the Surrey players are earning a bit extra on the side being boiler engineers. You can book them in for an appointment if your boiler goes down in their training kit.
Yeah,
I rather like it.
That's about right.
It's grown on me. Another maiden from Jordan Clark. 2 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket, no runs. So yes, Kent here have just got to battle. This is all about battling from a Kent point of view. That's the end of a terrific opening spell from Sean Abbott. 3 wickets, and Gus Atkinson now comes into the attack.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Just the way he sort of grew into it as well and got better as the overs passed by, rather than, you know, in this heat, you would expect him to maybe fatigue a little bit. But
we talk about batters with T20. It's the same for the bowlers. It's a different ball.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, and things are a bit different. It'll take a
length
bit of time to get into it. As here is Gus Atkinson to Jordan Cox, and his first ball's down the leg side, and that's taken by Folks low down to his left. But yeah, it's the same for the bowlers.
Yeah, you're going from bowling a different delivery every ball to trying to hit the same spot and work a batter over.
And also, on a day like today, perhaps facing bowling 20 to 25 overs.
Yes.
When at least in T20 you know, right, it's 4 and then that's me done for the day. As Cox has 6 to his name. Gus Atkinson is over the wicket to him, and that's outside the off stump. And Cox is letting this one go.
Just kingcricket@gmail.com. Jeff getting in touch to say, why isn't Sam Billings playing? So just in case you missed it, Jeff, it was announced yesterday that he wasn't going to play in this game due to mutual discussions around form between the skipper and the coach and the selection group. He struggled this season in red ball cricket, so Jack Leaning is captaining the side, Jordan Cox keeping.
Over the wicket comes Atkinson, and in behind this one goes Cox. Plays it up towards Jordan Clark. So the field at the moment for Gus Atkinson, 3 slips in there. Tom Sibley at first, Latham at second. Tom Latham making his Surrey debut in this game. And then Will Jacks at third. Worrell's away at cover point. Abbott's in the covers. Rory Burns is at mid off. Jordan Clark at mid on. Jamie Smith is in there at mid wicket. And Dan Moriarty. As forward goes Cox, walks into this defensive shot, plays it straight back up the pitch. That's the length they want from Gus Atkinson. I do apologise, Dan Moriarty's at mid-wicket. And Jamie Smith's all on his own. Down there by the Leslie Ames stand. A few people sat in the boxes, and then in the brewer tent. A lot of people in there having a bit of a brew on a day like today. Why not? As Atkinson's over the wicket, and Cox is forward, plays this one straight back up the pitch, rolls up there towards mid-on.
Somebody did point out to me on email that, interestingly, with the camera tent, because of course the ground is sponsored by Shepherd Neame, aka the Spitfire ground, St Lawrence, then they presumably have to give permission to allow the relay or tent, which is, yes, I thought it was an interesting point.
Yeah. Maybe you may see them taking that tent down after you've just said that in about 10 minutes' time. As over the wicket comes Atkinson to Cox, who's driving. That's off the toe end of the bat. Didn't make a very nice noise. So maiden from Gus Atkinson first up, and just again, no runs, 4 wickets, pressure building, but Leaning and Cox here really just have to somehow find a way through this. I think singles will be key. I think trying to get off strike. Don't want the Surrey bowlers getting a long bowl at you, because they will work it out. We saw that with Abbott, didn't we? That's the other thing. It just took Sean Abbott a little bit of time to work everybody out, and then picked up 3 wickets in the blink of an eye. What does Ben Folkes want? Ben Folkes needs something from the... Oh no, we need the balls. Oh well, now sorry, I won't want this one to disappear, because it's been going all right for them. How many overs have we had? 16. Something's happened to the ball.
How's the ball misshapen already?
Well, because it's beginning to happen more and more this season, isn't it? You know, we had a pretty ordinary start to the season, but we're beginning to see this again a bit more in Championship cricket. So, yeah, they're having to find a ball that's about 16 overs old. Tom Laws had the job of going and getting the box of balls. So Tom Laws is out there taking the box of balls. Always takes a while, this, doesn't it, to find a ball that looks about 16 overs old. I think we found one now. As I say, so we're a bit annoyed with that, because this one was going all right. So they want to have a look at it when it gets bunged to somebody. Will Jacks, in fact, is the man who has it in his hands at the moment. He's going to have a thoroughly good look at it, and then launches it up to the captain to have a thoroughly good look at it. And then Jordan Clark will have a thoroughly good look at it, and then the game might continue in a minute. Some sort of ground to a halt at 41 for 4. Yes, Rory Burns is trying to get that shine going again, because they'd have been working on that ball that was in their hands, and now they've got to start again on this one.
Leaning going back then to this Clark delivery.
Jack Leaning, sorry, may have just reminded him of what happened in the previous game between these two. Things get forgotten about very, very quickly, but it just reminded him.
Clark in and bowling. Down the leg side, appealing for a caught behind. Jack Leaning's walking off. And he's out for naught as well. And Kent are 41 for 5. And of course, they lost in 2.5 days at the Oval and had a real collapse in that second innings after Crawley Mayeye had been going along so well. Jack Leaning came in just before stumps on day 2 and was removed before stumps. He's on his way now, the Kent captain this week. 3rd successive man to walk to the crease and then walk back to the pavilion without scoring. Surrey are all over Kent right now, 41 for 5.
Jordan Clark now has figures of 2.2 overs, 2 maidens, 2 wickets, no runs. But yeah, Surrey will be saying to themselves, let's get this done as quick as we can now. Got an opportunity here. Now here comes the man who did make runs against Surrey in that game at the Oval. Joey Everson made 77 from memory and batted extremely well. They're going to need him to do the same here. But yeah, it's just a ball on the pads of Gatling, just trying to help it down to fine leg and probably just brush the face of the bat. And he knew, Surrey knew, and the captain had to turn around and wander off. So yeah, this is chaos at the moment. 41 for 5. And Kent, just to say, Kentworth 34 without loss. So they're 7 for 5 in the last 4 and a bit overs. Surrey, they're pretty ruthless at the best of times, Surrey. They want to be utterly ruthless here. But as I say, Joey Everson played very well. 3 weeks ago, was it, that championship game in South London? They've immediately got a silly mid on for him. Sean Abbott is standing right on the edge of the cut strip there. I think Surrey will be not surprised, but absolutely, wow, this is going well. On a day like today, this is not what you're expecting.
Through to the keeper, Ben Folkes. That first ball to Everson from Jordan Clark.
I think it's
particularly after the way that the first 45 minutes went.
I think that was just Worrell and Abbott getting sort of back into championship mode, and they're such good bowlers. Okay, Worrell didn't pick up a wicket, but he bowled a couple of testing overs that Abbott just suddenly was into it again. Jordan Clark has started beautifully.
Yeah, he's been on the money straight away. Down the leg side again. They'll come through for a leg bye. Yep, signalled. Another leg bye. 42 for 5, Kent.
Well, you were saying it takes bowlers a little bit of time to get used to the slope here. He's loving it.
Yeah.
He's absolutely loving it. He's bowling quick. He's just sort of gliding. He's a strong man anyway, but everything seems to be just moving perfectly at the moment for Jordan Clark.
It's bowling to Cox, who's defending out towards backward point. He's quite an imposing man to be sort of running in hard at you, isn't he, Jordan Clark, with the tattoos on his forearms and the
He's a lovely,
strapping
lovely
shoulders.
man. He's a lovely, lovely man, but I'd send him out the dressing room door first.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Him and Overton are going first. Off you go, gentlemen. Thank you very much. I'll just wait in here if that's all right.
Here he comes again. 3 slips. Cox waiting. He's in behind this one defending. And the end of another fantastic over. Wicket maiden for Jordan Clark, who so far bowled 3 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for none.
And from ball 1, hasn't he? His first delivery. He just looks very happy coming down that slope. Not everybody does, as you say. It takes a little bit of getting used to and a bit of time, but he's just snapped straight into it. It'll be Gus Atkinson from the pavilion end. Everson will be the man on strike. If you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London, Kent winning the toss, batting first, were 34 without loss. They're now 42 for 5. 3 wickets for Sean Abbott, 2 for Jordan Clark. Everson, right-handed of course, as Gus Atkinson is into him and beats his outside edge. Good delivery from Gus Atkinson. It's been a bounce and carry into the gloves of Ben Folkes. Just heard Dom Sibley shouting very good from first slip.
It's probably an understatement for how Surrey bowled in the last 20 minutes, half an hour.
Got a leg gully in there as Gus Atkinson for Everson. Everson's covering up, plays this one back up the pitch. Well, one of my favourite moments of the season so far is when Surrey were in a spot of bother against Essex and Simon Harmer came on and got a couple of quick wickets and then all men round the bat and there was all the normal rubbish coming out. Yes, Harmy, 1 brings 2, that's going square, Harmy, all this stuff. And then Sir Alistair was just stood at first slip as in over the wicket comes Atkinson. Oh, now Everson has played this off his hip in the air between Abbott at leg gully and Moriarty at mid-wicket. It is a boundary, but it was uppish. That was the oohs and the ahs that you heard, but it's nicely timed and a nice way to get off the mark. Everson on to 4, 46 for 5, and then all of a sudden Harmer bowled 1 delivery and you just heard Sir Alistair going, well bowled, Simon Harmer. That was it. I loved it. All the other rubbish going on around, and then well bowled, Simon Harmer.
Fantastic full sentence.
From Sir Alistair at first. That was it. Didn't give him a lot else. As in over the wicket comes Gus Atkinson to Everson, and Everson's letting this one go. Outside is off stump, but it summed it up, didn't it?
Yeah, somebody should have just replied back. Good chat, Sir Alistair.
Yeah, well, no, excellent. Excellent. There's a lot of chatter out there now. Surrey with these 5 wickets in this opening session with still 40 minutes to go till lunch. On the most beautiful day here in Canterbury, not a cloud in the sky. As Gus Atkinson is in, Everson plays this one off the back foot out into the offside. Round comes the captain, Rory Burns, to do the fielding. And there is no run. Dan Moriarty has been posted out to deep backward square. So he's all on his own out there. He's quite near the orchestra stroke, jazz bands stroke. Well, I think they do every genre of music from what we heard this morning. Do film soundtracks as well. As over the wicket goes Atkinson, outside edge it goes down. And it looking at the toe end of his bat there is Everson. It's a good bit of work from Dom Sibley in there at first slip. He's just looking at the toe end of his bat, but it's the end of the over. 46 for 5, Kent.
Ooh, would you like to now know what Williams' brewing exam involves?
Oh yes, excellent.
He says, it is indeed both a practical and a theory exam. He says, I walk round with the assessor, talking them through what we do in the brewery and our processes, and then I'm observed in 3 different areas of the brewing process for an hour each. He says, I wish it was as simple as making a brew and someone trying it. So Jordan Clark to continue this astonishing spell. Almost another wicket as it's edged down towards third slip. But it dropped short of the man, and it was almost the first run off his bowling if it had snuck past Will Jacks.
It just looks so comfy. He's almost, even for a big man, he's almost gliding in here. Here's Jordan Clark.
46 for 5. Cox is on 6. He's clipping this one away. Very nicely played. 50 up for Kent. I was about to say Cox hadn't scored any runs since those almost first couple of balls he faced when he flicked one around the corner and then found the rope with a cover drive, but that's been whipped away nicely. So Clark just a little bit too straight or leg stumpish. Cox plays it for 4 very nicely, moves on to 10. 50 for 5. That's Jordan Clark, but wider on the crease, left alone this time by Jordan Cox.
Nicely bowled again by Jordan Clark. I think the one that went for 4 was the first one where he's tried something different, wasn't it? And just went wider on the crease, but just, as you said, just a bit too straight and nicely put away by Jordan Cox. So immediately he's gone straight back to what he was doing before that. He's hitting that good length on or about the off stump.
Left alone outside the off stump, this one by Jordan Cox. When you were saying earlier about Jordan Clark actually being a very nice man, I was thinking that a little bit about Joe Denley and Daniel Bell Drummond, and it saddens me to see them both struggling, as they have done in red ball cricket this season in the games that they have played, and then both have got naught today. You want to see good guys do well, and unfortunately it hasn't happened for them so far this season. Clark beats the outside edge. Cox on the walk a little bit there.
Well, that's a strange old shot from Jordan Cox, isn't it? It's a good length ball that just glided on, and I think he's ended up trying to run it down to third man.
But I guess in a T20 game, that's exactly what you would do.
Absolutely. But if he keeps doing that, he's not going to be there much longer.
One ball to go in the over. Clark cut away for 4 by Jordan Cox.
And that's what he needs to do, isn't it? Let the good one, and I know it's so easy from up here to say it, but it's just getting into that mindset, which is so tough to do. But it's just let the good ones go, and play them on their merits, and then put the bad one away.
Yeah, he has put the bad ones away so far. Jack Leaney, obviously the last man out, was almost trying to do that. Leg stump ball, was trying to flick it away, and it's a horrible way to get out, isn't it? It's sort of that leg side strangle, so to speak.
You see a lot more of it these days, though, don't you? You do see a lot more of it.
And I mean, teams do bowl for it to an extent sometimes, don't they? When they put, you know, leg gully or leg slippers, as Rory Burns was in position earlier on.
Gus Atkinson is in from the pavilion end to Joey Everson. And Everson is forward, solidly, playing this one straight back up the pitch. And there's now the sound of seagulls, which is appropriate today. I'm sure the beaches of this fair isle are packed today. I'm sure you cannot find a space for love nor money tightly packed on the beaches of England. There'll be some red bodies by the end of tonight, won't there? As in over the wicket comes Atkinson, and this is turned by Everson in the air. I'm not sure Abbott picked that up at all. Just to the left of Sean Abbott, but again it was aerial. And Abbott is lurking. Everson picks up a couple of runs. He's on to 6. Kent to 56 for 5. Yes, an aerial view of the beaches of England today. Will look like I don't know, a lot of pink goldfish lying on a beach from a distance. As this one's turned again off his hip by Everson. So they're obviously targeting his hip at the moment. And there's Dan Moriarty to do the fielding. They pick up a single. Everson is on to 7, 57 for 5.
Packed in like sardines.
Well, absolutely. And, you know, there will have been people arriving there in the early hours to get their towels down.
Reserve your space.
There will be people there with all the kit and caboodle, won't there? Winged brakes, all that good stuff. Lots of inflatable toys and rafts. As in over the wicket goes Gus Atkinson. This one's played solidly. Straight back up the pitch by Jordan Cox on 14. Everson 7.
Little beach cricket set.
Yep, 57 for 5. Frisbees, they'll be very popular today, the old frisbee.
Bucket and spade.
Buckets and spades, yes indeed. They'll be very popular today. Down on the beaches. Trying to find a sandy one is probably a good idea. The old pebbles tend to hurt after a while, as this one's pushed off the back foot by Cox.
It's an interesting debate though, which kind of beach do you prefer, sand or pebbles? Because some people prefer not getting sand in between their toes and in their shoes and in their bag and just everywhere.
Well, everywhere.
Yeah, basically.
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
And getting rid of it's very difficult.
So that's why some people prefer the pebbles.
Pebbles, yeah.
But I'm a sand man.
Are you?
Yeah.
As over the wicket comes Atkinson, short one. Swaying underneath that is Everson. Cox approaches. End of the over, 57 for 5. Kent. Well, you know my favourite type of beach?
Yeah?
Empty.
Empty beach.
Yes, I like an empty beach.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
Room to move and manoeuvre.
Proposed to my wife on the beach.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's very nice. What, on one knee? Probably not if it was a pebble beach.
It was a sandy beach.
Yeah, one knee.
Yeah.
Lovely, lovely.
Bit of it was in the evening as well.
What a nice romantic meal, and then on to the beach.
No, we just went straight to the beach we got there just in time for sunset before the light went. I think we maybe had a few nibbles in the pat lunch type thing. This one's defended away.
Lovely. Was the ring in your cheese sandwich in the pack lunch? Is that the way you did it?
Not quite, no.
I think that's very romantic.
Yeah, it was quite nice, I thought.
Well done you. Well done you.
Thanks. It went down well.
I bet it did. As your wife bit into the cheese sandwich and swallowed the ring. Is that what happened?
The fact that she's my wife says it went well.
It went well.
Yeah. Here comes Jordan Clark, continuing this fantastic spell. Bowling to Everson, who defends.
Well, I think it's one of the biggest questions you ever asked, other than do you want to bat or bowl, personally.
That's nice.
And it's you know, it's that crucial a decision as well.
That's a good analogy. And of course, Jack Leaning answering that question today with Will bat. And at 34 without loss, Kent would have been happy with that decision, as this one nips back high for me.
Yeah. It's good bowling though, isn't it? again.
But Surrey have bowled very well, and that 34 without loss has become 57 for 5. Even with a little partnership just starting here with Everson on 7 and Cox on 14. Kent, of course, were 35 for 5. Having lost Denley, Beldrum and Denley, and leaning all for naught after Compton and Mayeye fell in the same over. Clark bowls, driven by Everson. Clark stops it with his left hand.
I think I would hazard a guess that there may be a couple of proposals today on beaches, but only due to sunstroke and alcohol. I think come the end of a day of sitting in the sun for far too long, that's very romantic from you.
Here comes Everson, facing up to Clark and driving for 4. Lovely cricket shot from Joey Everson, who has been playing some T20 for Kent. In fact, he played the first 4 games, maybe the first 5 games before Fred Clarkson returned to the team. But actually, he only batted a couple of times, 2 or 3 times. So he hasn't done loads of T20 batting.
Yeah, and he did look so good in the game back in South London. He really did. That was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Just slightly over pitched by Jordan Clark and just leant on it really, and absolutely whistled off to the boundary rope for 4.
The only thing I would say is that the ball was a lot softer as Clark is driven again, but this time Rory Burns, he's not quite in a bucket hat, it's a floppy hat, but dives to his right and saves 4 runs. That was fantastic fielding. And it is the end of the over, 61 for 5. Cox 14. Joey Everson has 11. Yeah, just thinking back to the championship game that we've been mentioning. And was it the first innings or the first innings? Yeah, 77 not out Joey Everson made. With assistance from Wes Agar, made 31. And Michael Hogan, who got 43 but is not in the team for this game, so we're not going to get more Hogan antics from number 11, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, you'll probably be quite glad as well he doesn't have to bowl to Gus Atkinson again. Do you remember all of that?
Well, Dan Worrell's going to come into the attack.
Yeah, Gus Atkinson batted like Virat Kohli at one point, didn't he? Slog sweeping and batted beautifully in that game. 55, I think he made.
Hottest day of the year.
So far.
So far.
So far. The year to go. Worrell over the wicket. So switches ends to the pavilion end, and that one's played by Cox. Back up the pitch. I'll be quiet in a moment because Mr. Watts is doing his update. But yes, it's an interesting move this from Rory Burns. Having a chat with Jordan Clark at the moment.
Someone on the hospital side of the ground has got a rainbow coloured mini umbrella like you would take to the beach.
Worrell's in, and that one's left alone by Cox, wide outside his off stump. Well, there was a gentleman here very early this morning when I arrived, and he was putting out his table and his chairs and had his picnic all ready to go, and an umbrella. He brought an entire picnic set with him.
That is impressive. I think that update's on the way. Worrell bowling to Cox. Yeah, well, Kent trying to recover from those few overs of complete chaos where 5 wickets fell in quick succession from 34 without loss. Kent found themselves 35 for 4 and then 41 for 5 as Jack Leaning, the captain, tried to flick away a leg side delivery from Clark, but Folkes moving away to his left, the wicketkeeper, took the catch. Since then, Jordan Cox and Joey Everson, the 2 younger members of the team, as this one's driven away by Cox for 4, have actually played things very nicely. Cox has hit a couple of crisp boundaries, likewise Everson. Cox is on 18 now and Everson on 11, having Joey scored 77 in the previous county championship fixture prior to the T20 Blast, which was indeed against Surrey at the Oval. So Everson looking to try and carry on that form. Cox is trying to improve on his efforts so far this season, where I think he'd probably admit hasn't quite been at his very best, but he's on 18 and leaving this delivery outside the off stump. Kent are 65 for 5 here against Surrey, the Division 1 leaders in the county championship. Commentary continues online for the next 25 minutes until lunch.
It was a lovely shot from Jordan Cox, wasn't it, while you're doing your update? Just leant on it, absolutely whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. So these two have now added 24 for this 6th wicket, as Worrell is over the wicket to Cox, and Cox is letting that one go outside his off stump, and that's taken by Ben Folkes. So we've got 25 minutes until lunch on this first day. Kent 65 for 5, Cox has 18, Everson's on 11. But yeah, so this gentleman, he had all his kit and caboodle for a very nice day. Sort of setting everything up.
Yeah, all the paraphernalia.
Plastic plates and knives and forks. And I didn't see any food, but then I suppose the old supermercado is just a stone's throw away, isn't it? So you could bring all your paraphernalia and bits and pieces and then go and do your shop for your lunch.
That's true, actually.
Yeah, saves bringing it all with you.
Probably cheaper to bring it all with you.
Yeah, cheaper, but...
Clark bowls. Everson lets it go outside the off stump. John getting in touch on the emails saying, I've just seen the score, what's the deal basically? Is it bad batting? I think it's a mixture of very, very good bowling, while also a couple of shots that batters will be disappointed with. Misjudgments. Denley let one go that nipped back and hit off stump. We don't have a view of how much it nipped back. Mieye fiddling at one, he'll be disappointed, as this one's left alone by Everson. Leanings was a leg side strangle, if you will, for want of a better way of describing it. So there'll be a few batters that will be annoyed in the manner in which they got out, and then at the same time you have to give credit to Sean Abbott, who just for a couple of overs turned it on and made 3 breakthroughs in quick succession. And then Jordan Clark so far, well, at one point he bowled 3 overs, 2 for none. That's now 2 for 12, as Everson clips him away out through mid-wicket without loads of timing, but he'll get 1 run to move to 12, and Cox has 18, get to 66 for 5. So I hope that paints a little bit of a picture of what we've seen so far. It's worth remembering that Surrey are top of the county championship for a reason. They are a very, very good side with both bat and ball. And between Worrell, Sean Abbott, Jordan Clark so far, Gus Atkinson, they've been threatening as you would expect, albeit that the first half an hour went by with Compton and Mieye probably having the better of things. Just took Surrey's bowlers a little bit to get into their rhythm, back with a red ball in hand. As Clark bowls to Cox, I believe that Australia might have won the World Test Championship final.
Well, they're walking off
the Oval.
So if they haven't, they'll have to go back, because they've all walked off. But yeah, I think that's all over now.
They've won by 209 runs. India 234, all out in their second innings.
Well, there you are. So they are the World Test champions.
Clark bowls down the leg side, and well, yeah, roll on the ashes, I guess. No, slightly imposing prospect after they've dispatched India in quite such fashion?
Oh, what I can assure you is you can listen every day for the next week to theories on what's going to happen somewhere.
3 slips in for Clark, defended away by Jordan Cox. And what you can also listen to is every ball of the Ashes on BBC Test Match Special.
Of course you can, absolutely, quite right.
As you can listen to every ball of the County Championship live on the BBC Sport app and website. Kent at 66 for 5. And there's also live text commentary of all the games going on the BBC Sport app and website. And I would assume that there was also coverage of the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which is now finished because Southern Vipers have won by 7 wickets.
There you go. So the Blaze, a first defeat of the season in the final, and Charlotte Edwards will give herself her cup back because she won it last year as well. No, well done to the Vipers. It was a good day yesterday. It was great weather until the thunderstorm.
Until the storm turned up.
And I tell you what, we saw it coming over the cathedral. And one of the greats of ECB said to me, "Don't worry, it'll miss us." Well, it certainly didn't. I don't know why he said that, because it was coming straight towards us at that point, and there was lightning coming.
I was going to say it wasn't Christy Havel that said that, was it?
No. As Dan Morroy's in, and Everson's looking to let this one go. Hits the face of his bat, rolls down to second step. Yeah, I would say Compton was got out. Good delivery from Abbott. Daniel Bell-Drummond was got out by Jordan Clark, and I would say Mieye and Denley in particular, were victims of not having been playing championship cricket for a while, so they're in sort of 2 minds about what to do. And Jack Leading, it happens unfortunately, and it tends to happen when the opposition are on a bit of a roll for wickets and you get strangled down the leg side. So I think that's sort of what the story has been so far. As Dan Worrell comes in over the wicket, and Everson's playing this one, doesn't really get back to that, he just stays in the crease and it hits the face of his bat. It's a good stop from Gus Atkinson, tumbling away to his left hand side. I wonder when Jackson Moriarty might come into play. I think at the moment obviously the seamers are doing a pretty good job, but I do like it. Ideally I'd like to see them both bowling together, one taking it away, one spinning it back in. It's always fun when you have that. Over the wicket comes Worrell, and Everson's just clipping this very fine off his pads down to the boundary rope for 4. That's nicely played by Joey Everson. Just picked the line of it and then helped it on its way down towards the covers for 4 runs. 70 for 5. Very good view of the orange bullet, my second-hand car from here. See it parked under a tree. It's a beautiful, beautiful looking car with many of the modern features on it, like wheels and a gear stick, as this one's left alone by the right-handed Everson and taken by Ben Folkes away to his right-hand side. But all joking aside though, it's doing me proud because we've all been doing quite a few miles recently. In fact, I have to say, it's been a bit like they've looked at the fixture list and thought, how can we make this as awkward for the players by making them go to somewhere where they actually could have stayed somewhere and then played somewhere that was nearer to them 2 days. But no, we'll take them further away and then bring them back again. As in over the wicket comes Worrell, and Everson has turned this one uppishly again into the leg side. They've definitely done their homework after seeing him at the Kia Oval, Surrey. Just when he does turn that leg side, it does go in the air a touch, and they've got Abbott lurking in there at mid-wicket.
It's interesting because that's an example, almost like, a bit like James Vince with the drive, where your biggest strength can also be your biggest weakness. Everson gets a lot of runs through mid-wicket, but Surrey just fancying that maybe they might be able to get him to play one in there through there in the air.
71 for 5. As over the wicket goes Worrell to Cox, and Cox is forward, playing this off the stumps down into the leg side, and up comes Sean Abbott to do the fielding. So 30 these two have added, just calmed it down a touch, haven't they? Cox has 18. Everson's on 17, and we've got 15 minutes until lunch.
Atkinson's going to come on and replace Jordan Clark. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 13 from the Nackington Road end. So Surrey may well go with Atkinson and Worrell until lunch. I did wonder if the replacement for Clark would be a couple of overs of spin, but not just yet. 24 overs bowled so far. 71 for 5, the Kent score. On this sunny day, warm day here at Canterbury. Live on the BBC Sport app and website. As Atkinson is nudged away towards wide mid-on by Joey Everson. It feels like he's faced a lot of the strike in this partnership so far.
Yeah, he's faced 26 of the deliveries since they got together.
Cox has faced 32 in his innings, so I've seen a lot of Everson since he's come to the crease, and he's facing up to Atkinson. 2 slips for Surrey. As it's played firmly through mid-wicket for a comfortable 2, actually. Jog back for the second.
Well, it's a big comparison, this, but often when I watch a player, he reminds me of a player of yesteryear, the way they set up, and you know who he reminds me of a little bit?
Everson?
Yeah, Michael Clark.
Atkinson bowls to him. Nudged away into the onside. That's a big compliment.
I'm just saying the setup.
Okay. Well, that's
just
still
saying
a compliment.
Just the setup. For Everson, there's a little bit of the Michael Clarks in there.
He's
a good player. He's a good player, this young man. He really is.
21 years of age. Former Nottinghamshire man. Jordan Cox up the other end, 22. Played England under-19s together, these boys. This one's defended away by Everson.
It's not as pronounced as Michael Clark, but it's that bent knees and where the back goes. There is a bit of them. I've been sitting here racking my brains trying to think, and it's Michael Clark. There's a little bit of the Michael Clarks about Joey Everson, I think.
Born in Peterborough, actually, Joey Everson. I was wondering whether he was Forest or County, but might not even be one of the two. This one is defended away.
Don't have to be, do you? I don't think it's the rules.
Absolutely
well,
not.
I suppose we ought to say congratulations to
Man City.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I spoke to one gentleman actually who was on the. He sat underneath the new lime tree, and he had his sky blue Man City.
It's not Pep,
top one. No,
he's not out here for a bit of cricket. Loves his cricket, Pep. Loves his cricket.
Does he?
Loves his cricket.
2 slips in. 73 for 5. Short ball from Atkinson. Rode well by Everson up on his toes, defending into the offside. End of the over. And we've got just over 10 minutes. 12 minutes, in fact, until the lunch break. Everson 19. Cox is 18. 73 for 5. Kent. Dan Worrell's going to come back on, striding purposefully.
Oh, there's a lot of footballers who do actually love their cricket. There's an awful lot of footballers who love cricket. Rob Green loves it. He's a good cricketer, Rob Green.
Joe Hart, previously of Man City.
The Nevilles, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't know whether Pep does like cricket or not, but I do like the thought of him celebrating winning the Champions League by coming to Canterbury and watching the opening day of Surrey versus Kent under the tree. As over the wicket comes Dan Worrell, and he's had a little nibble at this one as Cox getting outside his off stump, just having a little nibble.
You know when batters played at it, because their head snaps round to look at the slips, look at the keeper, and how have I missed that? Where's the ball gone? What was I doing there?
I do like your Protection of the Sun ISDN kit barrier, which is a lovely photo of Matt Walker.
Looks like he's feeding slip catches.
Yeah, it does.
In the photo, actually.
Well, I'm sure he didn't bat like that in a game. I hope he didn't. In over the wicket comes Worrell and forward goes Cox.
I'm also using the programme to shade my power cable as well.
Very good. Fine player, Matt Walker. Kent, of course, and Essex.
I wonder if he's on the record list.
Yeah, I think he's got a double 100, hasn't he?
5th wicket.
When he got a big double 100.
Not this particular partnership, seemingly.
As in over the wicket comes Worrell, and forward goes the right-handed. Cox will get a single. No, sorry, I'm pretty sure he got a double 100. No, in cricket week, I seem to remember.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
I think 275 is his top score.
I think that might have been cricket week.
Okay.
And it turned into Walker week.
But yeah, the highest wicket partnership for the 5th wicket against Surrey was Matt Walker and Justin Kemp at Guildford in 2005.
Oh yes.
233 they put on.
Don't remember any of it, but
no,
I would have been sat there.
I can imagine Kemp smashed it.
Worrell's in. This is turned very nicely by Everson. Out through mid-wicket for a single. There's Dan Moriarty to do the fielding.
I was at the Neville ground the other day, and I was telling my wife how the biggest hit I think I've ever seen in a county cricket game was when Justin Kemp cleared the trees at the one end of the Neville grounds, Tunbridge Wells.
That's a big old carry, that. It really is.
Albeit the trees have got bigger since then, so...
they would have done.
Yeah.
They tend to grow.
Yeah.
As over the wicket comes Worrell. Short one. Oh dear, and Cox has got himself in a bit of a tangle here. He wasn't either looking to hook that, pull that, or help it round the corner. It was a mixture of all three.
Yeah. It wasn't a compulsive hook type shot. It was more trying to guide it, but...
Well, Surrey would love to be greedy and pick up another one before lunch. I think the key thing here for Kent is that Cox and Everson are heading in together at lunch. As Dan Worrell is over the wicket, and Cox is forward inside edge, runs off down to fine leg, will get a single, and Cox a little streaky in that over, but he's still there. He's on to 20. It's the end of the over, and Kent to 76 for 5.
You're right about Matt Walker. 1996 cricket week. 275 not out against Somerset. And apparently the office took a call from a member asking him to retire before he beat Frank Woolley's top score of 270.
He was a really good player, Matt Walker.
And then the highest individual score by a Kent batter against Surrey is 229 by Frank Woolley at the Oval in 1935. So there you go. Asking him to retire. Love that. Here comes Gus Atkinson.
Just about. Hello. Ringing to complain about Matt Walker. Sorry, he's going rather well. Getting very close to Frank Woolley. So you might just wandering out there and telling him to retire.
You mind telling him to get out before he breaks this long-standing record of a club legend?
Yeah.
The Kent membership. Here comes Gus Atkinson. I say that because my granddad, as a former Kent member, we used to ring up every year. He'd ring up the chief exec, go, are you going to offer Darren Stevens another contract, please?
I love it.
I think you should.
I love it.
I think it's pretty much every year without fail.
Yeah. I love it.
And then in the end, Darren Stevens and said contracts managed to even outlive my granddad, so there you go. He'd have been sat in the Frank Woolley in the lower tier today. Even on a glorious hot day like today, as this one's turned away into the onside, the bottom tier of the Frank Woolley is always freezing cold because it is shaded, of course, by the top tier.
Well, that's the way it works with tiers.
So you could sit in there with a coat on a day like today, I reckon.
Well, I'm not sure you'd need a coat.
No, but it'll be cool.
Yeah.
If you're feeling a bit hot around the ground in the sunshine, just go sit in the bottom of the Frank Woolley to cool down for a bit. 77 for 5, Cox 21, Everson 20. Atkinson bowls a ball on the hip of Everson that he just rides and nudges into the onside for a single. Maybe this is just how I felt as a youngster coming with my granddad. just sitting in the shade when it looked really nice and sunny around the ground.
I used to get taken by my granddad every year for Essex Cricket Week to Chelmsford. An experience.
Cox on strike. Down the leg side, this one from Gus Atkinson. 1 ball to go in the over. You can imagine that would be.
Yeah, it was.
Who was playing? Gooch,
Wow,
etc.
Alan Border. Yeah, it was great, but I was sort of sat amongst the Essex membership, so I learned an awful lot as well about things other than cricket. Most of which weren't true, obviously, but I sat there and had to listen to it.
Atkinson bowls. Oh, that's a short ball. Cox bobs underneath it. Here comes some paraphernalia, which means we're going to get some spin before lunch because a bunch of helmets are being brought on.
Either that or the quick bowlers are really going short, and I don't think that's going to be the case. Yes, I think we're going to see Dan Moriarty coming into the attack. Now, the last championship game that Moriarty played was the last game of last year, and that was his only game of championship cricket.
Crikey, so
he picked up a fiver from memory.
It's been a while since he's had a run of games.
Yes, it is, but he's a very fine bowler, this young gentleman. Dan Moriarty, he's a feisty left-arm spinner as well, which is what I like about him.
Got Verdi in the twos as well.
Yeah, Verdi's in the twos at the moment. So all the bits and pieces are going on to Jamie Smith. He'll do the close catching duties, and Ben Folkes gets his helmet. Jordan Clark having a drink, brought out to him by Ryan Patel. He's got a wonderful record in first-class cricket, Dan Moriarty, in the games he plays. He doesn't get a run of games. He's got his sunglasses on. And the other Surrey spinner I remember here at Canterbury was Harbhajan Singh.
Oh.
Now, Harbhajan, he made his
Harbhajan.
debut here, and for some strange reason, Kent produced a pitch that turned square on the first morning, so we were all done by tea time on day 2. But it was great fun watching Harbhajan bowl.
Yeah, he's class.
As here is Moriarty then, left arm round the wicket, and his first delivery outside the off stump of Everson. Everson lets it go, and it's taken by Ben Folkes. I think that was the famous Mark Butcher interview where he said, the first person I'd like to thank are the ground staff.
Really?
As we left at tea time on day 2. As in round the wicket comes Moriarty, and Everson's pushing this one out into the offside. It literally turned square on the first morning.
I bet the Kent,
and everybody was like, whoa.
I bet the Kent captain was.
Oh, Rob Key was yes, suitably not
miffed.
happy as Everson turns this one into the leg side. He'll get a single.
Rob Key would look grumpy at the best of times.
Yeah. Round comes Dom Sibley to do the finale.
Mostly when fielding.
I think was that the year? It might have been the year after, but also Chris Jordan's first class debut was here back in 2007. Yeah. Remember watching the great D. Stevens bowl Surrey out. Yep. As left arm round the wicket goes Moriarty, and forward comes Cox, bless you sir, or madam, as this one's pushed away into the offside.
He was back on Wednesday as assistant coach of the
South
Stars.
East Stars, yeah.
Gave Phoebe Franklin her PCA Player of the Month award.
I saw that. Round the wicket goes Moriarty, and there's a little bit of something there for Moriarty with that delivery. A little bit of purchase left alone by Cox. Might get another one in after this actually, as Moriarty is in, and Cox plays this one off the back foot. Tidy first over from Dan Moriarty. And the wonderful thing about Moriarty and Jack's playing, of course, is we get through the overs a bit quicker. End of that one, the first one from Moriarty. It's a maiden, and we will get one more over in before luncheon. And Kent is 79 for 5. Yes, I remember that, Harbhajan's debut here.
Yeah, Peter getting in touch, sorry, just on kentcricket@gmail.com, again saying he'd sort of tuned in late and was looking at the score. And making that point about, you know, this single championship game being sandwiched in amidst a frantic T20 programme. He says none of the fixture scheduling makes any sense to me, which is kind of a fair point, as Atkinson is in and bowling down the leg side. He also says, is there a bit of an effect of smaller counties losing touch with some of the big boys? Talking about, you know, Surrey at the moment, you know, clearly looking like the best team of the championship, and teams like Kent seemingly struggling to compete in terms of, I don't know, the depth of quality that Surrey have got. I think it's a valid sort of point or debate that Peter kind of sparks there. There's Atkinson bowls. This one's defended away by Everson into the covers.
Yeah, what I would say to that is, with this Surrey side, there's an awful lot that have obviously come through the Surrey system and the academy and whatever, and have now played a huge amount of cricket together, with a couple of add-ins who've been here a while. Now obviously Latham's in to replace Pope while Pope's away, but you know, Worrell's been around, played last season, played another year next year.
Atkinson bowling, defended away. I think that's a good point about the amount of sort of homegrown players. Smith, Burns, Folkes, Jacks.
If you go through this card, Burns, Sibley, Smith, Jacks, Laws of the squad, Atkinson. Am I missing anybody? Folkes didn't come through the Surrey system, but he's been here a long time.
Yeah, like you say, it feels like he did. Oh, he was Essex, of course, wasn't he? Yeah. Atkinson bowls. Side of the off stump.
Yeah, and then Jordan Clark's been around a long time now with Surrey. So.
Yeah, Lancashire before, wasn't he?
Yeah. So I think what Surrey have got now is a core group who've played a lot of their cricket together in age group cricket as much as anything, and come through the systems together, and then a couple of really good add-ins.
4-dot balls so far in this over. Short ball, which Everson ducks underneath.
Because, you know, everyone talks about the Surrey squad, but in terms of championship cricket, Will Jacks came through the Surrey system, Ben Geddes through the Surrey system, Rory Burns through the Surrey system, Ollie Pope through the Surrey system, Dom Sibley through the Surrey system, Ryan Patel through the Surrey system, Tom Laws through the Surrey system, Sam Curran and Tom Curran went through the Surrey system, Jamie Smith through the Surrey system, Matthew Dunn through the Surrey system, Amal Verdi through the Surrey system.
Turned away into the onside by Joey Everson for a single. That will be lunch, I suspect. Do you want to just finish your point?
Gus Atkinson.
Gus Atkinson.
Right. So the point I'm making is there's an awful lot of that squad. Everyone goes, oh, the Surrey squad. There's an awful lot of that squad that's actually come through academy and played a huge amount of cricket together now. I think it's fair to say Surrey will be happy with the way that session went.
Yeah, I think you're right. And it's an interesting point in the sense that togetherness, that group, because sometimes you've looked at the Surrey squad and said, yeah, it's great, but they don't seem to live up to the same billing, whereas actually this squad are living up to sort of that billing, and they did for a period of this morning session where they managed to take 5 wickets for the space of 7 runs. Kent went from 34 without loss to 41 for 5 as the big band starts up again. Yes, I'm going to leave the effects mic on for the whole of lunch. Kent at 80 for 5 though, thanks to Everson making 23 and Cox making 21, and a good little partnership to get Kent through to lunch after that Surrey onslaught for a number of overs when Bell Drummond leaning. Denley went for 0, 0 and 0, and the 2 openers were dismissed in the same over. So Mark Church and I are going to take a break online. I've got an update to do in a couple of seconds, but we're going to take a break online while the lunch break ensues, and we'll be back.
Can I just say?
Yes.
It's a very jolly piece of music for lunchtime, this, isn't it? It really is.
Yes.
And yes, I think you're quite right, keeping the effects mic on for the whole of luncheon.
I think I should.
I think they do requests.
They do.
I might wonder if they do the Imperial March from Star Wars.
Oh yes,
Great.
Please do.
Great.
80 for 5. Enjoyed that over lunch. For those of you that kept the live stream running, the online stream running, while we kept the feed going with the live band on loud. We've had a bit of lunch, so have the players. Cricket is about to resume with Kent 80 for 5. But actually, Cox and Everson looking to restart again, having had a good partnership at the back end of that session. Surrey going back to Seam and back to Sean Abbott.
Yeah, and a very good morning for Surrey. Kent 34 without loss at one stage, suddenly found themselves 41 for 5. And it was this man, Sean Abbott, that really started it with his 3 wickets. And a couple for Jordan Clark. So Cox and Everson did a very good job getting Kent through to lunch, but Surrey will have another go here straight away after lunch with Sean Abbott coming in over the wicket to Everson, who pushes this one off the back foot. Up there to Rory Burns at mid-off. Yeah, Compton and Mieye got to 34 without loss, without too many alarms, but then Compton got a good one from Abbott, was caught by Jacks at third slip for 9. Mieye, well, sort of played at a ball he could have left alone, I think it's fair to say, and was caught by Sibley off Abbott for 21, and then Joe Denley bowled by Abbott first ball, letting a ball go that hit his off stump. As forward comes Everson to Sean Abbott, plays this one down to backward point, and there's no run. Daniel Bell-Drummond got a vicious Yorker from Jordan Clark and was LBW without scoring, and then Jack Leaning caught down the leg side off Jordan Clark, again without scoring. So at that stage it was 41 for 5, so these two have added 39 runs and got Kent through to the lunch break. I went across, enjoyed a bit of jazz flute during the lunch break with the band, as over the wicket comes Abbott, and Everson's pushing off the back foot out into the offside. Round comes Rory Burns to do the fielding. Yeah, they were terrific. Did some Madonna hits, I noticed, during the lunch break.
I've just seen your video.
Yeah, well, I did post little bit of jazz flute during the luncheon break. I like a bit of jazz flute. Sean Abbott, just the 2 slips in there for him after lunch. Turns down below us. Coming over the wicket to Everson, who's turning this one into the leg side. There is Will Jacks to do the fielding. We saw a solitary over from Dan Moriarty playing in this game before lunch. We've seen Tom Latham making his Surrey debut, stood in there at second slip. Arshdeep Singh making his Kent debut in this game as well. So a couple of very good debutants in this game, international quality debutants. As over the wicket goes Sean Abbott, and Everson turns into the leg side once more. It's a strong area for him, that. Round comes Will Jacks to do the fielding. I mentioned Michael Clark before the lunch break, but watching him again, the way he sets up here after lunch is very Michael Clark. Joey Everson, only 21 years of age. He's a talented all-rounder, this lad. But they need something from him this afternoon, Kent. Over the wicket comes Sean Abbott to him, and he's turned round a touch by this one, but it's going to run away down to the third man boundary rope for 4 runs. It's the first runs after the lunch break for Kent. And Kent 84 for 5, and Everson moves on to 27.
I looked up and saw that delivery and then started scribbling something down on my scorecard, and then you've just said it went for 4. How's that gone for 4?
Well, they haven't got third man, number 1. Number 2, he played it with very soft hands. And number 3, on a day like today, well, if you do get it past the infield, it's probably going to go for 4, isn't it?
Good point. Shortish boundary from that end down towards the scoreboard, the electronic one, that is. So perhaps unsurprisingly it's going to be Jordan Clark, given how well he bowled from the Nackington Road end earlier, to resume from that end of the ground with 2 slips to Jordan Cox. Oh, that is a beauty to start. Bit of lift. And Cox just kind of wafted a bit at it. It
was a naughty shot.
Nothing shot.
Straight after lunch, first ball, when you're trying to.
Don't be doing that.
Not moving your feet and you're trying to run it down to third man. If you'd nick that.
Yeah, you'd have been feeling very silly about yourself. So yeah, Tom Latham, of course, former Kent overseas player.
Played for Durham for a while as well, didn't he?
It's quite a sort of understated Surrey signing, because he's not a flashy cricketer, Tom Latham, but he's really effective. As Clark bowls a full delivery, defended away by Cox.
I put him in the sort of Dean Algar.
Yes, absolutely.
Signing from the Surrey point of view.
Yeah, stylistically, very much so.
His record is exceptional as well in Test cricket and one-day cricket. So yeah, I think I'm right in saying it's 5 championship games for Tom Latham, because of course Surrey knew Ollie Boat would be away, Ashes-wise, etc. So got Latham in.
Guess they thought Folks might be as well, but Smith would have done that job. So this one's defended away into the slip area where Tom Latham does pick the ball up.
Yeah, and I suppose also at the start of the season there was a chance that Sibley or Burns might get a go at the start of the season before we all got going. So he sort of covers a number of bases there, Tom Latham, doesn't he?
Yeah, you were saying that this signing's been on the cards for a
they announced it a while ago now. Can't remember quite when they announced it. It was before the season started. I completely forgot about it, if I'm brutally honest.
Jordan Clark bowls a full delivery, which Cox defends and gets a single into the onside.
You'd expect him to bat at 3. Sort of slot into Pope's role there at 3. Tough for Ryan Patel, but he probably hasn't scored enough runs yet this season. But yeah, I put him exactly in that Dean Algar bracket. Nuggety, very effective.
Absolutely. Those two kind of dispelling the myth that all left-handers are aesthetically pleasing to watch to an extent. So this one's left alone by Joey Everson outside the off stump.
But they're both fascinating in their own ways. I could watch Algar bat for ages just because I enjoy watching the way he goes about it.
I could watch Compton bat all day. That's great when Compton does bat all day from a Kent point of view. Didn't happen today.
I always think with Dean Algar, if he gets hit early in his innings, then that's trouble. If he gets hit on the hand or something, that's trouble for the opposition then.
Yeah. Gets him fired up. Makes him dig in even more. 85 and 5. Leave on length by Everson through to Ben Folks. First couple of overs after lunch then completed. You're listening to Mark Church alongside me, Ben Watts, on BBC Sport Online via the app and the website, and hopefully on the live stream as well, after we've got rid of some of the technical gremlins.
There you go. Plug the cable in.
I had that cable plugged in the whole time. Wasn't me.
No, maybe the t'other end it needed plugging
in a certain fashion.
It's going to be Sean Abbott from the pavilion end coming in to Jordan Cox, and Cox is forward, covers up, plays this one back up the pitch. Abbott rolls it back at him, hits Jordan Cox, ricochets away, and there's no run. One of the Kent faithful sat away to our left having a watch. Gentleman there with his binoculars round his neck, ready to have a proper look at the action a bit later. Ben Watts is cleaning his sunglasses behind me as Cox settles down over his bat once more. Over the wicket comes Sean Abbott to him, short one, and Cox is swaying inside this, down on one knee.
There we go, that's better. I can see the game now.
Slaps into the gloves of Ben Folks, moving away to his right hand side. Will Jacks is all on his own now, out there at the deep mid wicket. Will Jacks with his arms folded.
I can also see better now they've moved that scaffolding that we had.
Yes, that was here for telly, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Must have been interesting when it was the telly game And the scaffolding was there, and there were cameramen as well. As Abbott's over the wicket once more, and Cox comes forward, pushes this one up towards mid-on.
So for the Stars game, they helpfully moved the boundary, and so it meant that I could see the whole pitch. Whereas for the Blast game in the evening, you were slightly guessing when it went straight down the ground towards long on, long off, down in front of our commentary position, and you were trying to see through the black sheet thing that they had as a side screen.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
No.
But there we are.
We managed it.
As Abbott striding in once again, comes in over the wicket, and Cox covers up once more. Plays this one back up the pitch. Round comes Jordan Clark to do the fielding. Got a couple of Jordans in this game, of course. We did have Jordan Clark bowling to Jordan Cox a bit earlier.
Kent have got a Joe and a Joey.
Oh, they were.
So yeah, there's a few J's. Jamie Smith.
It's going to be a long 4 days if we're already onto that subject.
I know, right?
Which players' names begin with J? As over the wicket comes Sean Abbott. And Cox is fiddling with this one outside his off stump. It'll go for 4, but he wasn't really in control of that. He's sort of now practicing running it down to third man, but he was really almost going after that outside his off stump. But it's 4 runs. Cox moves on to 26, but I don't think Abbott will mind seeing that too much. 89 for 5.
I mean, there was more control than an outside edge. It was a run down. But like you say, it was a little bit of a hurried stroke.
Partnership now worth 48. As Abbott is over the wicket to Cox, and this is all shouts for a call behind. Cox has had a flick at this down the leg side. Nothing from the umpire though. Abbott wasn't that convincing there, I have to say. As Cox was looking to flick it down to fine leg, Abbott wasn't that convincing. End of the over, 89 for 5.
I didn't think Cox looked as if he thought he'd hit it. Didn't look as if he was worried.
Well, I wonder if we'd been on TV here, whether
they'd gone upstairs.
Yeah, Abbott might have needed to have been persuaded after, because he didn't go up straight away. So it might have been that the slips and the keeper would have said to him, listen, there was definitely something on that. Just depends what it was.
Clark bowls, short ball to Everson. There was the Wednesday night T20 that was on TV. The dismissal of Dan Lawrence. And on the TV, on the stump mic, you could clearly hear that he'd nicked it behind. Kent appealed. Nigel Long
I saw this, yeah.
sort of taps his thigh as if to say, no, he's missed it. And then he turns around and goes, oh no, actually, Dan's walking off.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah. So good on Dan Lawrence for walking off. This one's driven by Everson up towards mid-on.
Good job it wasn't you.
I know, right?
You wouldn't have got anywhere.
There was a big grunt from Jordan Clark.
No, you wouldn't have gone anywhere. Even if you knew you hit it, you'd have still been stood there. Even if they'd gone upstairs and you showed you nicked it, you would have still been stood there.
There was no such debate yesterday. Got very bold.
Oh, well, that's it. That makes life a bit easier.
Very bold.
You didn't want to wait for the front foot no ball call?
Here comes Clark. Turned away into the onside. Didn't score any runs off the bat yesterday. Punched both of them for runs.
Oh, well,
yeah,
look,
there we go.
They all count.
We won, that was the main thing.
They all count. I'd like someone who's clever, right, to find Michael Clark in his stance and put it parallel to Joey Everson. Now, Clark would be a bit more pronounced bending of the knees. He'd probably be a bit lower down, but they look fairly similar, I would say.
90 for 5. Cox facing up to Jordan Clark. Lets this one wisely go as it was swinging away from the right-hander towards the slip cordon.
Sure, there's some clever person out there who can do that sort of thing. Yeah, Cox needs to just not sort of just stick in, really, as much as anything. He's a very positive player. Jordan Cox is a very, very fine player, but they just need him to hang around here.
He's playing this one again down towards third man. Should get 4. Latham's after it. And they just lose the chase, the Surrey fielders. And that time, was played with a bit more control, deliberately played, angled down into that area by Jordan Cox. The 50 partnership is put up on the big screen. 24 from Cox, 28 from Everson. Cox now moves to 30 in total.
Yeah, I thought he played that really well. He just let the ball hit the bat, didn't he?
Yeah.
With soft hands.
Yeah, that's the way to do it sometimes. Jordan Clark to him. No stroke by Jordan Cox. End of the over. Kent 94 for 5, but as you can tell from the fact that these two have put on a 50 partnership, it was a lot worse at 41 for 5. So these two have come out after lunch and attempted to continue that job that they started.
There's a bunch of gloves between the two of them. They've added 14 since the lunch break. Sean Abbott it will be to continue from this pavilion end. Sound of a siren going off somewhere. As
down the Dover Road.
Yep. Joey Everson settled over his bat once more as in over the wicket goes Abbott. Oh, and Everson's had a fiddle at this one outside his off stump. Beats the outside edge. Taken by Ben Folkes. Moving away to his left a touch. But yes, there's a good number sat away to our left, watching from up here. The gentleman who's putting so much sun cream on, but he's sat under the roof and the sun's nowhere near him, and he's up the back. But he's covered himself in sun cream. Can the sun get through the roof? I don't know. As in over the wicket comes Abbott, and Everson's forward, turns into the leg side. There is Gus Atkinson to do the fielding, and there's no run. But those sat in the sun today, fingers crossed, all sun creamed up, because it is very warm out there today. It is a beautiful, beautiful day today here in Canterbury. Perfect conditions for cricket week here at Canterbury as Sean Abbott is over the wicket once again, and Everson's forward pushes this one off a goodish length straight into the offside, and there is no run.
My cousin's just messaged me with the quote, "I got very bold." He got 98 before he got very bold, but he got a lot more runs than I did, so well done, mate.
Yes, well done, well done. And your cousin, if he nicks it straight to the keeper and knows he has, does he walk or does he...
You've got to drop this, Churchy. There's a lot of people out there that are as dishonest as me.
Yes,
at least
there
I was
are.
honest about being
You
dishonest.
were, but honest on national radio, which was your biggest
Too
error.
much so, too
which
much
was your
so.
biggest error. As in over the wicket goes Abbott, and good solid defensive shot that from Joey Everson as he plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
That was what one of my teammates said to me. He's like, "We've all been there, but we haven't admitted it afterwards."
Yeah. That is true. Sean Abbott with his Roger Federer-esque headband on. Turns down below us. He's got a sweatband on his left wrist as over the wicket he goes. Short one. Everson's ducking underneath it. Just sort of drops into the gloves of Ben Folkes. I suppose the band can have a bit of a break now as well, and a bit of a breather. Oh look, Gareth Batty's on the march with drinks of water, the coach, head coach of Surrey. He's taking some what looks like chilled iced bottles of water round the boundary rope. Mr. Batty is Sean Abbott is over the wicket, and Everson's had a fiddle at this one outside his off stumps. Good delivery from Sean Abbott. It's a maiden over, testing over from Abbott. Everson gets through it. And Abbott's figures today, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 27. So very fine bowling figures for Sean Abbott. And Kent, 94 for 5.
Some of the chaps on the press group getting a bit excited because a quite well-known football commentator is in the crowd today watching. Somebody's recognised him.
Ooh. M starts. First name starts with an M.
No, not that one.
Oh, not that
one.
famous
But
football commentator.
he is he is often in the Kent area these days as
yes.
the Dartford assistant coach, Mr. Martin Tyler, as this one's driven away by Jordan Cox into the covers.
Well, Matt Cole's on holiday, so it can't be him.
No.
I'm trying to think of any
gonna
other
say,
famous football commentators at the moment.
You'd know his voice if you heard
Oh,
him.
would I?
You would know his voice
Okay.
if you spoke to him. Might have to get you to make the introduction, because I'm a bit nervous about saying hi. This one's left alone outside the off stump.
Why would I want to make the introduction? I don't even know who
You
it
can
is.
make it for me.
Whereabouts do they sat?
Apparently by the press box.
Oh. Well, why don't they just go across? They're right next to him.
I know, but they're...
Surely one of them can pluck up the courage.
Somebody's going to have to say hi. We have to get him on the mic by this afternoon.
Well, I'm not talking to him. I don't know who it is.
I'll tell you that. Here comes Jordan Clark. Left alone outside the off stump. Well, it was a kind of leave, but he thought about playing it type shot from Jordan Cox.
There's a bit of pressure building here, isn't there? On Cox and Everson. Surrey have cut out Everson's strong area through mid-wicket on the leg side. And I think that's possibly why he's going after balls he might be leaving alone through the offside, because his scoring options have been cut down through the leg side by Surrey, which makes him sort of go after other deliveries he might not normally go after.
Clark once more bowls, and that looked like an edge which dropped short of Ben Folkes behind the stumps.
It's a cracking delivery again. I'm not actually sure that Everson got anything. Cox got anything
Was
on
it
that.
just the outswing?
I just think it went.
Yeah, I think you might be
After
right.
going past the outside edge, I don't think he got anything on it. I just think it's a cracking delivery from Jordan Cox, from Jordan Clark to Jordan Cox.
Here he comes and bowls. Pushing this one away out towards mid-off.
You have to say Jordan Clark is all over Jordan Cox at the moment, isn't he? He really is. He's looked so comfy coming down the hill, Jordan Clark.
He's absolutely loved it from that Nackington Road end, hasn't he?
Yeah.
In comparison to Dan Worrell. Now, deep square leg's just gone out. So this could be a short one, could be a bluff. It is just a legitimate away swinger. Left alone by Cox. Maiden from Clark. There's an update coming very shortly for BBC Radio Kent.
I think it's traffic and travel at the moment. What is it with British motorways at night? You can't get anywhere.
Honestly.
And the diversions are useless.
Love a closure, love a diversion.
Well, they do love a diversion, but they divert you the most ridiculous way, and then they put the signs in the wrong place.
That doesn't help, does it?
No. It's impossible.
So Abbott's going to carry on. And Kent are 94 for 5, but they are certainly improving after having earlier been, well, 34 without loss, but that became 41 for 5. So this partnership between Jordan Cox and Joey Everson, the two younger players in the team at 21 and 22, is certainly helping Kent to recover the situation. 28 for Joey Everson, 30 for Jordan Cox. And so these two looking to continue the rebuilding job that they started prior to lunch after 3 Kent batters were dismissed without scoring. Beldrummond, Denley and Leaning, and the 2 openers Mayeye and Compton both dismissed in the same over by this bowler, Sean Abbott, who bowls here to Everson off the outside edge. That'll go away for 4 runs. Kent will move to 98 for 5 as Everson goes to 32. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and the website.
Yeah, I think Everson's played that well. Sorry, no third man, so that's always going to run away for 4. Ben Folkes has just wandered over to Rory Burns for a bit of a natter about all of this, but Everson just, again, soft hands, that was the key thing. But even though it was more outside edge, here at Canterbury today, it's going to whistle off to the boundary rope. What are they doing here? They're moving Tom Latham So Latham's gone from second slip to fourth slip. So there is now a massive gap between Sibley at first slip and Latham at fourth slip. As Abbott is in, and Everson, that's a nice looking shot. Won't get a run, but full face of the mat driving down the ground. And round comes Jordan Clark to do the fielding. But yes, good crowding today for this opening day of this championship game. So when I went down to listen to a bit of jazz flute during the lunch break, lots of people down there. There's a whole sort of kids play area as well down by the band. Sean Abbott is right arm over the wicket to Everson, and Everson's forward again to a good length ball, just pushes this one straight back up the pitch. Abbott does the fielding once again off his own bowling, and there is no run. I think one of my favourite things at cricket these days is this wonderful, from the Kent media team, the Kent Men's Pronunciation Guide for the 2023 season. I've mentioned this to you before, and I'm sure you've mentioned it a number of times, but it's got every player on it.
I know, it's great,
including
isn't it?
those that I probably would be able to rewrite. As Abbott is in, and forward comes Everson, plays this one back in the pit, up the pitch, and there is no run. So even Alex Blake is phonetically written. Paul Downton. I think my favourite one is Simon Cook, where Simon is sigh as in hyphen mun. As in over the wicket comes Sean Abbott, and Everson again gets pushing outside that off stump, and again that's because of this blockage of that leg side area. So he's sort of having to try and find other areas to find runs here. It's nicely bowled again by Sean Abbott. End of the over, 98 for 5. But I think that's my favourite one. Simon, sigh as in hyphen mun. There you are, see?
My favourite one is Jazz Sing.
Right, yes, that's brilliant. Jazz Sing is jazz as in jazz flute,
Yeah.
and sing as in singing.
Yeah.
Yes, very good. Well done.
Jordan Clark continuing to Jordan Cox. Quick single up towards mid-on. They actually shy at the keeper's end. That was a fantastic throw.
I think if that had hit, Everson would have been in trouble there.
I am slightly surprised he went for Everson's end, only on the fact that the bowler's end was closer from mid-on.
And it's Dan Worrell, who's got a terrific arm on him.
Got the big sweatband on his left forearm.
I think if that throw had hit direct, because Folkes was never going to get up to the stumps on time, I think he may have been in a touch of bother there, Everson. That's the last thing Kent need is a run out here.
Would have been a decent throw from there to knock the stumps down. This one's defended away, 99 for 5.
I always think, you know what, one of my favourite things in cricket is when someone is very close at the stumps and absolutely wangs it as hard as they can and then misses it. It flies off for 4 overthrows. I always think that's magnificent. Magnificent.
Yeah, it's always good fun, isn't it?
When they could have just rolled it up to the stumps, but no. Have a real good go at them.
I feel like we had one on Friday night. Or at least James Vince definitely did wang one in at one point, and it got backed up on the boundary by Ross Whiteley. That's driven by Joey Everson. Nice fielding by Abbott cover.
Yeah, it's always the one I always feel a bit sorry for, unless obviously there isn't ever going to be a run out, and then it's a bit careless, is when you do the hammer the ball in, it hits the stumps, ricochets in completely the other direction, and flies off to the boundary rope. I just think that's a little harsh at times.
Jordan Clark bowls. Little grunt in the action, Folkes.
Oh dear, I'm just watching Ben Folkes get up from that.
Tumbling across to his left to do the work behind the stumps.
I'll tell you what, the old keepers these days, they dive left and right. They do some mileage over the course of a 4-day game. But that was a great take from Folkes, but he was at full stretch as he hit the ground.
Here comes Clark again, down the leg side and away to the boundary. Has that come off? Leg pad. So 100 up for Kent. To the relief of the home crowd. 103 for 5 then. And 4 leg buys signalled.
It's the brains trust that is Batty and Azam Mahmood are just having a stroll round the boundary rope at the moment.
Another ex-Kent player.
Indeed. Bowling coach now at Surrey, of course. So he's having a little wander round with Gareth Batty.
He was a serious player as well, Mr. Mahmood. So this one's off the back foot by Everson. Out towards the offside sweeper, as was Mr. Batty in fairness. 104 for 5 at the end of the over.
Yeah, probably didn't play as much international cricket as he should have done. Made 100 on Test debut as a Mahmood. Brilliant bowler. Brilliant bowler.
Part of the Kent team that won the Blast in 2007.
Yeah, there were some highlights of that on the other day.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, delightful.
Yeah, saw a bit of that.
I heard a rumour. I heard a rumour. This is not a rumour. I think it's happening. Kent might be bringing out a sort of classic kit type thing from that.
Retro,
yes.
As in over the wicket comes Abbott, short one, and swaying inside it is Everson.
There are plans for
what was
some
the Kent
retro kit. Sort of a blue colour and with a bit of grey trim.
Very nice.
Down the
you see,
sides.
simple. You remember when that England World Cup '92 cricket shirt, and then they went with it the same colour for the World Cup in 2019. Everybody wanted one of those.
There's somebody wearing said top actually, one of the originals, walking around the boundary at the moment.
Over the wicket once again is Abbott. Solidly forward goes Everson. Pushes this one away into the offside. Moriarty comes round to do the fielding. Everson moves on to 34. Kent move on to 105 for 5. Well, yeah, I just remember the excitement when that 2019 World Cup England shirt was unveiled. And it definitely had echoes of 1992 all over it. Over the wicket once again goes Abbott to Cox. Short one. Cox down on one knee, just sways inside this. It's taken by Folkes up above his right shoulder.
We were talking about. Oh yeah, we're talking about Ben Folkes' work behind the stumps, and obviously leg bias ended up following. And my club, our keeper, was looking around some of the scores from the Kent County Village League yesterday. Yesterday evening.
Abbott is in. Cox forward.
And Sissinghurst yesterday put 405 on the board in 40 overs.
Goodness gracious.
One by. So, well done to the Pembury wicketkeeper.
The mighty Pembury.
But yes, Sissinghurst 405 in 40 overs.
Goodness me. Just looking at some other scores from around the country today. Essex 136 for 1 against Somerset. As Abbott is in, driving. Oh, is Cox now. Has Ben Folkes put a chance down? I think he has. Ben Folkes has put a chance down because it climbed at him. But that is a real collector's item because Cox was on the walk, outside edge, and it's just burst through the gloves of Ben Folkes, and that really is a collector's item. And that is a life for Jordan Cox. It was a lovely piece of bowling from Sean Abbott. But Ben Folkes has put a chance down behind the stumps as Abbott is in, and Everson drives towards a wideish mid-off, and there is Rory Byrne. So end of the over, and Kent are 106 for 5. It was almost as if it just kept climbing at him and just burst through the gloves, and Abbott's there just giving him a pat on the back because the number of brilliant catches he takes, Ben Folkes, but that really is a collector's item.
It definitely seemed to take off, didn't it?
Yeah, he's just saying that to Dom Sibley. So again, you often say it, but like an aeroplane taking off on a runway, it just kept going straight up at him, just went straight through his gloves.
Well, as you say, a life for Jordan Cox, who now is 32, and is on strike here to Clark. Drives him straight down the ground for 4. To 110 for 5. Best shot Cox has played all day.
Absolutely. It's a lovely on drive, straight back down the ground for 4. I suppose what Cox has to do is make it count, because as he nicked that, he would have thought, oh, right, that's it. But then probably heard that from behind him, and the ball sort of had trickled off.
He's facing Jordan Clark and letting this one go outside the off stump.
Elsewhere, Hampshire is 72 for 6 against Lancashire. That's at Southport, I believe. Warwickshire are 118 for 2 against Notts in Division 2. Well, Derbyshire are already all out for 111, and Yorkshire are 19 without loss. Glamorgan are 122 for 3 against Durham. Gloucestershire 38 without loss against Leicestershire, but it's raining.
Oh, that's up in the air. It's over the top of point. Cox again getting fortunate. Bit of extra lift from that delivery from Clark, and he tried to ride it, and it's flown off a top edge over Jamie Smith at point. Gets another run, Jordan Cox, to move to 37. 111 for 5.
That was a vicious delivery, wasn't it? That did get big at pace on Cox. That could have gone anywhere.
It's facing Joey Everson. Jordan Clark bowling. And this one driven straight to Sean Abbott cover.
And Sussex are 119 for 4 against Worcestershire at Hove. And as you said, Southern Vipers beating the Blaze in the final of the Charlotte Edwards Cup. So well done to them.
See, so Derbyshire batting first, all out at Chesterfield.
111 all out.
Kent 111 for 5. It's Clark bowls. Everson ducks underneath the bouncer. The only other observation I made while you were reading those scores out and I was flicking through the scores was that Mr. A.N. Cook is 58 not out.
Yes.
Well batted, Sir Alistair.
Yes, indeed. But that was a brute of a delivery from Jordan Clark to Jordan Cox. It's not those horrible ones for Jamie Smith where it's tantalising, wasn't it?
Everson plays this one down towards third man for 4. Clark was digging it in, almost trying to produce the same delivery that he bowled to Cox, and actually it didn't get up as much, and Everson, although the hands were away from the body, played it quite comfortably wide of second slip and away to the boundary. So he's on to 38. Cox has 37. Kent are 115 for 5.
Yep, it's a good partnership this developing. A really tough time. So 64 they've added now. Had their moments. Cox has been dropped by Folks, then that one that could have gone anywhere. Everson's looked pretty solid so far for his 38. It's going to be Sean Abbott to continue from the pavilion end. He's coming over the wicket to Jordan Cox, and Cox looks to drive what looked like a slower ball actually from Abbott. Threw it a bit early. That rolls up towards Jordan Clark, who's bowled with good pace today. Coming down that slope, Jordan Clark. Looks as if Dan Worrell was getting warmed up. He still is actually down there at fine leg at the moment. It's Mr. Worrell doing a few stretching exercises down there. Turns once more to Abbott. Then he'll come over the wicket to Jordan Cox. Short ball. Cox punches off the back foot into the offside. Burns is quickly round to do the fielding. Everson gets through for the single. And Jordan Cox will move on to 38 and 116 for 5. Abbott comes marching back towards us once again. The ice cream van, I found the ice cream van as well.
Ooh.
It's by the band.
Ah.
Yes.
That makes sense.
So what people can do is listen to some jazz flute whilst buying a Mr. Whippy.
That
Sounds for more than that.
Sounds like
can
tea
you?
sorted for us.
Sounds like a great night out. As in over the wicket again comes Abbott, and forward goes Everson. Plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. I have to be careful with ice cream though.
Is it behind the bouncy castle?
Yes, there is a. That's the other thing I noticed. It's an entire world of fun over in that corner.
Is it like a speed gun thing, inflatable, or is it an actual bouncy castle?
No, it's an actual bouncy castle, I think. There seem to be 3 targets, inflatable targets as well. So it's quite a fun area over there. Maybe it's known as the fun zone.
Fun zone, nice.
As over the wicket comes Abbott, short one, and Everson has nothing to do with that as it goes over his left shoulder. So yes, that seems to be the activity area.
Yeah, because normally the ice cream van parks at the other end of that strip, but maybe it's, yeah, like you say, prime position.
Do you know what? I hope it doesn't get in the players' eyes, but I can see the orange bullet lit up now down there at the Nackington Road end. The sun's glinting.
Oh yeah, it really is.
Isn't it beautiful?
It's glinting
Beautiful.
perfectly.
Beautiful automobile, that one. As over the wicket comes Abbott, and Everson's forward, pushing this one down towards backward point, and there's no run.
I actually parked the spaceship behind the electronic scoreboard so you can't see it. It's very safe from any stray boundary shots.
My nightmare is that a player, thankfully we're not behind the bowler's arm, but what would we do if it started glinting off the bullets into their eyes?
Somebody said, can someone move this car, please?
Yes. Be a bit tricky from here.
That would be hilarious.
As over the wicket comes Abbott, and Everson drives. Now that is a gorgeous shot. And over the boundary rope and away for 4 it goes. And it's 120 for 5. That is a beautiful, beautiful shot. And away for 4. And again, there are touches of the Michael Clarke with that shot from Everson. He's on to 42. And Kenter 120 for 5.
In fairness, if they did need you to move said car, we could do it because there wouldn't be any cricket going on. Because if that stopped...
Yes, it would stop playing.
There you
wouldn't
go.
it? Yeah, so embarrassingly, I'd have to run round,
Yeah.
would I? Being
Potentially.
booed to the rafters
I don't know about that.
because the bullet had caused the game to stop. Yes. Doesn't have a speedometer. I've said this before. It has numbers, digital numbers to tell you what speed you're going.
Oh, really? It
A
doesn't have
bit
one
like
at all?
Back to the Future. Yes. Ryan Patel is trying to get a signal across to
An ice cream?
Tom Laws. Oh no, he's asking for shin guards. I'm not quite sure what they are, but the 12th men are all so far away from each other, they're having to do a variety of hand signals there.
So Dan Worrell is back on from the Nackington Road end, placing Jordan Clarke, and Jordan Cox nudges him into the onside dot ball. I've now put my laptop on because in the morning session with the sun coming into our commentary greenhouse, I thought the laptop wouldn't like to overheat. So now the sun has moved around a little bit. The commentary box is a little bit cooler. I've got it out now so we can actually see some replays if we need to.
Ah, right, okay, excellent.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
well done.
here comes Worrell. This one glided down towards deep backward point-ish by Jordan Cox, who's to 39.
Yeah, nicely played by Cox. He's not going after that, he's just letting it hit the bat. Now, it looks to me like Dom Sibley's asking for some whippy cream. It looks nice. Well, he's apologising now for asking for it. So, not quite sure what everybody wants out there, but that was a bit like one of those spray cans of whippy cream he was doing on the top of your coffee. I don't know whether he was making his tea order. Whatever it was, he apologised for it.
So he's at slip for Worrell. Everson clips it and beats mid-wicket. And gets a run. Interestingly, Tom Latham's quite wide at it's not really gully. It's almost like third slip, fourth slip, maybe like fourth. I don't know. It's, there's a gap essentially between Sibley at first and Latham. I'm gonna call it third slip. There's basically a gap in between them where someone could be standing at second. There's a Worrell. Bowls to Cox. Driving down the ground, but it's up towards mid-on, so no single on this occasion.
Yeah, he sort of went into that position after Cox had played a couple down to third man. Mainly off Sean Abbott, wasn't it? He sort of agree, yeah, in the third slip with a massive gap between himself and Dom Sibley. It almost looks as if they've fallen out, really.
Worrell bowls. Hits Cox on the pads. Don't think we need the live replay to see that was probably going down the leg side.
I think he hit it as well. I think there were two noises there. I was looking at where the old nets used to be, which is now some houses.
Yeah, behind us.
It's lovely in there, isn't it? They've got a lovely little garden area. Very nice.
Yeah, I remember those nets being there.
Yes.
122 for 5, Kent. Worrell bowling for Surrey. Cox plays this square of the wicket out towards deep point for a single. Yeah, they don't have any outdoor nets here at Canterbury anymore. It's just the indoor ones.
Yes.
And then if they do some nets, obviously they do it in front of the Frank Woolley.
Yeah, it's a good position from here to watch those outdoor nets because they're right below the box. Ah, we're getting some spin. Now that might what have been all the hand signals were about pads, and I'm still sure that it did look like Dom Sibley was ordering some whipped cream there, but I don't think that's going to be coming out.
Mochaccino with extra whipped cream.
So it's Jamie Smith going to get all the bits and pieces off Ryan Patel. And Dan Moriarty is coming into the attack now. And what does Ben Folkes want? I think he obviously wants his helmet. There's Ben Folkes. So Jamie Smith, there'll be a slight delay because he's putting the wicket keeper's pads on to go under his trousers so he can do the close catching duties. But yeah, Moriarty into the attack now with his left arm spin, playing his first championship game of the summer. Bowled one over before lunch, did Dan Moriarty. Well, Cameron Steele was about to run out with a bottle of water, but has now turned around and run back in. And he's now got the right bottle for Ben Folkes, who's having a drink. And then he's going to wander across and get his helmet, is Ben Folkes. And then in a few moments' time, he will be joined by Jamie Smith, who's just getting his trousers over the top of the pads. Of course, with these zipped trousers these days, it does make that a lot quicker. So you can just undo the zip at the bottom of your trousers and pop them over the pads and then do the zip up again. So Moriarty is going to come left arm round the wicket to Jordan Cox. Just getting his field set. He bowled in his sunglasses, as he often does, Dan Moriarty. In fact, he always bowls in his sunglasses, I think, these days. He needs them today, though. So Dan Moriarty, couple of paces, then round the wicket he goes, his first ball. A little bit of air on that one. Cox is forward. Pushes it out into the offside, and there's no run.
I feel like a lot of spinners bowl with their sunglasses on, don't they? Is it post Ashley Giles or?
Yes, I think Ashley was probably the first really to do it on a regular basis. As it's nicely bowled again by Moriarty. Forward comes Cox to him. Yes,
style icon, yeah, Ashley Giles.
Well, again, does Cox as Moriarty is in. That's a bit quicker, and it will be turned leg side by Jordan Cox. It beats the dive of Tom Latham. They should get a couple here. They will get a couple here because Will Jack's had a long way to come round. Just going to stand up for a second. I injured myself yesterday getting out the chair. A little bit of a calf strain. They were lovely chairs at New Road though. Big comfy armchairs. As Moriarty is in. And forward goes Cox, just pushes this one out into the offside. We'll take a single, one more to Jordan Cox. He's on to 43 alongside Joey Everson, who's on 43, and they're doing well, these two. Been there nearly for the first hour after lunch. As Moriarty round the wicket he goes. Everson's pushing this one off the back foot, out there to the sweeper on the cover boundary rope.
Radio update on the way. And Kent are 127 for 5. So this partnership between the two young players batting at number 6 and 7 for Kent continues. Jordan Cox is on 43. Joey Everson there on 44. Probably be fair to say that Everson has looked the more convincing of the two. He made 77 not out against Surrey at the Oval in the reverse fixture, actually. Jordan Cox, meanwhile, has had a couple of lives, really. The first one when he outside edged a big drive to the wicketkeeper Ben Foakes, who of course won't be involved for England in the first Ashes test, but he is an international quality player. The ball just seemed to rise on him late and burst through his hands, giving Cox a life. And then in the over that followed that, a leading edge off the top edge of the bat, an extra bit of bounce from Jordan Clark just sprang over the top of the man at point. So Cox has had a couple of moments where he could have been dismissed, but he's still there. Joey Everson is on 44, Cox 43, and these two helping Kent to recover from a rather perilous position at one point of 41 for 5. But currently in this afternoon session, as commentary continues online, Kent against the Division 1 County Championship leaders. The hosts are 127 for 5 here at Canterbury. Dan Worrell is back into the attack,
Followed by Diana Ross and chain reaction. Your update there. That's very nice.
Yeah, Everson going for a big drive the previous ball, but just sort of smothered it in the end and nothing happened. This one he's playing nicely off the back foot. Now towards Sean Abbott in the covers. Just a nice little weight transfer onto the back foot. A little push out there.
He's played very nicely again. It's Joey Everson. Likes batting against Surrey this season, doesn't he?
Seemingly so.
Which is a big compliment to him against this Surrey attack. I think he may use the same bat manufacturer as Michael Clark.
Yeah, you're correct, I think. This one is off the back foot, played away out towards deep point. Although didn't Clark at one point use the V ones?
Yes, he did. Yes.
But the bat that Joey Everson is using is, in fact both of these using is quite synonymous with certain Australian batters like Ricky Ponting. Cox tapping his piece of wood on the floor, waiting for the Australian Dan Worrell to bowl him a short ball, which he sways out the way of. Through it goes to Ben Foakes behind the stumps.
Saw Jordan Cox going through quite a bit of catching practice this morning because he'll keep. And obviously, he's sort of starting to do that more and more now in the Championship, isn't he?
Yeah, he did it actually in the previous game, when Sam Billings decided that he was just going to play as a batter. This one beats the outside edge. Through it goes to Ben Foakes. And I think, in fact, the last 2 games Sam Billings has played as a specialist batter, but then, of course, at the Oval, don't think he scored in either innings.
He's just going through one of those patches at the moment, but he's too good a player not to come back from it. And fingers crossed it's sooner rather than later.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the beauty pretty, that delivery from Worrell, just seeing the replay.
Don't know who that was who was just saying that. Was just, come on, lads, let's not hang around here for too long.
Who said
in the field?
Worrell bowls. Oh, big drive from Cox. He looks at the sky and wonders, how have I A, missed that, or B, gone for that shot. End of the over, 128 for 5.
It's a warm old day out there. 128 for 5, but again there, Cox. So it was ending up walking after that drive.
Let's not hang around in this heat for too long.
So it's going to be Moriarty to continue from the pavilion end. Talking away to Rory Burns about what field he wants. Burns and Moriarty finally agree on what field he's going to have. I think it's going to be the orthodox field. I think the discussion was, does Jamie Smith go at short leg or leg slip? And that was the discussion. It looks like he's going to go to leg slip here for Everson. Dan Moriarty, left arm round the wicket to Everson, and Everson drives very nicely out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Picks up a single, moves on to 46. Kent moving on to 129 for 5. Cox settles over his bat once more on 43 as Moriarty is into him, and Cox turns his delivery into Latham, and there at short mid-wicket. Good crowding for the opening day of this championship game. I think they're enjoying what they're seeing. As in comes Moriarty. Oh, and now down the pitch goes Cox. Hasn't really got all of this, but it's over the top and away for 4. So wasn't quite to the pitch of that, but he's got it one bounce and away for 4. And Cox moves on to 47, and Kent move on to 133 for 5. I thought you were about to zowie something there.
I was, yeah.
Yes.
You were talking about the crowd.
Yes.
And earlier we were talking about the Cowdrey family.
Mm-hmm.
And turns out Mr. F.K. Cowdrey is in the building today.
He's here, is he? Excellent. As in round the wicket once again goes Moriarty, and Cox is forward and plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. Oh, it is. It's Kent Cricket Week. I'd expect him to be here. Is he making a speech at any point? Or? And round the wicket once again goes Moriarty, and this is turned off his pads by Cox.
He just tweeted, great to be back at Kent Cricket for President's Day, honouring Dad in the Colin Cowdrey stand. Stunning day for it.
Stunning day for it. Waits once again. As Cox then uses his feet, pops this one up to Gus Atkinson, who's a little on his heels there at mid-on, and they will get a single. So nicely played by Jordan Cox. Moriarty just saying lovely shot to him at the end of that over, and it's 134 for 5. I was about to go, that's the perfect score, 1, 3, 4, 5, but of course there's no 2 in it, is there? It's a bit of a concern.
No,
that'll be. Yes, that is a bit of a concern.
That'll be 1, 2, 3,
yes,
4.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. But this is an excellent partnership now. From 41 for 5 to 134 for 5, but got to keep going.
Cox on strike to Dan Worrell. Short ball, tickled away, down towards fine leg. 4 runs and Jordan Cox is 50. 92 balls, 9 fours. One big life on 31. When he nicked it and the ball burst through Ben Folkes' hands. But taking advantage of that reprieve, Jordan Cox, again number 6, helping them put on 138 for 5 on the board. And they stand with Joey Everson, which is now 3 runs shy of a century.
He's played pretty well, hasn't he? He's had his moments, but he's still there. That's the key thing.
And Worrell bowls to Cox. Kills the ball into the ground with a defensive stroke. briefly about trying to go for a quick single, but opting against him.
Would I be right in thinking he's been a bit short on runs in the championship this season?
Yeah, he's kind of got a few 20s or 30s, but has lacked consistent runs. Jordan Cox. In fact, I think that might be his first half century of the season. This one's left alone outside the off stump. Yeah, just averaging over 20. So yeah, both he and Sam Billings have struggled for consistent runs, and well, Billings obviously in a much bigger way, because he's averaging 9 this season in the championship. But yeah, much more like the old Jordan Cox. There's moral bowls. That doesn't really, that sentence doesn't make a lot of sense in a way, because the old Jordan Cox, what, when he was 20? But
how old is he now?
22. Yeah, so Jordan Cox of a couple of years ago, when he was a real consistent performer in the championship, got a number of half centuries, and then the year before that, of course, was the COVID year when he got the double 100 against Sussex. He's facing up to Worrell here. Nudging this nicely into the covers. Abbott shies at the stumps. Well, backed up on the boundary, actually. They come through for a single.
Yeah, Tom Laws is out there at the moment. Jordan Clark has just come off
yes.
for a bit of a breather. I think he'll come back on in a sec. Well, he's intending to, because he stood down below us on the edge of the boundary rope. Jordan Clark. So I think he's just stood there for the view. He'll be coming back out after this over from Dan Worrell.
Everson facing up to the last delivery of the over. There's a shout for LBW. Looked to me like it was going down the leg side, hence why Everson was going after it in the fashion that he did. Looks like we might be getting some drinks as well. Joey Everson just dropping his bat on the floor, leaving it behind. Marcus O'Riordan bringing out the drinks. Ex-Tunbridge School, like yourself, Mark Church. And you were telling me at lunch about how that meant you once had lunch with
Colin Cowdrey.
With Colin Cowdrey.
Yeah,
that is pretty cool.
Yeah, it was amazing to be able to do that.
So did he did that with Tunbridge first 11 captains, is that?
Yeah, back in those days he did, yeah. We're talking 600 years ago, obviously, but yeah, no, and very, very privileged and very nice thing of him to do, really. And yeah, just, you sort of say Kent cricket and you think of Colin Cowdrey, don't you? And he was an extraordinary cricketer. He would have loved today making 100 in Canterbury with the sun out, big crowd in. That cover drive of his, incredible slip fielder as well, Colin Cowdrey. Just a wonderful, wonderful cricketer and a lovely gentleman as well. And yeah, as I say, just synonymous with this place. You come in and there's a big picture of him. And what I like is when you come up to the commentary box here, all the cap players of Kent, their pictures are up on the wall.
It's nice, isn't it?
Very young-looking Paul Downton with his blonde flowing locks. But it's a lovely touch, that, it really is. And it's quite fun going sort of back to many, many years ago and seeing the cap players.
Yeah, because it really does stretch back.
Oh, it does,
The photos. And yeah, like you say, some of the ones are quite funny. Look very fresh-faced. Matt Walker and Joe Denley in particular.
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
Joe Denley wearing far too much
I have
hair
to say, Justin Kemp, who I'm sure is a lovely man and was a wonderful cricketer, I don't think I've seen a more grumpy,
scary bloke,
frightening sort of portrait photo of a capped cricketer. He really does look upset about something when they took the photo of him. But no, it's lovely. That very young-looking Ed Smith, looking very suave. I saw him after the 2020 game. Actually, he was here. Nice to catch up with him as well. Well, the drinks break is over. Very sensible on a hot day. I hope somebody remembered a drink for the umpires. Very good point made to me the other day, and I can't remember who made it, but it was an excellent point that with the sort of scorecards, the names and numbers for the crowd, yes, why don't the umpires have a number on their back so you know which umpire's which? I thought that was a rather good idea. I'd never really thought of it, to be honest with you. If that scorecard's to allow the crowd to know which umpire's which. They're both wearing hats. As in around the wicket goes Moriarty, and this is driven by Cox up towards mid-off. It wouldn't even have to be a number. It could be A and B.
It could be an item of clothing. Just one slightly. You know how assistant referees have one has a plain flag, one has a slightly panned one.
That's a lovely idea. As in round the wicket goes Moriarty, forward goes Cox. Plays this one out into the offside, but there's often times where I get muddled up which one's which, because Messrs Warren and Middlebrook look exactly the same from this distance. They're both wearing exactly the same attire with the same hats on, as this one's hitting the pads of Everson as he looks to turn it into the leg side. So umpire identification for the crowd is difficult. So
it is,
maybe they should have something on their backs. Maybe an A and a B. Just so everybody knows, as Moriarty's in and Everson's down the pitch looking to, I think, flick that leg side, and it's actually gone up towards mid-off and there's no run.
Admittedly, it matters less than...
Well, I don't know. If you're sitting there and one of them makes a contentious decision and you want to know which one's
that's
done
probably
it,
why
there you go. That's probably why they don't want it. As forward goes the right-handed Everson, plays this one out towards extra cover and there's no run.
I'm trying to think of any sport where they, officials have a specific attire so you can identify who they are.
There's normally only one of them. This one's down the leg side. That's well taken by Ben Folkes.
Well, that was why I was kind of thinking about the linesmen in football, having the different flags so you can differentiate.
140 for 5. Yes, I think, it's pretty obvious who the actual referee is in football.
Yes.
But if you want to know who the touch judges are, is that what they are called these days? No, lines persons.
Yes.
That's right.
Touch judges.
Then, yes, they need some sort of identification. So, yeah, I thought it was a very valid point. And for the life of me, I can't remember who made it, but it was an excellent point.
Paul Harrison on kentcricket@gmail.com said, you know how I was saying 1, 2, 3 for 4 would be the score. He says, as Jordan Cox plays this one into the offside for a single and the 100 partnership comes up. 49 contributed by Jordan Cox, 46 by Joey Everson. They just exchange a bit of a thumbs up between the two of them. I'd like a handshake person. Keep going, mate. Little punch of the gloves.
Don't do that anymore.
Listen, it's
No handshaking.
literally just a thumbs up. Well done, mate. Not even a little punch gloves and say keep going. 141 for 5. Yes, Kentworth 41 for 5, of course. Left alone outside the off stump. He says the score that we should be our favourite is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. So
I see what you're right. Okay,
yeah,
yes.
1, 2, 3 for 5.
Assistant referees, thank you, Nathan.
Yes, good work,
Not
Nathan.
touch judges. You used to have those, didn't you?
I think that's more rugby.
Right, that is rugby. Sorry,
Yes.
yes, indeed, yes. Assistant referees.
Paul also asking if any Kent's second team players have been scoring any runs, as this one's clipped away nicely by Joey Everson in front of square on the onside. They'll come back for 2. The answer to that would be Harry Finch got 100 last week against the South Asia Cricket Academy at the Neville Ground. And Kent 2's chased down 200 odd to win, I think it was. But yeah, Harry Finch got a ton.
Well, these two are doing a terrific job for Kent now.
Everson on 48. Short ball pulled away in the gap for 4 for his 50. 8 fours, 95 balls, but Joey Everson has played a fine inning so far. Gets a really good applause from the Canterbury crowd. arguably he's looked even more comfortable out there than Jordan Cox has, and bearing in mind he came in at 41 for 5 and he's 21 years of age and up against the best, or one of the best attacks in the division. So an impressive effort as Worrell bowls to him and he nudges into the onside. 52 for Everson, 55 for Cox. 147 for 5. Kent recovering from losing both openers in the same Sean Abbott over. Mieye for 21 and Compton for 9. Beldrum and Denley leaning all departed without scoring. And then this century stand. Funny old game, cricket.
Well, look, I think Everson is a very, very good young player. Seen him twice now in the Championship, making 50s against Surrey.
Short ball, gets on the back foot and defends this. Played it well. End of the over, 147 for 5. 47 overs gone in the day. And 49 to go.
Yep, and well, Surrey will still be pleased with where they find themselves.
Excuse me.
With these conditions, I think to have 5 down is okay, but they're now coming up against 2 young men who are playing extremely well. Cox has 55.
Just had an
Everson
email
has 52.
Sorry, Judge, I've got to get
Is
excited.
it all right? Yes.
Ian Brown has texted or emailed in on kingcricket@gmail.com talking about referees.
Oh, okay. Here is Moriarty then, left arm round the wicket to Cox, and Cox is forward and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
He says, loving watching the stream from a baking Norwich. NFL referees are identified by numbers and there's a roster to tell you who's who.
There you go. There you go. See, I don't think it's a bad idea, that. As in round the wicket goes Moriarty, and this one is picked up by Jordan Cox, and that's 6. Deposited over a wide-ish long on. That was a lovely swing of the bat from Jordan Cox, and 150 comes up for Kent. That was beautifully played and soared away for 6, and 153 for 5. Lovely easy swing of that cricket bat from Jordan Cox as Moriarty is in. Cox is forward, plays this one out into the offside, and there is no run. So yes, do you know what? I'm totally honest. I think umpire Middlebrook is at this pavilion and umpire Russell is at square leg, as this one's pushed back up the pitch. But I wouldn't want to bet on it because, as I say, they're both obviously wearing umpire's clobber and both got sun hats on and are of the same height. So from this distance, it is rather difficult to tell which one's which. As Cox is down the pitch. Moriarty saw him coming, fired it in outside the off stump. Cox drives it away out towards the sweeper on the cover right. That is absolutely brilliant work from Dom Sibley. Sweeping round. And one more to Cox. One more to this Kent total. Moriarty is in and forward. Goes Everson. Plays this one back up the pitch and there's no run. End of the over. We've got 16 overs until the tea break. And these two have been together since the 17th over. We've now had 48 overs, so they've done a terrific job. Still a lot of work to do. 154 for 5. Down Worrell is going to continue. Down there from the Nackington Road end of the ground.
He's going to bowl to Jordan Cox. He's playing this one solidly out into the covers. And so far out of the two, he's looked the one more comfortable against the spin of Moriarty, as we saw in that previous over. Having already tried that shot once and it bounced once and went away for 4. That one was a cleaner strike.
It's lovely footwork, wasn't it? Just danced down the pitch and then lofted it over long on for 6.
More bowls. Push into the covers by Cox.
I tell you, don't everybody take this the wrong way in either a cricketing sense or anything else. I can't. I'm not half looking forward to getting to bed tonight. I have to admit, I am a little tired with all the sort of cricket that we've had over the last few weeks.
Well, you've been a bit here, there and everywhere,
Yes,
haven't you?
absolutely.
Worcester yesterday.
Spent a lot of time in the car, it seems. Driving around the country. Not complaining, but it sometimes just does catch up with you a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Defended away by Jordan Cox, and I'm sure the players are probably feeling that to a degree.
Well, as I say, the problem is getting back because they shut the motorways down. So,
for example, someone like Hampshire, who were here
oh, Kevin James and Hampshire have had the most ridiculous schedule.
on Friday night, they were here, and today they're at Southport.
And then Kevin James was at New Road yesterday doing the Southern Vipers.
At least Worcester's on the way, sort
yeah.
of thing. But here comes Worrell bowling to Cox from a little bit wider on the crease, trying to swing it away from him. Left alone by the Kent wicketkeeper batter.
I think in hot conditions as well.
Yeah.
But I think the drive back from Worcester last night it was a ferocious start to the drive in the thunderstorm that was hitting Worcester last night. It was raining very, very heavily. Got absolutely drenched getting to the car.
Cox faces up to Worrell and gets hit in the thigh pad, I think.
Had a bit of a technical problem on the way in the car as well. The old sat-nav holder, due to the heat, started drooping.
Oh no.
Droopy.
Droopy sat-nav holder.
So my phone, as I looked up, just slowly sort of went down, but then I couldn't see where I was going anymore. So I had to do a bit of DIY. A bit of gaffer tape was used.
Always got some in your kit bag at least.
Yes, for all eventualities.
Yeah. Worrell bowls. Full delivery driven by Cox in a slight gap at extra cover. Rory Burns will run round from wide mid-off to do the fielding, so 1 run added. And Cox has kept the strike as well. 155 for 5. He's got 63. Joey Everson has 52.
Well, you have to say at the moment these two are looking pretty comfy. We did wonder about the pitch, and as you said, there's always a little bit there in the morning of the first day, and then it tends to get a bit easier. Well, that's what we're seeing this afternoon, I think. Dan Moriarty is going to continue for the pavilion end. Now, either Sibley's trying to get himself into the attack to bowl his leg spin, and I need him to after my prediction that he would take 100 first-class wickets in his career at the start of his Surrey career. He's only 96 off it, so they need to get him into the attack sooner rather than later. Or he's asking where he's going, and he's actually going down to long on.
That'll be it. He's in from the rope, interestingly.
Yeah, he is, but obviously that's the area that Cox went in the last over to Moriarty. Here is Dan Moriarty then, coming left arm round the wicket to Jordan Cox, who backs away and cuts firmly out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And that is Jordan Clark out there, who this season I noticed has adopted Jade Dernbach's old number 16. Jordan Clark, simply still not sure where he's off to.
He was also making some very strange waving motion to the dressing room, like he wanted an espresso martini.
Well, he's checking that his whipped cream's being done. He's Dom Sibley. Round the wicket goes Moriarty. Whoa, hello. Joey Everson's joining the party alongside Jordan Cox, who's just used his feet here and clubbed it. Away for 4, down to the long off boundary rope. Everson moves on to 56, 160 for 5, Kent.
Lightning fielding by Gareth Batty, sat on top of the cool box, the other side of the boundary, by the way.
As forward, I'd buy that cool box if he was advertising it. Forward goes Everson.
As you say, he's crunched it over extra cover and it bounced perfectly for Mr.
Yes,
Batty to
there
just
he
stand
is, there
up,
he is,
catch
just-
it and lobbed it back on.
He's contemplating everything, sat on the cool box. Be a great poster, his little inside edge here. Everson's trying to work that one into the leg side, so Moriarty won't mind seeing that, trying to just play around that front pad. But yes, Surrey captain, former captain and now head coach, just sat there on the cool box watching away. So if that was the poster for the cool box, I'd definitely be buying one. As Everson uses his feet, drives again, we'll get a single. And the other thing that Gareth Batty will be doing here is obviously thinking about the game as head coach, but also watching Moriarty bowl, because obviously he works with the spinners. Great coach, he really is, especially with spin, especially very technical. Moriarty is in once more. Cox is forward and pushes this one down into the leg side. There is no run. End of the over. Sibley still now asking Ryan Patel for whatever it is he wants. Now Ryan Patel's running off with a bottle of water and a banana.
He's also in full whites now.
He is,
Ryan Patel.
he
He's
is,
not in
yes.
his blue boiler training suit.
So he's left the banana by the boundary rope. Maybe the banana's for Sibley at the end of the next over. Let's hope that Sibley doesn't get moved though.
Yeah.
Otherwise that banana could be very warm by the time, well, it will be basically
It's gonna
fried
be mush.
banana.
Mushy banana. 161 for 5 then, Kent. Should have a BBC Radio Can update very shortly as well. Is that Dan Worrell bowls from the Nackington Road end. Looking to play this leg side, Everson. Half an appeal for LBW, but don't think anyone was particularly convinced.
No, it wasn't the most excitable appeal I've ever heard.
Just a bit of a discussion about the field.
Yeah, I think just moving Jordan Clark and Moriarty, a little square on the leg side.
Everson defending.
This is good though, 'cause here's Gareth Batty straight off his call box. He's chatting with Moriarty now. If you watch him, it'll be you'll start pointing in a minute. There you go. Just about where the angles. It's terrific. He really is. Watching this morning, he was clawing away at everybody.
Hands-on coaching right there. Worrell bowls. Everson driving. Rather skews it into the onside. But gets a single to wide mid-on.
Yeah, I think Surrey are in that sort of situation now where not a lot is happening. So it's just sort of trying to cut out boundary balls. Just sitting in for a little bit here. Because Cox and Everson have played extremely well. So this partnership now is, well, they came together at 41 for 5. It's now 162 for 5.
On strike once more, Jordan Cox from the crease, playing this one defensively. Shaun picks up a cover.
I just find it must be very interesting this for Tom Latham as well. You know, he wouldn't have been here that long, and he's probably sort of watching a lot of this going on for the first time. Good afternoon to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra as well, who are joining us.
Well, the latest score here is that Kent are 162 for 5, and still this partnership between 21-year-old Joey Everson and 22-year-old Jordan Cox rolls on for Kent, having at one stage been 41 for 5. They lost both openers in the same Sean Abbott over before Bell, Drummond, Denley and Leaning were all dismissed for naught. But since then, Cox has put together 64 runs and Everson 58. Cox had a life on 31 when a nick burst through the hands of the wicketkeeper Ben Foakes. Joey Everson, meanwhile, has been almost flawless for his 58. Cox has been particularly aggressive against the spinner of late, going down the ground against Dan Moriarty, hitting him for 6 in towards the Frank Woolley stand. Everson following that by smashing one through extra cover in the previous over. But these two looking good at the moment. Surrey, the Division 1 leaders, looking for a breakthrough here at Canterbury. We've had 51 overs in the day so far, and Kent have recovered to 162 for 5. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website.
Tell you what, the timing on that was perfect. With listeners from BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra joining us, you summing up the partnership between Messrs Cox and Everson. Yeah, Kent winning the toss, batting first this morning. At one stage they were 34 without loss. Ben Compton and Mr Mieye playing very nicely, and then all of a sudden they were 41 for 5. Compton was caught by Jacks off Abbott for 9. Mieye caught by Sibley off Abbott for 21. And then Daniel Boyle-Drummond was LBW to Jordan Clark without scoring. Joe Denley bowled first ball, letting a ball go from Sean Abbott that nipped back and knocked out his off stump. And then Jack Leaning captaining Kent in this one, caught down the leg side of Jordan Clark without scoring. Dan Moriarty, the left arm spinner, is coming in from the pavilion end, left arm round the wicket to the right-handed Everson. Tom Latham making his Surrey debut in this game. Arshdeep Singh making his Kent debut in this game. It's cricket week here at Canterbury. As round the wicket goes Moriarty, caught behind, big wicket. Everson's laid back to cut, and it's a good catch from Ben Foakes. And Everson's very good innings comes to an end on 58, and the partnership is broken, and Moriarty has his first wicket. But Everson gone for 58, great partnership, but just laying back to cut one that was probably a little bit too close. Thin edge taken by Ben Foakes, and Everson goes for 58 and Kent 162 for 6.
Just a couple of things. Everson probably had looked the slightly more uncomfortable of the two against spin. Certainly Cox was the one who was getting down the pitch to Moriarty and looking to get aggressive up against him. Good hand here for Everson, having come in at 41 for 5, sharing in that century stand and putting a half century on the board himself, following on from that 77 not out he got at the Oval. And then also the point that you were making a moment ago about Gareth Batty sat on top of his call box waiting for Dan Moriarty to come down to the boundary rope for some hands-on coaching and some direction over after Moriarty gets a wicket.
Absolutely, and we don't know what Gareth Batty was talking to Moriarty about, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if it's exactly what just happened, because he is a terrific coach, and he's left his call box now. He's probably done his job set on the call box. Away to our left, Gareth Batty, and Kadri is out there in the middle. Hamid Kadri out there batting at number 8, but yeah, just Everson there probably a little too close to cut, and the thin outside edge and nicely taken. Jim Troughton down below us is taking Tom Laws for a net down below us. So Tom Laws a fifer in the last championship game, which was against Kent, that Surrey won by 10 wickets, and not getting a game in this one because Surrey are playing Moriarty, and he's just picked up his first wicket of the piece. 162 for 6. Kent. But as I say, it's the most glorious day here in Canterbury. A couple more clouds just beginning to bubble up, but there's a live band during the intervals as in round the wicket goes Moriarty to Kadri. Whoa. Off the back foot, playing that off the top of his off stump first ball, and that skews off down towards backward point, and there's no run.
Kadri got a few last week at the Neville ground.
Settles himself over his bat once again, and he's forward inside edge. Now they had Jamie Smith in that leg slip position for Everson, but for Kadri, having just come to the crease, they've got him a forward short leg. Here comes Dom Sibley. Now, we were mentioning for listeners on 5 Sports Extra, he's been trying to get himself a banana for about an hour. Dom Sibley, and finally he's got to his banana that was left by Ryan Patel for him on the boundary rope. Might be a bit warm by now as this one's pushed away into the offside. Sibley very quickly in between deliveries.
I must admit,
has a bit more of his banana.
The hand signal it didn't scream banana to me.
Nope, it looked more like, as we were saying, a bit of whipped cream, didn't it, on the top of his cappuccino? Yeah. But what it was banana. He's getting quick mouthfuls in. Now, Jamie Smith has been moved from short leg to short extra cover for Cox as Moriarty is in and Cox is forward very studiously there, head over it, pushing it back up the pitch. But it's the end of a successful over from Dan Moriarty, 163 for 6. Kent on this opening day. Cox has 64, Canterbury has 1. But all sorts of entertainment today. There's a sort of kids fun area away to our right, the live band who've been playing all sorts of genres of music for us. Quite a bit of jazz flute, which has gone down extremely well everywhere. Good crowd in. So yeah, it's a lovely, lovely day. And I think the Kent faithful appreciating that effort from Cox and Everson. It was 41 for 5. They took it to 162. Everson gone off the bowling of Moriarty for 58. And I think we're seeing a bit of Gus Atkinson coming into the attack from the Nackington Road end.
Yeah, Cox there on 64. Cadry made 67 in the twos last week at Tunbridge Wells. Batting at number 5.
Lovely place to make them as well. Amongst the rhododendrons.
They're out at the moment.
They are, they would be. It's that time of the year.
It is indeed. Yeah, I went down on the second day in the afternoon, saw a bit of Nathan Gilchrist bowling on his route back from injury. Matt Quinn was bowling too. He's in the Kent 11 for this one, along with Cadry, who's on strike to Atkinson and leaving this one outside the off stump.
Is that one of your research shifts that you do? I'm just off to do some research.
Something like that, yeah.
Lovely. Quite right too. Quite right too. It feels like a festival day today, doesn't it? Just with the weather and the atmosphere and the bunting that's up as well. There's quite a bit of bunting around.
Shortish ball to Cadry, angled out towards point. He's quite a diminutive man anyway, Cadry. The off spinner.
He could come into play as well in this game, couldn't he, on this sort of surface? With the sun out, pitch getting baked.
Atkinson, third ball of the over, goes for a big drive off the back foot, Cadry. Looking to score immediately out there.
Yeah, he's not going to... The sort of player at the minute who's just going to not play shots.
He hasn't been playing any T20, so he's not one of those that's making the big transition from Friday night bish bash bosh to this kind of championship game on a Sunday. He's on the back foot defending this one into the onside.
It's difficult, isn't it? You sort of just summed it out there. Friday night, big, what did you say?
Bish bash
Thank
bosh.
you. Yes. Yeah. And then this on a Sunday. It's very different, isn't it?
Tapping his bat and waiting, Cadry. Full delivery and very nicely drove through the covers. Driven for 4.
Jamie Smith did his best to get across to that at extra cover, but that was very nicely timed. Very compact shot, that, from Cadry. Very nicely timed indeed. This was away over the boundary rope for 4. That is a very nice stroke from Cadry.
Yeah, timed it well. Moves to 5. Atkinson moving into bowl to him. From the leg side, Folks has plucked it and he's got him. It's another one. Strangled down the leg side. Ben Folks has produced a stunning piece of wicket keeping. to remove Kadri. Atkinson gets the breakthrough. Surrey, having got rid of one of the two young lads that put together the 121 partnership, have managed to get another one quickly afterwards. Kadri goes, Kenter 167 for 7.
Yeah, it was amazing when that chance burst through Ben Folkes' hands a bit earlier in the piece, but again he's just proved what a brilliant keeper he is there. It's a terrific catch down the leg side. I wonder whether Kadri got a little bit of bat onto pad there actually. A couple of noises, but he has to go, and Kent with that partnership now in a spot of bother again, and Surrey I think have just stayed in there and been patient here. And now here comes Matt Quinn out to the middle. So Matt Quinn didn't play the game at the Kia Oval, so he seems to have come in above Wes Agar and Arshdeep Singh here, Matt Quinn. He didn't play the game, the corresponding fixture, Matt Quinn. He's out there to join Jordan Cox. You're right there, Ben.
I'm slightly confused. I'm slightly confused because on the card, Arshdeep Singh was down to come in at 9. In my head, I'd have had Wes Agar out there right now, but it's Quinn. So let's see how he gets on.
Well, he can hold a bat, Matt Quinn, I seem to remember.
But Agar had that really good partnership with Everson at the Oval, so why would you not send him out at 9?
Yeah. Maybe, again, you know, you think about these things, it could be, and I always say this, it could be he's in the toilet, Mr. Agar. And hence Mr. Quinn has to go out before him. That has happened on numerous occasions.
I thought you were going to say something really insightful.
No, not at all. That is insightful. There's been numerous occasions where everyone's debated, oh, are they sending them in early? And then you speak to the player afterwards and they've got 100 or something. You go, oh, so what were the tactics behind you going in ahead of so-and-so? And they go, oh, he was in the toilet, so I got sent out there.
I thought you were going to say, like, oh, maybe Quinn's a better player of spin. Moriarty's currently operating from one end.
Not at all. It could just be that Mr. Agar's reading the paper somewhere.
Here comes Moriarty then. Is Cox back on strike?
Yep, Moriarty's in. And Cox pushes firmly at this one. It sort of squirts off a thickish outside edge. And they will pick up the single. And that will bring Matt Quinn on to strike. 168 for 7 then.
So apparently on the Kent team that was submitted at the toss, Quinn was down at 9 and Agar 10 and Singh 11.
All right, there we are. So maybe Mr. Agar's not in the toilet then. As Matt Quinn waits with bat raised as Moriarty's into him, and he's letting this first one go outside his off stump. So the 119 run partnership and then 7 wickets either side of that really today. 168 for 7. Moriarty is into Quinn, and Quinn is forward and pushing this one down into the leg side. There's Tom Latham doing the fielding in there at short mid wicket. Moriarty in once more. Forward goes Quinn. He just plays this one down into the leg side. Bit of encouragement there for Moriarty as he's in once again. Forward goes Quinn. Bat and pad together. They're asking the question, was that pad first? Bit of a shake of the head. Umpire Russell Warren. Moriarty. A couple of paces and then he's into Quinn. Quinn has got a big stride on him, of course, because he's a tall chap. As we always say, tall, long legs. That's the way it works. So he's able to get a very long stride in. End of the over, 168 for 7.
I'm not sure I like this new number 9 Matt Quinn playing proper cricket shots. He's much more fun when he comes in at 11 and tries to slap everything out of the ground, as he did at Warwickshire. Was it last season or the season before, where he came out for one ball, dumped it for 6 over mid-on, and then Kent declared.
Well, that's absolutely
sensational.
ideal, isn't it? That's almost like the perfect innings, really.
It was great fun. How does Cox bat with the tail then? He looked to be that bit more aggressive. Really trying to farm the strike. Gus Atkinson bowling to him. He's quite happy to take the single at the moment, just pushing this one through point. Getting up the other end.
I must admit, I'm not too sure about Arshdeep Singh's batting.
Well, neither are Kent, clearly. Sticking him in.
Well, 11, yes, but... So, as you say, Wes Agame runs against Surrey. Came out as night watchman, do you remember, as well? Came out as night watchman.
Just seeing a replay of this.
Was it more paddy?
Folks catch? No, I don't think so.
It's a brilliant catch, isn't it?
I think maybe that it really does take a big deflection, actually. Quinn playing this one down towards third man for 4. Quite late, actually. Atkinson might have been surprised that he played at it, but angled it down through the vacant gully area to the boundary rope. That's more like the Matt Quinn I like watching bat.
Yeah, no, he's played that very nicely.
Played this innings as well at Northants. Coming in down the order as he does, and I think he hit one over a fence into somebody's garden.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Atkinson bowls a short ball at him, which he ducks underneath.
Got the short leg in now as well for Matt Quinn. Well, like, that's why I always love watching Dan Worrell bat, because Dan Worrell can bat, but he's got his own method, which is fantastic to watch. And a lot of that method involves trying to launch it as far as he possibly humanly can.
Hogan's 43 at the over was a lot of fun as well. Short ball, which Quinn ducks underneath. Matt Quinn, of course, born in New Zealand, unlike a lot of Kent's seam bowling attack, which is born in Australia. Certainly the T20 team, Kane Richardson, Grant Stewart, Michael Hogan, Aussie.
Yeah, well, it's a good bowling attack.
Where's Agar? Aussie.
Yeah.
Matt Quinn, New Zealand.
Well, maybe it's twinned with.
Here comes Atkinson. He's angled it down towards third man again for 4 more runs. Matt Quinn moves on to 8. Yes, we were talking about Surrey's homegrown players. Kent's somewhat struggling for a homegrown seamer at the moment.
Yes.
Got plenty of wicketkeeper batters though. Too many, in fact, that one's gone to Durham. But seamers, nope. It's just funny though, isn't it?
Yeah,
How does Kent produce so many wicketkeeper batters but can't produce a seam bowler?
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
Jazz Singh in the squad is, I think, the only one at the minute. As Atkinson bowls. Oh, it's hit him in the thigh pad at least. I thought that might have hit him in somewhere slightly more painful, in the stomach or otherwise, but it was the front pad, so he's okay-ish, I think. Matt Quinn, he's on 8. Jordan Cox is on 66, and Kent are 177 for 7.
Because over the years there's been some brilliant King Quicks, Headley, the late great Alan Eggleston, of course. They've been fantastic bowlers over the years. But it might just be a little period that Kent are going through.
I think the last one was probably Matt Coles. You know, who was...
I think the thing is as well these days that
kind of quality.
But bowling fast is hard work. It really is. Now, if the pitches are good, they'd rather probably be doing a bit of batting.
Or bowling a bit of spin.
Or bowling a bit of spin. Or keeping wicket. As Moriarty comes round the wicket to Jordan Cox, who plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
I question my decision to bowl seam up every Saturday when I see spinners taking wickets.
Yep, absolutely.
With seemingly a lot less effort.
Yep. As Moriarty's got 2 catching in the covers. As in round the wicket once again is Moriarty, sweeping his Cox. That's nicely played. Behind square on the leg side, that's going to run away for 4. Very in control of that sweep shot. And away for 4 it goes. 181 for 7. Well, somebody did some research. Or was it in Shield Berry's book? Not quite sure, but about sort of privately educated cricketers and how many batters there are and how few quick bowlers there are. And the main reason for that is the pitches are too good and it's damn hard work. As in around the wicket comes Moriarty, and this is punched off the back foot by Cox out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. I'd say probably Richard Ellison's one of the last ones. As single, 182 for 7. Quinn stands with that bat raised as Moriarty's in, tossed up, and Quinn's driving out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. So that's Jordan Clark out there doing the fielding. So this session now, it's 103 for 2. Kent in this session, which sounds great, but from before lunch it was 41 for 5. So still, on winning the toss and batting first, you'll be disappointed at 183 for 7. As Moriarty is in, and this is punched by Cox out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. I think we can safely say that this is Cox's highest championship score of the summer so far, on 72. Just needs Quinn to hang around with him for a bit here. There's Dan Moriarty. Around the wicket he goes to Quinn, and Quinn again gets that big stride in and then just blocks it straight back up the pitch to Moriarty. We've got 8 overs remaining until the tea break. Cox has 72, Quinn's on 9, and Kent are 184 for 7.
See, there is, of course, a Kentish seam bowler in the England squad, because Ollie Robinson was born in Margate.
Right, there you are, yes.
And came up through the Kent youth system bowling off spin. I don't think he actually started bowling seam up till he went up to Yorkshire.
Right.
So
we'll be busy in Margate today, won't it?
Gus Atkinson continuing. Cox runs this out to deep point / very wide third man, where Will Jacks is fielding. Hasn't bowled yet today.
I always quite like it when there's somebody who... So Kevin Peterson at school and sort of in teenage was an off spinner. He was sort of batted down the order.
Yeah, batted like 9 or something, didn't he?
So I always like that when you hear that. You know, Stuart Broad was a brilliant batter as a kid.
Then had a growth spurt, presumably.
Yes.
As Atkinson bowls to Quinn as he plays outside the off stump at this one. And misses.
But yeah, there's quite a few cases of that where the sort of the skill that has got them to international cricket or the top of their game was the one that they actually didn't do a lot of when they were younger. They were sort of doing the other one, so to speak.
Interesting, isn't it? How that plays out. Atkinson bowling. On the pad, chance for a catch. Jamie Smith can't see it because he's looking up in the sun. I don't think it hit the bat anyway. You get some people like Sam Curran where they burst onto the scene as a bowler, but you can already see the ingredients there, and people are saying, oh, he's probably going to be a better batter one day. Like that sometimes you can see it coming almost, but then other times it's...
I always find it slightly annoying, if I'm honest with you, when you see someone who's amazing at one of the skills and then it transpires when, you know, they don't do a lot about, they're a bowler who suddenly gets runs, and then they interview afterwards, they go, hey, how much? Well, you know, before I was 20, I was more of a batter than a bowler, and it's like, oh, come on, give everyone a chance, for goodness sake.
Atkinson bowls, a bit of a swing by Quinn. Was he trying to play a pull shot off the front foot, or was it just a bit of a swish?
Yes, I think it didn't quite go where he intended, I think it's fair to say.
But this is why it's always fun to watch Matt Quinn bat.
Well, my favourite still is Zach Klein. Zach Kleinmustadt was the most extraordinary batter I've ever seen. He would play a cover drive that would go over mid-wicket for 6, and then he'd play a pull shot that would go over extra cover for 6.
Jordan Cox has come down the wicket to have a word with Matt Quinn after that shot.
But he would more often than not middle them, but they sort of always ended up going in the opposite direction of where he intended.
See, I always enjoy a proper number 11 who bats like that, as Quinn defends this into the covers. But then sometimes you get batters who you think are proper number 11s. They've worked really hard in the winter, and all of a sudden, Dale Stains's hitting boundaries, having been a complete rabbit before. Someone like that. Oh, somebody's just put in the Matthew Walker walks on water flag sign.
Oh, excellent.
Up on the hospital side of the ground with images of the 21 Blast winners and the 22 One Day Cup winners, as this one's a short ball from Atkinson, ducking underneath this one, Matt Quinn. End of the over, 185 for 7. And while the flag's drooped a bit, they need to pin it up. It feels like Kent have had a couple of tricky years in county championship cricket, and yet they've managed to win a couple of white ball trophies in and amongst it all, which, you know, for a county like Kent is absolutely not to be sniffed at.
Absolutely. Yes, there's a chat there between Messrs Quinn and Cox. Sound of another seagull. Possibly coming back from Margate for a bit of a break and a rest. I'm sure it's very busy down in Margate today.
So many chips on offer if you're a seagull today.
Yes, yes, indeed. As Moriarty is coming left arm round the wicket to Cox, and Cox gets forward and prods this one down into the leg side. It's very dangerous now. I have to say, I saw one of the most terrifying posters I've ever seen in Scarborough last year for Do Not Feed the Seagulls.
Yeah.
Where the seagull was carrying a small child off into the sky as this one's pulled by Cox away for 4. So, a bit short from Moriarty and pulled for 4 by Cox. Onto 77, 189 for 7. But yes, the child's chips were on the floor as the seagull, by its anorak, was flying off with the child. And I was thinking, wow, now that is a warning. Yes. So yes, you have to be very, very careful. Very careful.
I'll note that one down.
Yeah, so in round the wicket goes Moriarty, and Cox is just tucking this one into the leg side once again, and has timed this so well. Totally touched that, Jordan Cox, and it's going to race away for 4. And Jordan Cox is suddenly on 81 here. It's a great innings, this.
Basically just placed it in the same place that he pulled the previous one.
Absolutely. I was just waiting for the fielder to come round them to jog a single, and it just kept whistling across the turf. So on to 81 he goes here, Jordan Cox. 193 for 7. Moriarty is into him. That's short again, and Cox is cutting this one down to backward point. It's a good bit of work from Dan Worrell there, because that was travelling as well. Hasn't quite got it right yet in this over, Dan Moriarty. It's been a bit short.
I think Cox maybe just sliced that a little bit. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent as Moriarty's in and defended away. Yeah, well, Kent are 193 for 7 here, so they have actually lost a couple of wickets since you were last with us. An 121 partnership ending between Cox and Everson when Everson was out for 58, trying to cut a delivery from the spinner Moriarty, which was caught behind by Ben Folkes behind the stumps. Cox has just smashed one away out towards the offside boundary. He's still going. He's hit a couple of 4s in this over already and has moved now on to 82. The other man out was Hamid Kadri, who came in, hit a lovely shot for 4 through the covers, but then pretty much the next ball tried to tickle one away on his off his pads, and Ben Folkes produced another outstanding catch, this time diving away to his left and taking it one-handed. Matt Quinn is at the other end. He's on 9 not out. He's hit 2 4s down towards third man off the seam bowling of Atkinson. So Kent are 194 for 7 here against County Championship Division 1 leaders Surrey as we move towards the tea break. Commentary continues online on the BBC Sport app and website. Atkinson continuing then from the Nackington Road end.
Do you know what? We're not going to be too far off where we should be for tea with a bit of Moriarty, are we?
No, over 8, I think he's saying +1. So they're pretty much there, Surrey.
Yep. Because these days finishing at 6 is an unheard of moment, isn't it? That never happens anymore.
Finishing on time?
Yes, it never happens anymore.
Atkinson bowls. Defended away by Jordan Cox. We've got a bit of Mimi Webb in our headphones.
Yes, is that who it is? Oh, right.
She's from round here.
Is she? Excellent. What, Canterbury?
Yeah, I think Canterbury, yeah.
Right. Very good. Well, she's very good. She's excellent. It's not quite my sort of music, but I can see that she's got a lovely singing voice.
Cox on 82 then. Short ball from Atkinson. You carry on with the commentary, Turchi. I'm just going to ring the studio.
Yes, thank you very
say
much
as much
indeed.
as I'm enjoying Mimi Webb here,
yes,
I need to try and talk as well.
So Gus Atkinson goes wandering back to the top of his mark. Very good innings this now from Cox. Had that life on 31, dropped by Folkes off Abbott. Gus Atkinson down the slope to him, and has he got an edge on that inside edge, is it? No, nothing. It nipped back. Gus Atkinson's convinced. Taken by Folkes, diving away to his left-hand side. But I think Surrey are convinced there may have been a nibble on that. But not given.
He looked convinced, Atkinson.
He did indeed. I think he asked Jordan Cox, why aren't you going anywhere? And Jordan Cox said, because I didn't hit it, Gus. So, good delivery though. That really did nip back and beat the inside edge of the bat. Nicely taken by Folkes. Gus Atkinson comes in once more. Over the wicket, Cox is forward and plays this one out into the offside. That rolls up to Rory Burns. Stood up there at mid-off. Tom Latham wandering around in that sort of floating fourth slip position. But yes, I would say it must be interesting for Tom Latham, because it's sort of the first time he's seen the Surrey bowlers really in action and how Surrey go about their business. It'd be the same for Arshdeep Singh as well. Sort of settling himself into Surrey life in the middle. Here's Tom Latham as Atkinson's in, short one, and swaying inside it is Cox. End of the over. Good maiden over that from Gus Atkinson. 5 to go till tea then. And Kent, something of a recovery here from 41 for 5. That partnership of 119 between Joey Everson and Jordan Cox, and they're now number 194 for 7. Quinn on 9. Cox on 82. We're going to get a bit of Will Jacks.
Ooh.
Yes, we are. We're going to get some off spin replacing left arm spin from the pavilion end.
Well, you wondered if they might bowl in tandem, but it appears Will Jacks, having got 3 wickets in the T20 the other day from the pavilion end, said, "No, I want the pavilion end as well, please."
Or it may be that we see them possibly in tandem later in the game.
What, the fact that we're only 59 overs into the piece, very possible in the second innings that they both come on together. Matt Quinn is the man on strike. Jack's just bowling through practice deliveries to Dom Sibley. Sean Abbott's keeping himself entertained out at deep mid-wicket. And Jack's flash of orange on his boots, bowling to Quinn, who's defending this one. He's a very jovial chap, Matt Quinn. As Jax is in and bowling to him, he's pulling this one away out towards the sweeper on the onside. Gave me a little wave when he saw me at the Neville last week.
Lee?
I think he then got a bit shy because the other half was feeding the bubby.
Ah, right.
So that was as far as the conversation went.
Oh, I see. Right, yes. Where was he playing at the time?
No, they were about to go on.
Oh, I see. Right.
After tea.
He wasn't batting at the time. Then.
No, he was about to go and bowl after tea. 195 for 7. Cox on 82. Watchfully plays this one from Jax. Long on and deep mid-wicket. Long leg. Deep cover out in the boundary. Forward comes Jordan Cox and defends. So far, Jordan Cox, I was pondering the question about whether he would go that bit more aggressive batting with the tail. Defends this one. Seems to have almost gone the other way, actually.
Well, I think he knows that Quinn can bat. And, you know, he could still put Kent in a good position here. And the other thing is he's 82 not out, and he hasn't got 100 yet this season. So that'll be in the back of his mind as well.
Jack's bowling. Oh, pulls this one away for 4. One bounce out towards mid-wicket. Just waiting, in fairness, Jordan Cox, for the ball to pounce on. And just a fraction short from Jacks. He's heaved it away. Very nicely indeed, off the final ball of the over. So 60 overs have been bowled in the day's play. 36 remaining. Kent are 199 for 7. Jordan Cox has contributed 86 of them.
That was very short from Will Jackson. Nicely put away by Jordan Cox. Gus Atkinson will continue from the Nackington Road end of the ground. I just like saying that, the Nackington Road end of the ground, as Gus Atkinson's into Quinn. Quinn is forward, pushes this one out into the offside, and there is no run.
One of these days I'll have to go visit the village of Nackington.
Yes.
Never been.
How far away is it?
Don't think too far.
Well, it can't be if that's the Nackington Road.
No, I don't think it's far away. It took me a while to realise that actually it was named after a village called Nackington.
Could go via there in the morning.
Yeah,
have a look on your way in.
I should.
As in comes Atkinson. Oh, short one, which Quinn's ducked straight into. Now, I don't think it's hit him on the crash helmet. I think it's just hit him on the shoulder, because he's a very tall man. He is Mr. Quinn, but that would have hurt, definitely, because he's no slouch.
It's got an
Gus
arm guard
Atkinson.
on.
Yeah, I wonder if it was that. Made a thuddy noise, didn't it? We've got 2 slips and a short leg for Gus Atkinson, coming in over the wicket to Quinn. Quinn gets one that nips back at him a touch, hits him on the pads as he's trying to work it leg side.
You know these days how some of the players have these sweatbands that have got like almost like an arm guard within them.
Yes.
Did you see this? The certain brand manufacturer was posting about it on social media, how Steve Smith DM'd them and said, "Oh, Ali Orr had these and gave me one. Can you send me a couple?"
Wow, that's good, isn't it?
Yeah, that's quite cool.
As in over the wicket again comes Atkinson. What a Yorker that is. And he's just turned around and had a little look at Jordan Cox there after that, Gus Atkinson, because I think he's still convinced that Cox got something on his, but he has knocked out Quinn's stumps with a really good, quick Yorker that's knocked his leg stump out the ground. And Quinn goes for 10. Quite like the reaction there from Gus Atkinson. It was a little bit like the famous Mitchell Johnson and Jimmy Anderson moment there. Just had to turn around and look straight at Jordan Cox at the Lord Striker's head. But cracking Yorker from Gus Atkinson. Quinn gone, 410, Kent 199 for 8.
Made a really satisfying noise on the effects mic as the leg stump was removed and crashed to the ground.
Here comes Wes Agar, but it's a proper Yorker that, isn't it, from Gus Atkinson. So 199 for 8, Kent. Not what they would have been looking for when they won the toss and batted this morning. Yes, it's better than it could have been. Still not what they would have wanted first up. So Cox has got to try and add as many as he can here with Agar. He played very well in the first innings at the Kia Oval. And then Arshdeep Singh on his debut for Kent County Cricket Club. So Gus Atkinson 2 for 26. Jordan Cox is taking the opportunity to get an ice pack put on the back of his neck. It is a warm day today. So Talking about Ollie Hannon-Dorby on that warmest day last year, where he got really prepared for it all. He had a couple of big umbrellas and ice all ready for him when he got down to his bowling fielding position at fine leg. Oh dear, the stump hasn't been put back straight by Ben Folkes, the leg stump. So Wes Agar very kindly is just straightening up the stumps. Very kind of him. He is a big man, Wes Agar. As I said when we saw him at South London, he's bigger in real life than he looks on the telly. As over the wicket then is Atkinson to him. Oh, in his first ball, he's trying to whip it leg side, hits the pads, rolls away into the offside, and there's no run. He would have made a formidable crash inside centre at rugby, I think. Wes Agar.
Probably still could if you wanted to.
Yes, it probably could. They're all the rage, you know. As over the wicket once again, Atkinson to Agar, and he's off the mark here. Just clips a ball. He's looking for the Yorker again there, I think. Was Gus Atkinson. Moriarty gets around quickly to do the fielding. That's the 200 up for Kent. So the 200 is up for Kent. It's a warm round of applause. 200 for 8 they are. Will Jacks is strolling up to continue from the pavilion end of the ground. And we have got 3 overs until tea. Agar has 1 and Cox is on 86. And you have your jumbo sausage roll for tea.
Yes.
Well done, Ben Watts.
To go fill up my water bottle as well.
Yes, good idea.
I'm slightly worried tea is going to arrive. Really awkward time for my 4 o'clock update.
Ah, yes, that's never ideal.
Here comes Will Jacks from the pavilion end. Oh, Agar pushing forward is in his crease. Folkes has whipped the bails off.
Well, I'm hoping for a bit more jazz flute during the tea break, of course.
Surely some more. As Will Jacks is in and bowling. Agar pushing forward defensively.
Do we know whether they're here for the whole game
I
or
don't
just
know.
today?
I don't know if they're even still around.
Oh,
I
no,
don't know
yeah.
if they'd have headed off home. I can't see them or any sign of any instruments even, as this one is driven away out towards deep cover by an advancing Wes Agar.
Well, if that is it, can I just say magnificent. I very much enjoyed that today.
I'd hope they'd be back tomorrow.
Well, I do hope so.
Festival week.
Their rendition of the Rocky theme tune was magnificent this morning.
I think you should, like you say, make some requests for later on in the week.
Yes. Oh, do you think they do Raiders of the Lost Ark for me?
That'd be good.
Mm.
As you say, Imperial March to
Yes, indeed.
Star Wars, please. Jacks bowls. Cox just pushes it into the offside. Agar has to get on his bike a little bit. But at the moment, Cox is still happy to take singles.
Well, he took a while to get going there, didn't he? Agar. But so did Jordan Clark, so...
Jazz bands today and Tuesday, I'm told.
Ah, marvellous.
As Agar drives up towards mid-off. I'm not here Tuesday, I'm playing golf.
As you do.
As you do.
All right, excellent.
But Matt Cole will be,
Hooray! He'll love a bit of
so
this.
he will love the jazz band. Agar goes back and plays defensively. And they actually come through for a single.
Of course, he's a very fine musician himself, Matt Cole.
Mm.
Wonder whether he could join them for a little impromptu session of jazz funk. 2 to go till tea. 203 for 8.
Day 2, there will be, it says there will be live music.
Oh, but it's not Lord, it's
But
that
it's
live
not-
music.
But it's not the jazz band. It's also School's Day.
Ah, right, so there'll be a lot of school kids here tomorrow as well.
Over 1,000 school children have been invited.
Excellent. Very good. Well, I always love it when it's schools days because the umpires get their greatest reception when they walk out. It's over the wicket comes Gus Atkinson, played by Agar, into the offside. I think they they'll know how Harry Styles feels in the morning. Will Russell Warren and James Middlebrook when they walk out if it's school's day? 1,000 screaming children having absolutely no idea who they are, but getting very excited because someone's coming out to do something.
There's a man in a hat.
Let's scream. As in over the wicket comes Atkinson. Oh, now that is a horrible delivery to Agart. Shaw climbed on Agart. Real get off me shot that from Agart. And it could have gone anywhere, that. Good quick delivery that from Gus Atkinson. Agart just has wandered off towards square leg and then leans on his bat. Tom Laws is making his way back after having had a hit.
So they'd been in there for ages, that net.
Yes. Over the wicket again, Atkinson, and now he goes Fuller, and Agar's pushing that one into the offside. Jim Troughton comes marching back again, down below us. Having been working with Tom Laws. Very fine man is Jim Troughton, very, very fine cricketer as well. Jim Troughton turning into an excellent, excellent coach. As Atkinson is in, and this is flicked off his hip by Agard. Just got the line of that slightly wrong. Did Atkinson, and nicely put away by Wes Agard. He'll move on to 7. Kent move on to 207 for 8. Just on the hip there of Wes Agard. So Surrey picked up 2 bowling points. Of course, in the new regime, Kent still 43 runs away from a batting point.
Ukulele band tomorrow.
Oh, you are spoiling us.
Ooh. Can't wait.
That is magnificent. As in over the wicket comes Atkinson, short one. I love a bit of the old ukulele. As ducking underneath it is Agard.
Canterbury Cricket Week.
Well,
We like this.
jazz flute today, ukulele tomorrow,
Jazz again.
on Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Oh. What it is on Wednesday. As waiting over his bat once more. Just Matt Coe on his acoustic, I think, would do me for Wednesday. Me on the triangle. As that's off the hip of Agard again. Just targeting that hip is Atkinson. Agard will get back for 2. 2 more to the total. Leg buys the signal. And we have 1 over until the tea break. And Kent 209 for 8. So that's 129 for 3 in the afternoon session. Much better than that opening session for Kent, but I think still, Mr. Watts, if you win the toss and you bat first, you don't want to be struggling to get to 250, do you?
Well, if you look at the table in the County Championship, which I'm just getting up on my laptop in front of me, Kent are in 9th, Surrey are in 1st. Kent batting bonus points for the season, 3.
Well, and then there's 2 major reasons for that. People out of form and the fact that for some bizarre, utterly stupid reason, they changed the batting point.
Jacks to Jordan Cox, turns down a single here.
And my fear with that as well is that when we get to the back end of the season and you're trying to stave off relegation, we'll be playing on a postage stamp to try and get to 450. You know, it's made not the blindest bit of difference.
Jacks bowls, defending here Cox. Kent have just struggled for first innings runs though this season, and like you say, it's due to guys out of form, etc, etc. But generally they've batted better second time around, but that doesn't get you batting bonus points. Cut away here by Cox. Out towards deep point for a single. Surrey in comparison have 12 batting bonus points. The best in the division is Somerset, who have 14. But they played 1 game on a particularly flat deck, didn't they? Where James Rue got 100 in both innings. Jacks bowls to Agard, defends into the onside, the second innings of which descended into farce because Dane Villas bowled 10 overs, and then so did George Bell, the Lancashire keeper. Took his pants off.
Yes, I remember all this, yes.
Bowling again here, Jacks. Smacked away by Agar out towards deep extra cover. Moriarty with a bit of work to do around the boundary rope, but nicely done by him. 1 run taken. In comparison to the bowling points, where pretty much everyone in the division has got between 13 and 18. So bowling points, everyone's pretty much done a similar job. But it's the batting points where there's the big range. So this one's defended away by Cox. End of the over and end of the session. Cox 88 not out. Agar 8 not out. Men to fall in the session. Quinn for 10, Canterbury for 5, and Everson for 58, sharing in a stand of 121. With Jordan Cox helping Kent recover from 41 for 5. Myself and Mark Church, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in around about 20 minutes' time when the players are out for the evening session here on BBC Sport Online of Kent against Surrey. The home side are 211 for 8.
Here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London, players making their way back out there after the tea break with Kent 211 for 8. Jordan Cox 88 not out, Wes Agar 8 not out. At lunch 80 for 5, a very fine partnership for the 6th wicket, apologies, between Joey Everson and Jordan Cox, until Everson caught behind off Moriarty for 58, then Kadri caught behind. Brilliant catch from Ben Folkes down the leg side off Gus Atkinson for 5, and then a searing Yorker. I think it's best to describe the delivery from Gus Atkinson that bowled Matt Quinn for 10. This after Kent won the toss, decided to bat first this morning. We're in heaps of trouble at 41 for 5 this morning. But then that partnership between Everson and Cox gave this score a bit more respectability. 211 for 8 then, and it's Jordan Clark to get us started from the Nackington Road end of the ground. Wes Agar will be the man on strike. 8 to his name. Cox is 12 away from what would be a first championship 100 of the summer. And Jordan Clark comes down the slope and over the wicket to Wes Agar, and Agar's forward to this first one. That squirts away into the leg side, and Gus Atkinson does the fielding, and there's no run. Ben Watts is still here, but he's just been chatting to some of his fans away to our left hand side, just keeping the Ben Watts fan club happy. That's the chairman and the chief exec up there of the Ben Watts fan club, as Jordan Clark comes in over the wicket to Agar, and Agar's forward, pushing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. Good afternoon, Ben Watts.
Good afternoon. Yeah, it was quite a funny conversation actually, because it was our football commentator friend. So
is he there? Is that him there?
Yeah, so he turned around and said, "Oh Ben, lovely to meet you. I'm your biggest fan." And I'm like, "No, I'm your biggest fan." So it was all very nice.
I still don't know who he is.
Peter Drury.
Oh, is that Peter Drury there? Oh, yes.
As I said, you would recognise the name,
he's
the voice.
Part of the Ben Watts fan club.
Apparently so.
As forward goes the right-handed Agar, plays this one into the offside.
He said he was in the Ben Watts fan club, and then I managed to talk up those 5 wickets earlier on his way down. So I was like, well, I did my best.
Very good.
Fortunately, sometimes Kent just lose wickets.
Have you invited him in for a chat?
Yes, he politely declined.
Yes, well, I thought he might. He's on his day off.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Here to just watch the cricket with the family, etc.
Oh, very good. And of course, meet Ben Watts.
Well,
as over the wicket comes Agar, and looking to play this one into the leg side is Agar. Apologies, Clark over the wicket to Agar, and Agar looking to work this one into the leg side. Rolls back up the pitch. Looks like Abbott will be getting us started after tea from the pavilion end. I was just saying there's a bit more respectability to this Kent total now, but it's not what they would have been looking for first up this morning, obviously. Yeah. If you win the toss and you bat first, you're looking for 350. You could still get there, but it will take some doing, as Clark is into Agar. He had the grunt of effort there from Jordan Clark as Agar's pushing this one into the offside. Jamie Smith comes round to his right to do the fielding, and there is no run. Ben Folkes' bottom lip is glinting out there at the moment because he's got the old zinc on, the old sunblock, the white sunblock on his lips. Ben Folkes, that time of the year where the sun cream comes out the cabinet.
Yeah, I had to go up into the loft yesterday to dig some out.
Why do you keep it in the loft?
So
in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and this is pushed by Agar into the offside, and there is no run. Maiden over first up after tea for Surrey, and Kent 211 for 8.
Well, the wife has a bag of stuff for holidays with like passports.
I see. Okay.
Charger adapters in it and stuff, and
very organised.
Yeah, she's a lot more organised than I am.
Yeah.
Hence the sun cream in the loft.
I see. Okay, very good. It's sort of a cabinet in the bathroom might be more convenient.
It's now just in the pocket of my cricket bag.
Oh, that's the other place to always look, isn't it? Bottom of your cricket bag. There'll be some sort of sun cream.
There's always some random stuff in there, isn't there?
Absolutely.
So it is going to be Sean Abbott then from the pavilion end. In and bowling to Jordan Cox, who goes back and plays defensively. I was having a chat with one of the members on the stairs on my way out to go fill up my water bottle, talking about the improvement in the score from Kent, and he was saying particularly he thought Joey Everson had batted really well. He turned around and said, didn't even have a life until the point he got out, and he really didn't. Obviously Cox has had that one life, shot by Folkes on 31. Short ball that he sways underneath here from Sean Abbott. 2-11 for 8 Kent, and Cox is coming down the pitch doing a bit of gardening, a bit of prodding.
I'd still like someone who's clever technically to put Everson alongside Michael Clarke in their stance. I think it would look very similar.
We need to do a screen grab on the live stream from when Everson was batting. Do a little screenshot next to a Michael Clarke still. As Abbott. Oh, Cox pulled away late there.
Oh, he did pull. That was very late.
I don't know what happened, or if somebody said anything, or if somebody walked behind the bowler's arm. I don't know.
That was a very late decision from Jordan Cox. He's had his off stump knocked out the ground, but it was very, very late. Yeah, he's pointing back behind Sean Abbott. Someone must have moved. Somebody must have moved behind the bowler's arm, I think.
I don't know who. There shouldn't be spectators walking down there, unless somebody's snuck out of the lower pavilion.
He definitely spotted something, didn't he?
I wonder if he was wearing a red shirt.
Oh yes, like Steve Smith.
Yeah, that was quite funny, I thought. Abbott bowls then. Cox plays this one and just nudges it into the offside rather, for a single. Yeah, there was some tweet, wasn't there, from TMS about Ben Stokes going online and ordering 5,000 red shirts to give to members of the crowd.
I did see that at Trent Bridge once, but the person that sat slap bang behind the bowler's arm was wearing the biggest red jumper I've ever seen. But then they refused to take it off. There was a real ding dong between them and the stewards about getting the red jumper off. It was quite a cold day, I seem to remember.
Yeah.
But they were definitely the ball. You wouldn't have seen it out of that.
Where's Agar facing up to his fellow countryman, smacks him back down the ground for 4 runs. And that's quite a pleasant shot, really, from Wes Agar, aside from the fact that it was in the air. Aside from the fact that it was in the air as it went past the bowler, Sean Abbott. It was a very good shot on the up. 12 not out. Somebody from the Mark Church fan club just taking a photo.
One of well, that's a member of the Kent committee, old boy. Yeah, yes. Mr. Rupert Butler. Very fine man, fine cricketer in his own right.
Wearing a fine hat today, I must say. As edged, dropped at second slip. Flying attempt by Tom Latham. But Agar survives and moves to 13, and Kent 217 for 8. All going on at the moment.
Well, it would have been a great catch from Tom Latham. Of course, he keeps wicket in one day stuff, but flung himself. He's a bit annoyed there that he didn't hang on to that. Absolutely flew off the edge. But he hung in the air like a hanging in the air type thing.
Proverbial salmon.
Yes, and got hands to it.
Yeah, got 2 hands to it. Cox facing up to Abbott now, plays it into the covers. Dot ball. And end of the over. 217 for 8 here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London. Kent at 217 for 8 against Surrey, batting first, having won the toss earlier on today. Recovering from 41 for 5 thanks to an 121 run partnership between Joey Everson, made 58, and Jordan Cox, who is still there on 89. Jordan Clarke back from the Nackington Road end, up against Wes Agar.
Agar living slightly dangerously at the moment as Clarke is into him. Slower ball, and Agar wants a quick single. He'll get a quick single. Rory Burns was a little bit on his heels there. That's good running from Agar. Just spotted that. He gets Cox back onto strike on 89 here. Jordan Cox. He's down to do some more. There's been an awful lot of gardening going on today. And Cox, there have been a couple that from Jordan Clark from this Nackington Road end that have really reared up at the batters. I wonder if that's the spot he's looking for. As in over the wicket goes Jordan Clark, and Jordan Cox off the front foot just pulls this one out towards deep mid wicket, and he'll move into the 90s. Under 90 exactly. Jordan Cox. Agar comes back on to strike. 219 for 8 Kent, so 31 runs away from a batting point on this opening day. Over the wicket comes Jordan Clark to Agar, top edge hook, and that'll fly away for 4. So Agar's come out after tea, and it's obviously going to look to be positive here. It's been a little streaky at times, but still there. He's on 18, and Kent to 223 for 8.
This is what I like to see from number 10 and 11.
Playing some shots.
Too many number 10 and 11 are proper batters these days, as Steve Finn was saying on TMS the other day.
Over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark, and Agar turns this one off his hip into the leg side. He's thinking about a single. There isn't one there. Ooh. And then he took an age to get back, and Gus Atkinson had a shy at the stumps, and I think if that had hit, Wes Agar could have been in trouble there. He sort of took an age to turn around and run back, really Wes Agar. And he's got a strong arm as Gus Atkinson, and he's whistled the ball in there, and if that had hit the stumps, I think Agar could have been in a spot of bother, but he sort of dawdled for a bit there. Did Wes Agar. Clark is over the wicket to him here, and he's letting this one go outside his off stump. Clark looks threateningly back at the footholds.
Yeah, just seeing the replay, he's tucked into the leg side, got halfway down. Cox says no. He then took another step, then turned round, and as you say, was struggling to make his ground when the throw came in.
Sun glints down on Wes Agar as Cox is in. Clark is into him. Apologies, that beats the edge of the bat. Nicely bowled by Jordan Clark. Just a little push at that one did Wes Agar, but gets through the over. And Kent 223 for 8. Cox has 90. Wes Agar's on 18.
Yeah, so Steve Finn was talking about how frustrating it is as a bowler when you basically do all the hard work, get a team 7 down, and then 9-10 Jack stick around because they can all bat and get in behind the ball. He's like, that's not how it's supposed to be.
He had his moments with the bat though.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? He's coming back from injury at the moment as Abbott bowls to Cox on 90. Fends it back towards the bowler.
He's a very fine commentator now as well.
I really
Steve
like him
Finn,
actually.
yeah.
I think he's fantastic.
Deep thinker about the game. Yeah, fingers crossed he gets back to do a bit of bowling. He's had all sorts of injury troubles, poor chap.
He was saying about how he'd dismissed Steve Smith a couple of times in an Ashes series as Jordan Cox defends into the covers.
I did hear him talking about David Warner as well when he made his comeback in 2015, and he said in his first over, Warner just, first ball he hit him, he was telling him what he thought he was bowling on the speed gun. And it was very slow. He said after every ball, he said it's not often a batter sledges the bowler, but that's exactly what he was doing to me.
Here's Abbott bowling to Cox, who defends. So after every ball he was going 75?
No, he was going, that's 121, mate.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just slowing down.
KPMs.
Well, that one was only 119, mate. You're getting even slower. But then he said he got a wicket and bowled a beautiful spell, and he said by the end of his spell, David Warner was his best mate, stood at the non-striker there.
Daniel Bell Drummond actually played some club cricket with David Warner. Short ball from Abbott, which Cox gets underneath. I think it's for Randwick Peterson in Australia.
Yeah, Randwick Peterson, yeah.
So yeah, they actually opened the batting together.
Excellent.
Yeah. I remember asking him, what's he like as a bloke? Because this was off the back of everything that had gone on.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, he's all right, to be honest.
Well, that's the thing. I think he probably is
I think
a
that
nice
when you're
bloke.
his teammate, he probably.
But
probably
he has got up to some bits and pieces
Yeah,
that haven't
for
looked
sure.
great, and he's sort of become a bit of a pantomime villain now, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think you're right. 2-2-3 for 8. Abbott. Oh, off the inside edge. Cox, I think, will get a run here to Smith at mid-wicket, yes.
He completely lost his shape on that, didn't he? Jordan Cox, nice bit of bowling from Sean Abbott. Yeah, I think that could be one area, and they'll talk about it in the preview of the preview show, followed by the next preview show. But I think Warner Khawaja could be an area for the England bowlers. But yeah, as I say, this week there'll be a lot of previews of what's going to happen on Friday, with a variety of people giving their thoughts on what might happen on Friday. And as you say, on Test Match Special, we'll find out what happens on Friday.
Change of field for Surrey as Agar smashes this through point for 4. That's gone like a rocket into the advertising hoardings, just as Surrey had moved Jamie Smith into silly mid-on, just to get in the eye line of Wes Agar.
Well, that was a real stand and deliver.
Looking forward to seeing this replay. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent, actually. Yes, and we are in the final session of day 1, and Kent are 228 for 8. Just in Wes Agar, who's in at number 10, smash one through point for 4. He's moved to 22. He was dropped a moment ago on 13. It was a tough chance, admittedly, for Tom Latham in the slips. Jordan Cox is still there, top scoring for Kent. He's made 91 not out so far, shared in a stand of 121 earlier on with Joey Everson, who made 58 after Kent were 41 for 5 in the initial stages of the innings. But Cox very much helping them to get a respectable score here, and he's cutting out towards deep point for a single. So he moves to 92. Surrey are top of the county championship. They've bowled particularly well today. Cox, the man providing the resistance at the moment for Kent. 92 for him, 229 for 8 the score. We've got 28 overs remaining left in the day. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and the website.
I was just looking at what Kent made in that game, the Kia Oval. That was 278 they made in that game at the Kia Oval.
Quick single into the offside by Wes Agar. Is it your over, Church, or is it mine?
It's yours, old boy.
I'm getting confused.
doing your
My
update,
update
you see.
confused me.
And then Surrey made 362, didn't they? And then Kent collapsed very quickly on that Saturday morning on day 3, and Surrey knocked off the 58 to win. Again, just looking. Kent's side. Zach Crawley obviously opened.
Cox playing this one off the back foot, out towards deep point for a single.
Grant Stewart played. Hogan, as you said.
Mm-hmm.
And Arafat Bhuiyan, of course.
Yeah, somebody was suggesting online that Arafat Bhuiyan was very unlucky not to be playing in this game. I guess Tom Law's style. 5 wickets for Laws in one of the innings. Arafat got 4 wickets in that Surrey innings, but not playing in this one. Agar out towards point. That's great fielding from Jamie Smith. Sticking out a left hand to prevent any runs.
Yeah, very good bit of work that from Jamie Smith. Flung himself to his left and got a hand to it. Well, they could still go past that 278. Just Arshdeep Singh, a little bit of an unknown quantity with the bat.
Clark bowls, bit of an effort ball. Agar defending. 23 for him off 31. I was having a look. I know Agar's first class average is 12. In the last couple of innings, he's looked a bit better than that, hasn't he?
Definitely. He's played very well in the games against Surrey with the bat.
Clark bowls to him. Just pushes this one out into the covers. End of the over. Again, 2-3-1 for 8.
See the Portaloos are on parade again down there at the Nackington Road end. 5 of them, 6 of them stood to attention down there at the Nackington Road. And when I parked this morning, the very nice gentleman on the gate said, "Could you park by the Portaloos?" I felt like saying, am I allowed to say no? So I parked under a tree instead.
See, I got told to park under the trees, but there was no spaces under the trees.
So where did you end
So then
up?
parked by the electronic scoreboard.
Very good. So it's going to be Sean Abbott from the pavilion end. And someone's playing some music. He's going to come in over the wicket to Jordan Cox. And Cox, oh dear, he's had a big old drive at this one outside the off stump. Beats the outside edge. He's on 93 here, Jordan Cox. Played really well. He's had his moments, but he's still there on 93. And his Kent side could do with a few more runs from him here. Sean Abbott turns once more. Then comes striding in over the wicket to Cox, who's forward solidly, playing this one back up the pitch. Abbott does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. So the field at the moment is, first slip is Sibley, then Latham at sort of a 4th slip. Gus Atkinson with his arms folded, he's at a deep backward point. Then you've got Dan Moriarty at cover. Rory Burns at mid-off. Jordan Clark at mid-on. Jamie Smith at a short straight mid-wicket. And Dan Morrell at fine leg. Jack's at deep backward square. As Cox wants a quick single, will get a quick single. And that's one more to Cox as he just pushes that one into the offside. Moriarty came up to do the fielding. So Cox moves on to 94. Agar comes back onto strike on 23. A couple of people have got in touch with me about the idea of umpires having something to indicate who they are.
Ooh, people liking it.
They like the idea, yes. Over the wicket once again comes Abbott, and looking to swing this into the leg side was Agar, got nothing on it. It's taken by Ben Folkes. And I was thinking about this during the tea break, Ben Watts, as I tend to do with these things. Now, most umpires these days wear hats, don't they? They all do. Because these days, especially in the international stuff and whatever, you can get a nice hat with a bit of sponsorship on it. It's good for the sponsors. Why not have umpires, one in a dark hat and one in a white hat? And then you could put next to their name on the scorecard, and then everybody would know which umpire it was. As in over the wicket comes Abbott, and Agar's pushing off the back foot straight out towards extra cover, and there's no run. You even listening to what I'm saying? You're so perplexed by what's on your phone.
I've been slightly distracted because you were asking for somebody who's clever enough to put Joey Everson's stance next to Michael Clark's stance, and somebody has messaged me.
That's excellent.
Having done so.
And it's completely opposite. Oh well, there we are. We find out now.
In fairness, Clark is about to hit the ball while Everson is standing.
Yes. Here comes what? Very good. Whoever did that.
Henry did that.
Thank you, Henry. As this one's down the leg side and just looking to flick it down towards fine leg is Wes Agar. End of the over, 232 for 8. Cox has 94. Agar has 23.
I think there's some similarities. Here we go. He's got a better one.
Oh, there we are.
With Clark.
Yeah, there you can
waiting.
see. You see what I mean with that when you look at that. Now, obviously, Clark's far more pronounced in the knees bend.
Mm-hmm.
There's a definite the way they're setting up.
A bit of a knee bend. The bat's pointing to kind of first slip.
Look, basically the similarity is they're both holding bats. That's the similarity. I'll move on to my next idea.
No, I like
the umpiring idea.
Okay, the umpiring one.
So
right.
a white hat and a dark hat.
Yeah.
You see, and then you would be able to.
I think that works. Absolutely.
Work out which one's which.
Jordan Clark continuing. Jordan Cox defends.
Well, thank you very much indeed for doing that. It sort of put my mind at rest there with that. So thank you very much indeed.
Henry enjoyed your both holding a bat comment.
Well, it's true.
Yeah.
They're both holding bats. Many similarities. Did play well again today, Everson.
Yeah, really nicely. Actually, I was with my friend I was chatting to on the stairs as this one's defended away by Jordan Cox. I was wondering, well, because on a certain cricketing website they do averages for the season sort of thing, but it was updating live as Everson was batting earlier, so at one point he'd gone above Ben Compton and was top of the averages for Kent, but having got out, his average has now dropped just below 40. So Everson is 40.45 at the top of the averages, as this is short and Cox is swaying out of the way. Now Everson is second with 38, ahead of Zach Crawley. So, yeah, there you go.
What interesting stats. No, thank you, Henry, for doing that. It's really put my mind at rest. Aren't people clever with what they can do technically these days?
Nifty, isn't it? Here comes Clark, foolish delivery, which Cox has jammed out towards mid-on.
I know what I meant. There are some similarities there.
And I think Joey Everson would be happy to take said
Yeah,
compliment.
well, look, if he has anything like a quarter of the career of Michael Clark, he'll be a very happy boy, because he was an outstanding player.
Played away nicely by Jordan Cox, softly down to third man. They wanted two, they'll only get one. But to be honest, there's only one ball left in the over, so that's probably fine. Think some protective gear is coming out shortly. There's two Surrey sub-fielders in yellow bibs that are poised on the boundary rope.
Yeah, Cameron Steele and Tom Laws.
Ready to run on. Can't see any shin pads, but there's helmets coming. Short ball. Agar ducks underneath it. And here come those two sub-fielders with the clobber. One for Folkes. Jamie Smith has actually already got the shin pads still on underneath his trousers, so that'll be easy enough for him to just pop his gear on. And Dan Moriarty will be coming back into the attack very shortly.
Yep, I heard you saying that. Sorry, I was charging my phone up at the back of the box. Yeah, Jamie Smith very sensibly just kept the pads on, because it's a right old pickle putting them on, isn't it? But as I was saying, I think it's much easier to get them on now, because, thank you to Nathan as well. He did exactly the same thing for me.
Oh, perfect.
And they look completely different. So there we are. Which one's which? Oh, no. So I'm slightly disappointed in that. I thought I was spot on. Good afternoon to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, who join us with Kent 233 for 8 in this final session of the day. And Dan Moriarty, the left arm spinner, coming round the wicket to Jordan Cox. And Cox is forward and turns this one into the leg side. We'll get a single. And that will move Cox on to 96. He's played a really good hand here, because Kent at one stage were 41 for 5. Then 119 run partnership with Joey Everson. Everson went for 58. And now he's got good support from Wes Agar, especially after tea, although Agar's had his moments, but he's still there. 2, 3, 4 for 8.
Yeah, dropped on 13 by Latham, diving to his right at second slip. It was a tough chance.
Moriarty, couple of paces, and round the wicket he goes to Agar. He's looking to turn this leg side. He gets bat on it, but Worrell is there lurking to do the fielding, and there's no run. Jamie Smith in there at all. They were just talking about the fact that all the protective equipment comes out for the close catches, as Moriarty left arm round the wicket, and Agar turns this one into the leg side. He's going to pick up a single. One more to Agar. He moves on to 24. You better pick up here,
Yeah.
Ben Watts, with Mr. Cox on 96.
Men out on the rope for the Kent wicketkeeper batter. Quite a few of them, actually. It's like a T20 field. Cox goes for a reverse sweep and gets it for 4, and that is the 100. A first of the season for Jordan Cox. It's come off for 166 balls, 14 fours and a 6. Lovely reception from the crowd here on day 1 of this county championship fixture in Canterbury Cricket Week. 22-year-old Jordan Cox, 22 on his back, through to 3 figures. And it's his effort, having been dropped by Ben Folkes on 31, which is very much propping up this Kent tally of 239 for 8.
Moriarty's into him. He's looking to work this one into the leg side. I'm not sure he's got anything on that. He's going to come back for 2. Burns has gone back to get it from slip. Yeah, possibly a little bit of bat on it. And yeah, definitely a bit of bat. He's picked up 2 there. I tell you what, you know it's a good innings when every member of the opposition applauds your 100. And every single member of the Surrey team applauded that 100 from Jordan Cox. It's been a real battling knock, this, for his side. It's come in pretty good time, as always, with him batting. As this is short, this is pulled by Cox, and that's going to go all the way for 6. Dropped in by Moriarty, and Jordan Cox has rocked onto the back foot and swung that away for 6 runs. And Kent are now 3 runs away from a first batting point at 247 for 8. Cox on 108, Agar on 24. But yeah, it's been a good innings. And the thing that's been really good about it is in the circumstances as well. Sort of wandered out there. We were saying actually at the time when he walked out there, he took a bit of time to get there because he was having to scramble to get his bat and pads and gloves as 4 wickets fell very, very quickly. And yet he's still there now on 108. So very well played, Jordan Cox. And it's just giving Rory Burns a little bit to think about. Stood up there at mid-off. He'd still be pleased with where Kent are after winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Have them 8 down at this stage in the final session of the day. But I'd like to get this finished off and then Surrey do some batting tonight. But got to get past Agar and Cox first.
Atkinson bowling. Agar slashes this away down towards deep point for a single. Cox has taken his helmet off briefly.
Just getting some air, I would have thought. Warm old day here in Canterbury, as it is across the country. Been blessed with proper cricketing weather now. Oh, there's a seagull.
It's on the scrounge. 248 for 8. Atkinson bowls. Tucked away into the onside. They come through for a quick single. If Smith had picked that up cleanly, it might have been a bit dicey. 50 partnership between these two. And interestingly, Agar's contributed more. 25 for him to Cox's 23. That goes back to what I was saying about Cox has actually gone almost more defensive with the tail. Made sure that he's stuck it out, but as Churchy pointed out, that may well have been largely also due to the fact that he's been on the brink of a ton. Defended away by Wes Agar. And then, yeah, as soon as he got to 3 figures, immediately got that short ball from Moriarty, didn't he, and absolutely smashed it off the back foot for 6.
Yeah, we can sort of enjoy himself a bit more now, can't he? Jordan Cox.
Agar the man on strike for the moment. Atkinson bowls a short ball, which Agar ducks underneath. He's doing a fine job. 42 balls he's faced for 25.
This is what he did in the corresponding fixture a few weeks ago back in South London.
Yeah, got 31.
Yeah, played really well. Did Wes Agar. Oh, there's a group of young Kent supporters stood up there. At the moment with their backs completely to the cricket. They're just having their own discussion away to our right hand side. They're having a nice day.
Defended away by Agar. Pretty sure they've all got some kind of Kent
Oh,
shirt
they
on.
have.
There's a couple of T20 shirts,
Yeah.
there's a 4-day shirt, there's sort of a training top.
Mum and Dad have had that horrible moment of them all going to the club shop.
Yeah. Barry's taken a few quid off them in the club shop.
Yes. You and I went to have a look around the club shop.
We did.
It's got some great stuff in there.
You were quite impressed.
I was shocked by the price of cricket bats, though.
Oh, yeah.
Goodness me.
Those weren't even the most expensive ones. This one's driven by Agar for 4. On the up, out towards the Les Ames stand. He's thumped it out to the fence to bring up the Kent 250. Is that a batting bonus point I see from a Kent team in a first innings? Only number 4 of the year.
Well, it's a good effort from 41 for 5. 253 for 8. That was a lovely shot from Agar on the up and drilled away through extra cover. We're a little... We're saying that Arshdeep Singh is a bit of an unknown quantity with the bat. We all know what he can do with the ball on his Kent debut. We found out that we've been treated to the band today, a live band who played some beautiful, beautiful music before and after the lunch break. But tomorrow, it's a ukulele band, because this is cricket week here in Canterbury. So tomorrow we're going to be treated to a ukulele band.
Yes.
And then today's band are back on Tuesday. So very excited about that. But there's all sorts of festivities going on at Canterbury. Cricket week. There's a bouncy castle, live band, ice cream van. It's been a tremendous atmosphere today. And we're seeing some very good cricket. Now from Jordan Cox and Wes Agar in a 9th wicket stand. Dan Moriarty is going to continue. Jordan Cox will be on strike on 109 as Moriarty left arm round the wicket he comes to Cox, who's driving into the offside. Jamie Smith does the fielding, diving forward, and there is no run. Round the wicket again goes Moriarty. Cox backs away and cuts firmly out towards Jordan Clark in front of the flats. A few people sat on the balcony of the flats now having a watch. That's one more to Jordan Cox. He moves on to 110. Kent move on to 254 for 8. Moriarty's just working out exactly where he wants Jordan Clark. I think he's going to bring him in off that boundary rope for Wes Agar. So Clark pops himself in an orthodox extra cover as Moriarty is in, and Agar's backing away, chopping this one straight to Jordan Clark in that extra cover position. Feels like a day for seagulls today with this weather. Round the wicket once again goes Moriarty. Agar's down the pitch to him, hits it straight back at Moriarty, who does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run. It has a feel of a sort of seagull day today. Sure, there have been a lot of people at beaches across the country today. May have seen a few seagulls, of course. May have lost a few chips. As Agar punches off the back foot into short mid-wicket. Tom Lathan does the fielding. One of your great heroes has come to meet you today. Ben Watts, a fan of yours. Round the wicket again goes Moriarty. Agar goes back on his stumps. Pushed out into the offside. Rolls in there towards cover. And there is no run. End of the over. 254 for 8. Sean Abbott sort of started the damage this morning with 3 quick wickets and then a couple for Jordan Clark, 1 for Dan Moriarty and 2 for Gus Atkinson. They've been shared around. Dan Worrell's gone wicketless thus far today. Still think Surrey will be fairly pleased to have Kent 254 for 8, but they won't want this to go on too much longer from a Kent point of view. They want to get above 300 if they can.
Defending this one away, Jordan Cox, as Atkinson starts a fresh over from the Nackington Road end. 110 for Cox, 29 Agar, 254 for 8.
Yeah, thank you. I've had a few people now doing my comparison of Everson's stance to Michael Clark's.
Henry actually got in touch with us doing one extra, and it had Michael Clark and you in your back garden instead.
Ah, right. Well, there you are.
Which I thought was quite amusing, as this one is
It's a shot.
away for 4 runs by Jordan Cox, over the top of the keeper. Short ball from Atkinson, he's just helped it on its way. Which, interestingly, he flirted with one of those on Friday night. Kent needed 6 to win off the penultimate over. Nathan Ellis bowled that short ball, and Cox, rather than going for that shot, he sort of thought about it and then left it. And in the end, only 1 run was taken off said penultimate over, and Cox and Leaning eventually got Kent home in the final over as Atkinson bowls. This one's clipped away. That was wide mid-on. But Kevin James was a bit baffled that Cox hadn't played a shot in anger in the penultimate over of the game when Kent only needed 6 to win.
That was a great shot. Very modern era shot, that, from Jordan Cox. Got a good bat on it as well. No, but the only similarity between my stance and Michael Clark's is if he's got a massive bush in his back garden, because that's what's behind me. But yes, I'm slightly disappointed. I'm usually quite
Both holding a bat.
don't you nick my lines now that we're on 5 Sports Extra. There's absolutely no similarities whatsoever in that, which is a great shame.
Atkinson bowls full length, and Agar drives it away into the covers for a single.
I said early on
green
this
grass
morning.
in the background.
Yep, I said early on this morning that Joey Everson's setup reminded me of Michael Clark.
Yes.
Reminded me of Michael Clark, the way he set up. And then I asked somebody somewhere to very kindly do me that clever thing of one side of the photo Michael Clark, the other Joey Everson. The only similarity is they're holding a bat.
Atkinson bowling, turned away by Jordan Cox. We had quite a good one from Henry where there was definitely similarities. The way they set up, the little bit of knee bend and the bat pointing towards first slip. Hands quite tucked in.
Because the other one he sent, it didn't look... There
No,
weren't
but
any similarities.
No, but that was
were there?
because Clark was about to hit the ball.
Ah, thank you. So it may not be as bad as I thought.
Oh, I liked it. 260 for 8 down the leg side. Folks takes this one. He's already taken 2 catches away to his left that have been bowled down the leg side, and Kent batters have tried to nibble round the corner. Jack Leaning earlier on when he made no runs, and then Kadri hit 1 shot through the covers for 4 and then was out for 5. That was the best catch, the Kadri run. That's the one you might see floating around on social media on the County Championship page.
But then, of course, we had the collector's item, which was a drop from Ben Foakes. But it was a tough one in that it was a really strange one. It was an edge from Cox. It was on a big drive, and a bit like an aeroplane, it kept going up at Ben Foakes, and it just burst through his gloves, and it took him by surprise as well. So it was a strange one. That was off Abbott. But was he on 31 then, I think, Cox? Here's Moriarty, and Agar's paddle sweeping very nicely. That's a lovely shot from Wes Agar. Very controlled. And down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4. So this is turning into a terrific post-tea period for Kent. 264 for 8 they are. Elsewhere,
Yes.
Sir Alistair Cook has 100.
Yes.
So there we are. 283 for 3 Essex against Somerset. So 283 for 3, and Sir Alistair, that might be his first championship 100 of the season.
What
actually.
a man. Love that.
As left arm round the wicket comes Moriarty, and looking to flick leg side was Agar, and that hit the pad and rolled away. Now, it's been a difficult day for Hampshire in the fact that they were bowled out at Southport by Lancashire for 142, and Lancashire in response 50 without loss.
They've all got jet lag, that's what it is. Or coach lag.
As down the pitch is Agar. This is skewed away, not exactly where he intended, but it's going to go for 4. It's over the top of cover point and runs off down to the boundary rope for 4. And the Kent faithful much happier now with what they're seeing.
So this was my earlier point about Hampshire playing a Friday night T20 here at Canterbury, and then Sunday morning they're up at Southport playing Lancashire in the County Championship.
252 for 3 are Warwickshire against Nottinghamshire. As Agard just plays this one straight down the ground to Dominic Sibley.
He's in there walking his single, literally walking.
269 for 8. Into Division 2, Derbyshire all out for 111. Yorkshire are 205 for 3, so having a good day there at Chesterfield.
They've scored quickly. I guess it's a small
lovely
ground. Yeah,
lovely ground,
nice.
Chesterfield. Castle Park. Oh no, that's not Chesterfield, that's Colchester, so don't get those two muddled up because you won't see much cricket, as this is turned very nicely by Jordan Cox down towards the fine leg boundary rope. It's a long old chase for Rory Burns. It's one of the most relaxed threes you will ever see.
I think Cox thought it was going for 4 and then realised last
it was
minute
almost like it was agreed by everybody that we weren't really going to put our paces on that one, and they'll pick up 3, and Cox moves on to 118. Queen's Park, thank you very much
That's
indeed to one of the great men. I've done a number of games there over the years. So, yes, Castle, well, it was close. Castle Park, Queen's Living Castles.
Park.
As Moriarty is in, and this one's played firmly into the leg side by Wes Agard. And there is no run. End of the over. Glamorgan are 293 for 4 against Durham. Well, there's been rain for Gloucestershire, Leicestershire.
Rain just follows Ed Seaborn
It
around.
does, doesn't it? And Gloucestershire. 45 without loss. But now rain. So no play. And Sussex down at Hove against Worcestershire are 255 for 8. So 255 for 8. And this morning, congratulations to the Southern Vipers, who retain their Charlotte Edwards Cup title, beat the Blaze. First defeat for the Blaze in any competition this season. That, of course, pulled over from yesterday, where after about 6-7 overs of the Blaze innings, the biggest thunderstorm arrived at New Road. Spectacular it was. Wind got up, heavy rain, lightning, thunder. So they had to get started again this morning.
Can't remember the last time it rained down here, in truth. It's been a few weeks. Gus Atkinson bowls through the covers for 4, Jordan Cox. 122 he moves to. Where's Agard's rather enjoying himself up the other end as well. That ramp shot. He's got first class career average of 12 and he's whipping out the ramp shot and he's smacking it over cover. 39 for him. And this partnership will be frustrating. Surrey right now, 276 for 8, Kent. I once went to Queen's Park for a game and it was sunny the whole 4 days and we didn't see a ball bowled. Because it was very wet from previous. As Atkinson is defended away by Jordan Cox.
I saw one of the more extraordinary games I've ever seen there, when Surrey eventually beat Derbyshire late on the last day, when, let me get this right, Tim Lindley took wickets and then broke his finger, so he couldn't bowl.
The coffee man.
Gareth Batty went in the hamstring but continued bowling, as Gareth Batty would, of course. And then Andre now went in something like the hamstring and hopped in off 2 paces and still took the winning wicket from memory. And then it rained.
Cox angles this down towards third man for a single. I don't remember Andre now playing for Surrey.
Oh, he did for a while. Yes, he did for a while.
I remember that.
Yes, he did for a while. But on this occasion, he couldn't really run, so he sort of hopped in, but continued bowling.
Tim Lindley, I think, is a works in coffee now, doesn't he?
He's got his own coffee shop.
Yeah.
Yes, in Headingley. Yes, he has.
Because Ivan Thomas, who used to play for Kent, I think got in touch with Tim because he's going into that industry as well.
The Coffee Pilgrim.
Is that what it's called?
That's what he's known as now. He's a mighty fine person, is Tim Lindley.
Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent at 5 o'clock. Yes, well, we've seen Jordan Cox, the 22-year-old wicketkeeper, go through to his first county championship 100 of the season. He's had a difficult campaign thus far, but we've seen the very best of him today. He's now 123 not out, even added a pull shot for 6 off Dan Moriarty to his tally, having gone through to those 3 figures, and he was warmly applauded by the Canterbury Festival crowd here at the Spitfire ground, St Lawrence. He's being really ably assisted at the moment by the Australian overseas Wes Agar, who scored 31 against Surrey at the Oval, and he's now 39 not out too. So he's enjoying himself and helping this partnership move along after the loss of Matt Quinn for 10, Hamid Kadri for 5, and Joey Everson for 58 in the afternoon session. Just getting out the way of a bouncer here, Wes Agar, and hopping down the slope towards square leg. That was a vicious delivery by Gus Atkinson. This Surrey team at top of the county championship table. They are getting a little bit frustrated that they haven't been able to bowl Kent out thus far, but they need 2 more wickets to do so. 277 on the board for Kent, and commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and the website. With 19.1 overs to go after this delivery from Atkinson. 19 to go in the day. Oh, backing away here, Agar. He's tried to pop it over the top out towards wide third man, but didn't lay bat on ball. End of the over.
So we're obviously going to take the new ball straight away when it becomes available after 3 overs, because Dom Sibley's just gone to get it from down below us. So he is going to pass the new ball. Again, my umpiring thing comes into play here for the crowd,
radar,
because
yes.
it was mentioned to me the other night, and I think it's a very good idea that on the scorecard, you see, you have the players' names and numbers, and that's for player identification for the crowd. But do they know who the umpires are? So I was wondering whether umpires... I said numbers on the back of their shirts, maybe 1 and 2, but then I thought about that. Maybe one could wear a white Panama and one could wear a dark Panama, and if they don't wear Panamas, they wear caps, then a white, and then the crowd will be able to identify which umpire's which.
Yeah, and then Ian got in touch, didn't he, on kingcricket@gmail.com, saying NFL referees have an identification, so you can tell who's who.
Will Jacks is coming into the attack. That new ball is available in 3 overs time for Surrey. So Jackson is off spin, coming into the attack. Field's pretty spread for Jordan Cox, as one would suspect, on 123, but he has played very, very well today, Jordan Cox, as Jacks is round the wicket to him and beats him on the outside edge, just with the one that goes on from that angle. He's just trying to run that, I think, down towards third man. Just beats the angle bat of Cox, taken by Ben Folkes, who's taken the bails off for good measure, so now putting them back on. Jacks is round the wicket again. Cox is swinging him in the air. Dom Sibley did brilliantly. Took it, but knew he was going beyond the boundary rope, so threw it back, but couldn't get back to take the catch. But he's done magnificently well there, Dom Sibley, in sort of the shorter form of the game fielding, but he couldn't get the catch when he held it back. But he saved 4 runs there, definitely, as Jacks is in, and now he's reverse sweeping again. Is Cox, 1 bounce out towards Dan Moriarty, so he's got licence now.
Yeah, so they didn't actually run to the Sibley catch.
Did they not? I thought they did.
No, so Cox was just watching it and didn't actually move. So Sibley effectively saved 4 runs.
6 runs in a way.
6 runs, however many. And then, yeah, they've run a single now, obviously, from that shot from Cox.
That's careless. I thought they would have taken runs there. As Wes Agar drives, and it's into the offside. Half stopped by Jamie Smith in there at extra cover. He's up there long enough to run to.
I think you're right. They've decided, though, that 3 overs out from the new ball, we're going to try and smash everything.
Absolutely. As round the wicket goes Jackson. This is slog swept by Agar. Straight out towards deep mid-wicket. Try and cash in while you can here, if you can't. And they're doing a very good job. 278 for 8. Agar's moved on to 39. Cox comes back on to strike on 124. As round the wicket goes Jacks. And this is chipped into the leg side by Cox. Cries a catch it as Latham flung himself to his right. It's all suddenly gone up a notch here. And that is because a new ball is coming. And Messrs Agar and Cox have decided to cash in before that new ball arrives. But it was a brilliant bit of work from Dom Sibley. Caught it just inside the boundary rope. Knew he was going over the rope, so flicked it up as if to jump back inside the boundary rope and take it. But his flick sort of took the ball away from him, and they didn't actually take any runs.
So I've just been told that Jordan Cox's dad is not here today because he's umpiring at Sandwich Town, playing in the Conference Cup against Wanstead, and apparently he's requesting updates from the scorers every over. So he's obviously got his phone in his pocket while umpiring, just sort of checking.
Oh, great. If you're up the other end when you're batting, it hits your pad. Mr. Cox
No,
is
sorry,
just checking.
sorry,
Hang on, sorry.
sorry,
Yeah, give him that.
Wasn't paying attention. I was looking at the Ked score. Cox goes back, angles this to backward point. Agar was halfway down the track. He was coming there, but no run.
Oh no, I think if you were told that, you'd be more than happy, because Jordan Cox has played a brilliant innings here now of 125 out of 280.
He's tapping his bat, waiting for Gus Atkinson. Balling with this old ball, 79th over. Slower ball, drives it back past him. Should get 4. And Burns isn't even chasing that with any kind of intent to stop 4. He's accepting that it away, beyond him. And Cox to 129, Kent 284 for 8. And that was actually quite delicately played by Cox. There was quite a gentle bat swing. No crazy aggression like there was in the previous over.
It was a bit more of a touch shot, wasn't it, really?
He's awaiting here again. Atkinson bowls on the hip. Tried to steer it away. Missed it. It's a wrap on the thigh pad. A little bit uncomfortable for him. Sean Abbott just going through a pretty vigorous warm-up.
Well, they've gone past the score they made against Surrey back in South London in the first innings, Kent.
Joey Everson making a half-century in that one as well. Where's Agar? Again with a bit of resistance. Cox cuts away out towards Latham at point. Fielding.
Tom Latham's making of his first day back here at Canterbury, but this time playing for Surrey. Just getting used to being back in the field, I suppose.
Yeah, he didn't really... I don't remember him actually keeping much when he was here either. Like he does for New Zealand. Ooh, short ball by Atkinson. Cox has gone to duck it, but then just angled the bat at the ball and steered it down to the third man for a single. Obviously didn't get up as much as he thought it was going to.
Well, it's great reaction speeds from Jordan Cox. He's got himself in a horrible position there, but still manages to open the face of the bat and run it down to third man for a single. Yeah, it definitely looks like that group of lads away to our right have bought the entirety of the Kent shop today.
Agar on strike on 40. Smashes it for 4 through extra cover. Brute force and timing. This is a lot of fun right now watching Wes Agar. He's on 44. And this is what I was saying, he should have come in at number 9 rather than down at number 10. He can clearly bat.
Well, again, maybe my theory on that. Maybe he was in the toilet. Matt Quinn came out.
But then I got told that it was always going to be Quinn at 9. His best score in first class cricket is this. Previously, oh no, sorry, 150 he's got first class cricket. But his ODI best and his List A best is his ODI best, 41. So yeah, 57 is his best score in first class cricket. Where's Agar?
Well, there's a new ball round the corner. And this could be the last over. I think it will be with the old ball, and it's going to be Will Jacks to bowl it. Coming into Jordan Cox, and Cox turns him neatly and tidily. Out towards deep mid-wicket there is Latham doing the fielding. One more to the total, 290 for 8. Wes Agar coming back onto strike on 44 as Will Jacks is round the wicket to Wes Agar, tosses this one up. Agar's driving firmly up towards Sean Abbott, who's had a shy at the stumps at the keeper's end. But
Jordan Cox is safely home. Now, where's Agar wanting?
Drink, I think.
Yeah, been out there a while now. So shouted something back towards the dressing room as Jax is in with a shorter, flatter delivery, which is just pushed back up the pitch by Jordan Clark. He's now going to come over the wicket to the right-handed Clark is Will Jax. Jax is in. This is played off the back foot by Cox. Back up the pitch and there's no run.
They seem to have put the shots away now. Kent have decided that actually they're going to sit in, try and negotiate the new ball.
And once again is Jax. Cox just opens the face of the bat, guiding this one down towards short third man. Alex Stewart's there having a chat with Dom Sibley on the boundary rope. Gonna come back round the wicket now is Will Jax. He's in. And Cox is turning into the leg side, beats the dive of Dan Worrell, rolls out there towards Tom Latham at deep mid-wicket. So, new ball will be taken straight away. At the end of that, Jack's over. We know that because the ball's been rolled out there. And 292 for 8 then. Kent. Cox has 132. Agar has 45. We're going to have a drinks break.
Yeah, Arafat and Moxer Reardon are on, bringing out drinks for the two batters.
Don't forget the umpires.
And the umpires.
Yes.
Australia, of course, earlier on bowling out India to win the World Test Championship final by 209 runs. Churchy is looking forward to every single Ashes preview that's coming up over the next week.
Looking forward to the previews of the previews. I'm looking forward to it.
Wilfred on kentcricket@gmail.com is enjoying your suggestion about umpires having
Oh, good. Well, I'm pleased someone is.
identification,
Thank you.
number and name, he says they should have. He's listening in from a dull Colwyn Bay.
Oh, lovely Colwyn Bay.
They've had some really good weather out west, though. It's only in the last few days that it's got hot in the southeast. It's actually been very windy up until now.
Yes, I was in Cardiff alongside Mr. Nick Webb last weekend, and Coldplay, of course, who were there on the same night playing.
My brother went, actually.
Did he? Good, excellent.
Trekked it across.
Yes, and it was a lovely day in Cardiff.
I remember a game that I went to see at Cardiff. I think it was the T20 last year when Kent were down there. That there was people swimming in the river just by the stadium. It was that warm before the game.
I don't think anybody's remember the umpires a drink. Oh, here it comes. Cameron Steele, he's a good lad, isn't he, Cameron Steele? He's just run out with a bottle of water for both umpires, so they get some hydration out there as well. Dan Worrell's going through a violent warm-up routine below us in the drinks break. Oh, that's his, oh my lord, Sean Abbott. He's just bowled an old ball at Jamie Smith. It has just flown straight over Jamie Smith's head there. So Rory Burns is having a look at Jordan Cox's bat, which is leant up against the stumps. So we're just waiting for play to start again in this heat and humidity in Canterbury. We're having some drinks breaks here, and then the game will sort of spring back into life, I think.
Yeah, just gone on the BBC Sport homepage. Headline saying Djokovic 1 set away from 23rd Grand Slam title.
Well done, well done.
At the French Open tennis.
There we are. There's the announcement that the new ball has been taken immediately by Surrey.
Another headline saying Cummins targets legacy-defining Ashes win.
Is he?
Apparently so.
Excellent. Well, as I say, you will hear from an awful lot of people leading up to Friday. But then you will be actually able to hear what actually happens on Test Match Special as of Friday. And I think personally I'm quite looking forward to finding out what actually happens rather than what might happen.
I quite enjoyed hearing from Justin Langer actually on commentary during the World Test Championship. There was obviously some good, banter going back and forth about the documentary and the previous Ashes series, etc. But also some fantastic insight. And he was, I think he steered clear of making any, brash prediction type thing. He was like, let's wait until the cricket starts. Hopefully this series is gonna do the talking for itself. It could be a really entertaining one.
Has he seen A Star Is Born again? Justin Langer? It's his favourite film, according to the documentary, because he went one evening to the cinema to see it during the Ashes.
There you go.
He said it was the greatest film he'd ever seen. A Star Is Born with Bradley Cooper.
New ball then for Dan Worrell down the leg side, which Ben Folkes moves away to his left to take. I saw a good tweet the other day which was talking about I think it was something along the lines of, let's say the whole Baz ball style, for want of a better word, doesn't work in this series against Australia, and England get bowled out cheaply a couple of times. It was then trying to remind everyone how often England used to get bowled out cheaply when they didn't bat like that anyway, so I thought that was a fairly valid point. There's some good stats there. 2-9-2 for 8, Kent. Make that 2-9-3 as Cox quietly plays this down towards long leg for a single. He is on 133. His best score this season by an absolute mile.
Yeah, and he's played really well. Yeah, Jordan Cox. What's he in now? His 3rd full season of cricket for Kent, Jordan Cox. Still a very young man.
I think it must be 4th. Agar on strike then to Worrell. Full delivery, which he's clipped up towards mid-on. It was obviously that COVID season where he burst onto the scene properly, Cox, with the double 100 against Sussex. And then he didn't play the next game because he came into contact with some fans or something, signing an autograph, didn't he?
That's right, I remember all that. Yeah, it's a funny old time. So many reasons.
I think it was his debut against Pakistan in a tour game at Beckenham. I remember commentating on. This one's clipped away by Agar, with timing out towards the boundary on the leg side. That won't be cut off, and he moves to 49. And Kent to 297 for 8. Hunting another batting bonus point, would you believe? Kent had only got, what did I say it was, 3 so far this season?
Well, the partnership's now worth 98 for this 9th wicket. And Surrey will be beginning to get a little frustrated with this now.
Agar waits for Worrell. Edges it down towards 3rd man. It's cut off by Jacks, but Wes Agar will go to his 2nd ever first-class 50. And his first for Kent. 64 balls with 9 fours. It's been thoroughly entertaining to watch. And it's done a fantastic job for the home team in his support of Centurion Jordan Cox. 298 for 8. Well batted, Wes Agar.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. He's played really well here alongside Jordan Cox. It's been a terrific innings from him.
Worrell in and bowling. Cox defends gently into the offside. And the end of the first over with the new ball. 15 to go in the day's play.
I think what he's also done is he's taken a bit of the pressure off Jordan Cox as well. Sort of when Cox was getting near his 100, etc., Agar was keeping the scoreboard ticking. So he's played extremely well. And the partnership is worth 99 now between Wes Agar and Jordan Cox. And I want to keep going for a while yet. There are 15 overs remaining in the day. So 15 overs remaining today. Here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London and 5 Sports Extra. Thoroughly, if I can spit that out, thoroughly enjoyable day of cricket here at Canterbury on day 1. And Kent will be feeling a lot happier about everything now, as Abbott
coming in over the wicket to Agar. He has absolutely spanked that off the back foot, but straight at Jamie Smith at extra cover.
Really hits the ball hard, doesn't he?
He's a big man.
He's a big lad.
He's a huge unit, I think is the modern way of describing Wes Agar.
Yeah, as you put it, the modern inside centre.
Yeah, in rugby union.
Yeah, imagine him running at you with a ball in hand.
No thank you. As over the wicket comes Abbott to him, and Agar's forward, playing this one out towards extra cover, and there is no run. Yeah, Will Jacks may have felt like that when he hit that one like an absolute shell at him, the previous delivery, because you probably heard the noise of that come straight out the middle of his bat. Will Jacks would not have enjoyed that, whistling towards him. Over the wicket once again comes Sean Abbott, and this one Agar's turning into the leg side. It's come off the pad, but that is the 100 partnership. So very well played, Jordan Cox and Wes Agar. 100 partnership for the 9th wicket. They've done it extremely well. 50 to Agar and 47 to Cox in that partnership, but putting a much better complexion on things for Kent on this first day. And now they are 1 run away from what would be a second batting bonus point. Sean Abbott turns and comes in over the wicket. Cox has chipped it in the air and has gone. Caught by Jordan Clark at mid-on. And he can't quite believe he's just done that, Jordan Cox. And his brilliant innings has come to an end on 133. He will get a huge ovation here at Canterbury, but it was almost as if the new ball just stuck on him a touch, and he's chipped it straight up to mid-on. But what a wonderful innings from Jordan Cox. Well batted, Jordan Cox, and he will get a standing ovation all the way back towards the dressing rooms here at Canterbury.
Well, the two of them are 3 runs off a record 9th wicket stand against Surrey. 103 by Rob Furley and Ian Butler here on this ground in 2004, so a real shame on that front. But Jordan Cox, what a fantastic knock. 133 from 198 balls. The members away to our left stand to applaud him. The best knock of the season, the first 100 of the county championship this campaign, and a much needed effort for his team, Jordan Cox. 299 for 9 then, as Arshdeep Singh comes out to join Wes Agar. But at one stage today, at 41 for 5, it looked like Surrey were going to be batting, well, not even by now, could have been by tea or before, but for a partnership of 121 between Cox and Joey Everson, who made 58, and then that 100 partnership between Cox and Agar. 133 for Cox. Fine innings. And having had a life on 31 when he was dropped by Ben Folkes behind the stumps, he really did cash in on that reprieve.
Certainly did. Very fine innings that from Jordan Cox. So here is Arshdeep Singh on his Kent debut. As I say, I've seen a lot of him bowling, not seen a huge amount of his batting. Left-handed, of course, as in round the wicket goes. Oh, Sean Abbott. Well, he's got a leading edge to his first ball. Rory Burns, if he takes this, it'll be a brilliant catch. He's dropped it. It was over his shoulder into the sun, running back, and he got hands on it. That was a very difficult chance because it was up there a long time, but well, Arshdeep Singh is off the mark with a very high single that was up there a long time, and that single brings up the Kent 302nd batting point. It was a big shot first up. Rory Burns did very well to get to it over his shoulder, running back out the sun, but having got both hands to it, I think he'll be disappointed it went down.
I thought he was going to take it. He did all the hard work, didn't he?
Yeah.
But down it went. But
slipped through the fingers.
I'm not sure how much more we know about Arshdeep Singh's batting after that shot.
No.
It's a very high single, I would say, as Sean Abbott is in to Agar, and Agar drives, and Jordan Clark gets hands on it at mid-off. He'll just say to Arshdeep Singh, stay where you are. I want to be on strike. So it's a successful over for Sean Abbott. It had a bit of everything. Jordan Cox has gone for 133, and Kent to 301 for 9.
Well, you're listening to BBC Sport Online via the app and the website. 5 Live Sports Extra listeners have just left us to go elsewhere after the departure of Jordan Cox. But Kent, 301 for 9. I think if you'd have offered Kent fans 301 for 9 at the start of the day, they'd have absolutely said, yes, thank you very much, we'll take that. At 41 for 5,
definitely
they'd have snapped your arm off for it.
Yeah.
So it's been a fine fight back by the Kent middle and lower order, specifically by Cox, Everson and Agar. Has Agar got any more fireworks left in the locker before the Kent innings comes to a close? Worrell in and bowling to him. He has a massive swing at that.
It's even made Dan Worrell laugh. Grin back at him.
That's a big old yahoo.
Well, if he got hold of that, it would have gone soaring over the massive electronic scoreboard.
Might have ended up at the cathedral if he'd have hit that.
He really did swing everything after that, didn't he?
Taps his bat aggressively on the floor. Waits for the next one from Worrell. Bowls. Edge. Gone. Taken by Sibley. Straightforward conclusion to the Kent innings. Arshdeep Singh ends 1 not out. Wes Agar makes 51 and will get a good hand as he runs off to get ready to go and do some bowling. Kent 301 all out here, having won the toss and chose to bat first against Surrey. In fact, here comes a radio update. Yes, well, we've just seen the conclusion of the Kent innings come to an end. They're 301 all out. Wes Agar, the last man to go, having a big swing at a delivery from Worrell. That was caught at first slip, but credit to him for his efforts prior to that. Just the second first class 50 and a first half century in a Kent shirt, assisting Jordan Cox. A century stand between the two of them. Jordan Cox, the 22-year-old wicketkeeper batter, top scoring for Kent with 133, his first century of the season for Kent in the county championship, and a fine knock it was, making the most of that reprieve when he was dropped by Ben Folkes on 31 to go on and make 3 figures. And between those two and Joey Everson, who also made a half century, 58 for him, they've helped Kent recover from 41 for 5 at one stage, and it was looking like it was going to be a very sorry first innings score indeed. Between those three, they've managed to get Kent up to 301 all out. Kent will be bowling very shortly for the final remaining 12 overs or so, I would guess, in the day's play, when we'll get to see debutant Arshdeep Singh with the ball in hand as well. So listeners online via the BBC Sport website and app can get that from us very shortly when Kent's come out to have a bowl at Surrey. Everybody, hello again. 11 overs remaining in the day's play. You're listening to BBC Sport Online. BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London. Mark Church and Ben Watts here at Canterbury. Kent 301 all out. Jordan Cox 133. 58 Joey Everson, 51 Wes Agar. And time for Kent to have a bowl. And Rory Burns and Dom Sibley to have a bat. It's going to be Matt Quinn from the pavilion end. So Kent are not going to open up with the 2 overseas. But it's going to be Quinn to start us off. And Rory Burns nudging it into the onside. First ball. Bill Drummond, the fielder there. They've got 3 slips in play, Kent. Of course, it's Jordan Cox behind the stumps. Ben Compton at first. Jack leaning at second. And Tawanda Mayeye is the man in at third slip. Kadri at point, Denley at cover. Arshdeep Singh out there on debut. Wearing number 99 with the sunglasses on. Mid off. Everson's at mid on. Bill Drummond at mid wicket and Agar down at long leg as Quinn is in and bowling. Clipped away down towards deep backward square by Burns. Agar setting off. Oh, I think he might have just hauled it in. He made a meal of it. He tried to pick it up about 3 times.
Yes. Looking a little stiff after batting there, Mr. Agar.
I also thought he was struggling to maybe slow himself down, to be honest, having made up the ground to go and try and cut the ball off.
Still thinking about his half century down there, I think.
I think he'll be retelling every ball of it to friends back home in Australia on Zoom later, as this one's clipped away into the onside or on FaceTime or whatever.
Well,
so chooses.
2 major partnerships, wasn't it? Everson and Cox of 119, and then Cox and Agar of 100. So either side of that, Kent were in all sorts of bother. But the brilliant thing from Kent today is they have found a way of getting themselves to 301, which puts them in the game now. At one point it looked like they could be all out for about 150. They would have then been right up against it. But they're in the game with 301.
In and bowling, inside edge from Rory Burns, going for the drive. Straight out towards Agar at long leg, so managed to miss leg stump quite convincingly, at least. Of course, neither of these two have been playing any of the T20 stuff. Back in the day, Rory Burns used to bat like number 4, didn't he, in the T20s?
He can't get in the T20 side. Can't get in the squad. Rory Burns.
And they named 16-man squads.
I know, the championship captain sort of has to take a break from it. Might be a little bit of, when England have their split captaincy, so. But obviously Stokes these days is still in the one-day stuff and T20 stuff.
So right-handed Sibley on strike. Quinn bowls wide of the off stump.
They made 60 in the first innings. Back in South London did Dom Sibley. And there's some cries of already, come on Quinny, out there in the middle.
We didn't touch on it at the time, but in terms of the Surrey bowling figures, 1 for 55 from Worrell, 4 for 52 from Abbott, 2 for 40 from Clark, 2 for 57 Atkinson, 1 for 70 from Wrighty, number 16 from Jacks as Quinn is in and bowling to Sibley. Pushes it out towards Agar, who's in at point. End of the over. Surrey are 3 without loss. And I think we're going to have to wait for Arshdeep Singh time, because it's going to be Wes Agar who's going to open the bowling from the Nackington Road end.
Yep. So down there in the distance, where's Agar from the Nackington Road end of the ground? So
Where's Agar? Will come down the slope at Rory Burns. Burns taking his guard. 3 slips in there for him. 3 without loss, Surrey. Agar comes right arm over the wicket, and Burns clips this very nicely away through backward point for 4. Bit of width. Rory Burns just puts bat on it. That whistles away for 4. Burns on to 7, and Surrey on to 7. Bit of a loosener that from Wes Agar, but very nicely put away by Rory Burns.
Yeah, it was a bit of a loosener, like you say, a bit of width on offer. Burns really didn't have to do too much to help that on its way.
Waits over his bat. Once again does Burns as Agar's into him, solidly forward. Goes Burns.
So originally, Wes Agar was meant to have played his last game for Kent, with Arshdeep Singh coming to, well, replace him, I guess. But it was actually one of the T20 games when Kane Richardson was ill. Matt Cole and I were in here setting up at the start of the game, and there was somebody bowling in the warm-up, and I turned around to Matt and go, that's definitely Wes Agar out there. And of course at the toss it all got revealed that he signed on for a bit longer.
He's in, and forward goes Rory Burns. Plays this one up towards mid-off. You heard the grunt of effort there from Wes Agar. Yeah, he's a formidable looking gentleman, is Mr. Agar. Matt Quinn's getting a bit of fluid on board down there below us to our right hand side. Burns settles himself down over his bat once more. In over the wicket goes Agar. Quick arm action, isn't it? Forward goes Rory Burns. Plays this one straight back up the pitch. Agar does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run. Burns wanders off towards square leg. There's a little look at the sides of his bat and the edges. Lots of encouragement out there as Wes Agar comes in over the wicket to Burns. Burns flicks this one off his hip down towards fine leg, and it's a no ball, I think, from Agar. Yes, it is. So there'll actually be 3 more to the total, and that will move Surrey into double figures. 10 without loss they are now. Back onto strike comes Dom Sibley, having faced 2 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. Dominic Sibley.
Well earned rest this week for Mr. M. Hogan. Going for a little stroll around the boundary. Been bowling well for Kent in the T20s.
Well, still a very, very fine bowler, isn't he? As a survey of the field as Dom Sibley. 3 slips in there for him. As in over the wicket goes Agar, and that's nipping back at Sibley. Height will be an issue here. He's a tall man, is Dom Sibley.
Good ball though.
It was a very good ball. Bit of nip and bounce. Just nipping back into the pads of Dom Sibley. Well, we sort of saw it today, didn't we? New ball picked up wickets, then we saw the partnership, and then as soon as the new ball came into play, last 2 wickets went. So it may be this is a new ball pitch.
Agar, top wicket taker for Kent so far this season in the county championship with 12.
Well, if he can do that tonight, Surrey will be all out. In over the wicket he comes to Sibley, and Sibley lets this one go, then again just nips back at him. It's good first over from Wes Agar. 2 gone, 9 left today, and Surrey a 10 without loss in reply to Kent's 301.
Just for context, second is Joey Everson with 11, and then Matt Quinn with 9 And Quinn's played less games than the other two. Well, Everson's played all the games. Hagar missed the first couple before he arrived for his overseas stint. Then Quinn's had a bit of an injury. But back in the side. Was back in the second 11 last week, playing against Saka, the South Asia Cricket Academy. Of course, Arafat Bhuyan, who did so well on debut against Surrey, not playing in this game. As Burns clips Matt Quinn up towards mid-on, which, as some have suggested, is somewhat harsh on the young man who bowled so well at the Oval and got Pope out, Folkes out, Smith out. Who was the other one?
Let me look.
Jacks? Yeah, Jacks, because it was 3 test players.
That's right. Oh yeah, no Tom Laws in this game either. He bowled well against Kent.
Tough to get in these two teams, seemingly, as a bowler. This one's defended away.
Tough
towards
sport.
point.
Tough sport.
Yeah, well, admittedly, Kent have got 2 overseas seamers now, with Arshdeep arriving. So they've loaded up that particular area of their team.
Oh yeah, Agar, Quinn and Arshdeep Singh with a bit of Everson is not a bad 4-ball really, is it? And then you've got your spinning options as well.
Hurrying in Quinn past the umpire. Defended away. Rory Burns. As you say, I'm assuming this is umpire Middlebrook at this end.
We see what we need. We need numbers on their backs or different coloured hats.
I like the different coloured hats, although I guess they always tend to wear white/straw coloured hats. But I presume
2003, for goodness sake.
I guess it's just personal preference for the umpire.
Well, you see, a clever umpire can get a bit of sponsorship on their hat.
Ooh.
You see what I mean? Or possibly free hat. Wearing hat. See? There's a number of areas that you could use. But players do it with the back of their bats, don't they?
Quinn is in and bowling. Defended away by Rory Burns. Umpire Middlebrook and umpire Warren look to the crease. Umpire Middlebrook is sponsored by Calvin Klein.
Well, I wonder, you know, did Billy Bowden ever get his crooked finger insured? It was very important to him, wasn't it? Index finger, important part of the career, that.
Jim Maxwell was talking about umpire idiosyncrasies the other day on TMS, talking about Billy Bowden. Said he was a bit of a show-off. He said he preferred David Shepherd. This one's left alone outside the off-stump. Through it goes to the keeper.
One of the great things I've ever seen was Rudy Kurtzen and Billy Bowden taking the bails off in 2005 to say the test match of the series. Honestly.
What a duo.
It took a while to get that done. It really did, to go out there and take the bails off.
Yes.
Yes, because they knew the cameras were on them at that point.
Well done, lads.
But I think that, you know, every umpire has their way of giving people out, don't they?
Yeah, Steve Buckner back in the day. Curtin with the pointed finger. Billy Bowden. This one's defended away. Out towards mid-on. Maiden over from Matt Quinn. Surrey 10 without loss. Did a bit of umpiring yesterday in our club game. And somebody's clipped one away. It's gone over the hedge for 6. And almost forgot for a moment that I was umpiring and had to signal that it went for 6. Just sort of, I've got the best seat in the house here, just watching this partnership.
It's when you go, oh, that's a brilliant shot. Yeah. And you think, oh dear, oh no, I shouldn't be saying that.
Yeah, I think at one point a square leg I did just go, oh, shot. Oh, hang on, I'm supposed to be umpiring. Sorry, 10 without loss in reply to Kent's 301. All out. Wes Agar charging in down the hill.
Forward goes Sibley, plays this one out into the off stump into the offside.
Ideally not the off stump.
No, and they will pick up a single. One more to the total. So one more.
Yeah, one more to the Surrey total. 11 without loss. He may have just briefly lost us online. Don't know quite how long for, but hopefully hearing us loud and clear again. Kester getting in touch, thank you.
Agar is in to Burns, and that's hitting the thigh guard of Burns. And this will be leg buys. No, a bit of bat in it from Rory Burns. So one more to the total. Burns moves on to 9. Surrey move on to 12 without loss. Sibley settles over his bat on 1. 3 slips in there for Agar. Comes in over the wicket to the right-handed Sibley, and Sibley's in behind this one, plays it up the ground, rolls up there towards mid-on, and there is no run. It's been a very interesting day of cricket, this. It sort of swung around the place. Not the ball, I mean the game. Ups and downs for Kent, ups and downs for Surrey. And this is where we are with Surrey 12 without loss, with 7 overs remaining in the day's play. Where's Agar? Charges in down the hill once more to Sibley, and Sibley's forward, turning this one into the leg side. And there is no run. I'm pretty sure they'll want to give Arshdeep Singh a bowl tonight.
Yeah, that's what I'd have thought.
Just so he's in the game, if that makes sense. We saw him for 1 delivery with the bat.
Yeah, I am slightly surprised that he's not been given the new ball.
Turns once more does Agar. Comes in over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley's covering up, playing this one down into the leg side. Without loss, Surrey. Kent 301. Nice atmosphere inside the ground all day. Lots of encouragement here for Wes Agar. Seagull flies in front of the commentary box window. As in over the wicket goes Agar, solidly forward goes Sibley. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over. 12 without loss then. 7 overs remaining in the day's play. Now Jack Leaning is having a bit of a natter here, or natter, with Arshdeep Singh. So maybe we are going to see a little bit of Arshdeep Singh tonight. It's still going to be Matt Quinn, mind you, from the pavilion end. What day is it tomorrow? Monday, yes?
Correct.
Yes, so Monday. So traffic might be a bit busier tomorrow. It was very quiet this morning. It was lovely.
Yeah, it might be
very
busy
quiet.
Tomorrow. So Matt Quinn from the pavilion end. That Seagull still with us, clipped away by Burns. Tony Will Drummond has had a bit of an interesting looking tumble at mid-wicket. I noticed a few Surrey supporters must be in the building because they've brought some flags with
yes,
them.
I think some of the Peter May boys are here.
Ah.
Yeah, they're sat down there, sort of frying away in the sun all day. Fine group of supporters, though, Peter May boys and the Surrey boys down there as well.
Matt Quinn bowling. Surrey 12 without loss. Rory Burns lets this one go outside the off stump. Compton leaning Millet in the slips. Solid start here from Quinn. 2.2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 3. Agar 2 overs, none for 9. Bit of a hum around the crowd. 6 overs remaining in the day's play as we tick past 6 o'clock. Nice straight shot off the back foot by Burns, back towards the bowler.
Very solid looking defensive shot that from Rory Burns. Well, weather's meant to be okay again, I think, tomorrow, isn't it?
I think it is.
I know there's been a bit of rain about the place. Not here, but across the country. You saw that in the Gloucestershire game. They've only played for about an hour till the rain arrived. I think when it does, it's going to be...
Quinn bowling to Burns with that familiar stance. Driving into the covers. Picked up by Joey Everson, I think, in there. A few Kent players have got wide brim hats on. In fact, it's Joe Denley in there. Him and Bell Drummond have got the floppy hats on, along with Wes Agar down at long leg. 4 dot balls in the over so far as Quinn. Oh, inside edge from Burns into the onside. A few oohs and ahs from the slip cordon.
Yeah, just a little inside edge on that one from Rory Burns. Nicely bowled, though, by Matt Quinn. Fine bowler, Matt Quinn. He's sort of had some injury problems. He's a fine bowler at Essex as well.
Absolutely. Then came here on loan to Kent originally before signing permanently. Bowls here to Burns. Nudged into the onside. Another maiden over from Matt Quinn. Surrey remain at 12 without loss, and we will have 6 more overs left.
Yes, indeed. Where's Agar's marching up to continue from the Nackington Road end, is he? No. I think we're going to see Arshdeep Singh.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. So Arshdeep Singh is coming into the attack for the first time for Kent. Left arm quick, of course. Arshdeep Singh. So Jack Leaning's just wandering over to see what sort of field he wants. So
I wonder if his thought process originally was, right, Wes Agar's had a good little bat there.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll be feeling on top of the world after his half century. Give him the ball for a couple of overs. Then we'll get Arshdeep on.
Well, he's on now. And he's going to come down the slope from the Nackington Road end. Coming into Dom Sibley with 3 slips. He's in. His first delivery is short and Sibley just ducks underneath it. Arshdeep ends up almost stood next to Dom Sibley and then turns around and sort of runs back towards the stumps at the bowler's end.
I'm enjoying that as a hello, I've arrived bumper first ball to Dom Sibley.
It was very short.
It was very short indeed.
Arshdeep Singh.
Still managed to swing as it went past the batter, just seeing the replay.
And he comes over the wicket again, and Sibley's covering up, playing this one back up the pitch. Singh does the fielding off his own bowling, and lobs the ball to Wes Agar. He stood up there at mid-on, shining the ball up his Agar, and then passes it back to Arshdeep Singh. Got those huge sight screens behind him. And he comes left arm over the wicket to Sibley. Sibley's forward to a good length one. Plays it up towards... he got a nice start, this.
Oh yeah, no problems getting used to coming down the slope from the Nackington Road end here from Arshdeep. He's gliding into the stumps and such a smooth action. Bang on the money after the short ball with the next 2.
More seagulls flying around to our right. Sibley settles over his bat once again. Arshdeep is in. That's going across Sibley. He's allowing that one to go outside his off stump. Taken by Jordan Cox, who'll be feeling very happy about life at the moment, I would have thought. Behind the stumps with an excellent 100 today. Really, really top class innings from Jordan Cox of 133. And at a time when his side really needed him as well. That was the other key thing with it. It was at a really perilous time that he scored that 100 for Kent, as Arshdeep Singh is in to Sibley, who's letting it go outside his off stump. Lots of encouragement from that slip cordon. Lots of gardening being done by Burns. But at the moment, Surrey beginning to settle into this first innings. Arshdeep Singh is over the wicket to Sibley. Forward he goes. Plays it out into the offside. Very good first over from Arshdeep Singh. It's a maiden. He gets a round of applause from the Kent faithful. And it goes up on the big screen. And Arshdeep Singh has started his Kent career with the ball.
Oh, that was fun. Enjoyed seeing him there. More to come from Arshdeep Singh in a Kent shirt with the red ball. Arafat Bhuyan just leaving a drink out on the boundary. You know, in the last few weeks he's gone from playing a bit of club cricket, second team cricket, to a debut at the Oval, being in the Kent T20 squad, and now just coming down to the boundary rope, getting to see Arshdeep Singh in action. Just taking his spot in the team as Quinn is in and bowling. Off the back foot, Burns plays it out to extra cover.
Been a tidy start this from the Kent bowlers. Quinn's into his fourth over, gone for just the 3 runs. Arshdeep Singh with a maiden over first up. He stood in his sunglasses now, up at mid-off.
Quinn past the umpire to Rory Burns. Clips him out towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, Burns getting a little bit frustrated here because he's trying to get that little square of Kadri. They're cutting out that scoring area of Rory Burns, which everybody knows is where he likes to score a lot of his runs, but he just wants to get that a bit squarer of Kadri. There's been a couple of those off his hip that have gone straight to Kadri.
Quinn once more. 2 Burns, couple of dot balls so far in the over. This one's pushed out towards Joe Denley at extra cover. Gives the ball a bit of a rub on the back of his trouser. Three Kent slips awaiting. Poised. 4.5 overs to go in the day's play here at Canterbury. Still a good crowd in the ground, and some deck chairs and blankets on top of the grassy bank away on the hospital side of the ground. Quinn bowling, and Burns letting this one go through to Jordan Cox. It's been a good day so far, good start to the Canterbury Festival. The beer tent's looking a little less crowded than it was this morning when it was absolutely packed.
Might be some people lying down in there, so you can't see them.
Quinn bowls. Burns once again leaves this alone outside the off stump. Almost looks like Rory Burns is gone into patience mode. Trying to steer the team through to the close. He and Dom Sibley have helped Surrey to 12 without loss. Burns 9 of them, 1 for Sibley. Somebody behind the bowler's arm again. But we're ready to go now. Final ball in the over for Quinn. Here he comes, bowls. Big shout for LBW, but he's bowling over the wicket to a left-hander, so it would have to be perfect, and it's not, according to the umpire. So another maiden from Matt Quinn. 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 3. Doesn't get his breakthrough that he was looking for. Just about to get a little look on the stream of that one, albeit from behind the batter. Actually, I think it did pitch in line. Whether it was going to hit, I'm not sure, but worth a decent shout, I would say. Not sure it was necessarily coming back. Might have just been angling across too much.
So Arshdeep Singh it will be to continue from the Nackington Road end of the ground, and Tom Sibley is the man on strike as Arshdeep Singh is in over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley's pushing off the front foot out into the offside. And there is no run as Daniel Bell Drummond in his white floppy sun hat comes up to do the fielding. Kadri's just practicing throwing there at backward point. Compton at first slip, leaning at second, Mieye at third. Agar's touching his toes.
Yeah, I wonder whether Agar will come on from this end and they'll bowl sort of 4 overs each.
Well, here we go, left arm round the wicket. We've seen quite a bit of this over the years. It's a very modern thing, left arm round. And that's taken by Cox, moving away to his right hand side.
It's not going to quite be 4 overs each, is it? Because we've got a little 11 over period here, but so far we've seen 4 from Quinn, 2 from Agar, and this is Arshdeep's second.
Round the wicket he comes once again to Sibley, and Sibley's forward. And plays this one out towards cover point.
I think he's decided to come around the wicket to force him into playing. Bring LBW more into the equation as well, albeit he was getting a bit of swing anyway from over the wicket, so...
As I say though, you see this a lot more now. Left arm is going round the wicket at the right hander. So I remember seeing David Payne do it against Surrey very successfully. Round the wicket goes Arshdeep Singh again, and Sibley just pushes this one back down the ground.
I guess the theory being that the left armour can almost come from wider on the crease. I guess it depends as a batter what batters prefer. I think some right-handers would prefer it because it's more like what they're used to in terms of, you know, generally you get more deliveries from right arm over the wicket seamers.
Well, now he's switching back to over the wicket, Arshdeep Singh. So he's seeing both sides of the ground at the moment. Here's Arshdeep Singh. He wants a change in the field as well. He's going to move Mieye, it's interesting, from a 3rd slip to a 4th slip. As Arshdeep Singh is in to Sibley with a short delivery again, which Sibley ducks underneath. It's not going to go to Mieye there, is it? A really short ball and taken by Jordan Cox, moving away to his left-hand side. Very much enjoyed seeing Mr. Matt Walker playing the one opened face catching shot all day today, covering the ISDN kit.
I might leave him there overnight as well.
Probably wise, because it's hot enough for the kit to heat up overnight. That's the thinking, isn't it? Have a bit of shade. As he's in again, Arshdeep Singh, but that one's far too wide outside the off stump, and Sibley has absolutely nothing to do with that end of the over. So 2 overs, 2 maidens from Arshdeep Singh. There are 3 overs remaining in the day, and Surrey are 12 without loss.
Good stuff from Arshdeep Singh. Of course, last year Kent had Navdeep Saini, the Indian fast bowler, on a bit of an overseas stint. Big similarity between the two. They both run in quick and almost seem to just keep running through the crease, and then the arm comes over in between. So Wes Agar is coming back on from the pavilion end, so they are going to share things around. 4 each for Agar and Quinn, and 3 for Arshdeep to start. Get all your premier fast bowlers in the game. Quinn bowling very well from his 4, keeping things tight. Agar. Oh, Burns tries to kick it away as it almost falls onto his stumps off the inside edge. He missed the ball.
We always kicked his stumps over,
Yeah,
I think.
it wasn't far away.
He missed it. He prides himself on his football, but he's almost kicked his own stumps over there
Just
for a
about to
second.
see a replay of this, Churchy.
That would have been a way to get out, wouldn't it? Kick your own stumps over. Oh, my word. It was.
I think he did kick the ball.
Did he get in contact
I
on
think
the
he did
ball?
make contact with the ball and almost kicked it onto the stumps. Crikey. Surrey 12 without loss. Agar again. Burns pushes it in the gap. Denley sets off. Like sprint back for a second there. Burns to 11. So Kent striving for a breakthrough before the day is out. Surrey 14 without a loss. Agar. Running in. Past the umpire he comes. Oh, Burns lets this one go. Yeah, a bit of extra movement.
I think he
Through
did.
to Cox.
Seeing that again, I think he did, but he sliced it, the kick. He's almost sliced it straight onto his own stumps.
I know.
Which would have been a disaster. It's like one of those where you've got the open goal and you slice it a foot wide. So thank goodness for Rory Burns that it wasn't straight off the laces, knocking all 3 stumps out the ground.
That would have been quite something.
It would have been quite something.
Where's Agar bowls to Rory Burns. Defends with the middle of the bat this time. Up towards Joey Everson at mid-on.
But it was a bit of panic there, wasn't it? And he just turn around quickly and try and kick it away.
Dicey moment.
You
The
know what?
former England opener.
I once played a pull shot that was I have to say it was very well played by myself, but I slipped and just sat on all 3 stumps.
In a game?
That was, in a game. That was embarrassing.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not ideal.
No, quite hurt actually. As round the wicket goes Agar, and Burns, significant runs for Rory Burns because he runs that away down to 3rd man for 4, and that takes him past 12,000 first class runs. So well played, Rory Burns. And he moves on to 15. Played that very nicely, didn't he? Just let it hit the bat and angled it away down to the boundary rope. So 12,000 first class runs now for Rory Burns.
Just a shame that it's here at Canterbury and nobody's aware of Sid Stat.
Well,
Would have got a nice round of applause.
you never know, it might get announced at some point. As where's Agar? Comes round the wicket too, Burns. Short ball now, top edge from Rory Burns. It's gone high in the air. Quinn takes the catch, and Rory Burns has gone. Looking to hook that short ball from Wes Agar. It went straight off the top edge. It soared into the air. Quinn took the catch, and that is a big blow for Kent tonight because they've got rid of the Surrey captain for 15, and Surrey are 18 for 1.
I think I was slightly worried for a moment that Matt Quinn just wasn't going to see that at all. Really low sunshine over the top of the Frank Woolley stand, and Burns swivelling, hooking the ball top edge down towards Quinn, and originally looked up and almost had to reset and look again because of the sun in his eyes. Recomposed himself and held on for a smart take. So, credit to Agar. Credit to Jack Leaney for sticking Agar back on from the other end, and then credit to the Aussie for banging in a well-directed short ball to get the breakthrough. Gus Atkinson's coming out as night watchman.
Oh, here we go. So out comes Gus Atkinson as night watchman. Now, as I have said on many an occasion, I'm not a huge fan of this. I saw it as well with Kent in the last game here. So he'll be at the non-striker's end.
And Tom Latham is an international test player. But Gus Atkinson is being sent out there.
Presumably the conversation went, Tom, do you want a night watchman? Yes, please.
Yes.
Gus, stick your pads on.
So Gus Atkinson goes down to the non-striker's end. And it will be Arshdeep Singh to bowl from the Nackington Road end of the ground.
Ken just changing up the field. They can now reinforce the slip cordon. Yes, Denley's coming in at 4th. Sibley's got 1 off 21 so far. Arshdeep's bowling to him. Angles this defensive stroke down into the cordon, where Denley has just been plonked. So the final 2 overs of play today. Burns out for 15. Arshdeep in and bowling. Left alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, Burns would obviously be desperately disappointed to have gone this evening. I think it was a good catch from Quinn because it was out there a while, and as you say, it took him a while to get moving. But he actually hung on to it very safely. And Kent will be absolutely delighted with that.
Just to answer your email, Kevin, Arshdeep, I believe, is here just to play County Championship cricket. Says we're having a thunderstorm in Abington in Oxfordshire at the moment.
I think there's a few of them around.
Here comes Arshdeep. Oh, beats the outside edge. Through it goes to Jordan Cox.
Very well bowled from Arshdeep Singh. Simply had to play at that one. Well, he hasn't gone for a run yet, Arshdeep Singh. Sibley's faced every single delivery from him so far.
In bowling once more.
Comes over the wicket to Sibley and beats him on the outside again with a delivery that's further up to the bat. Sibley just had a little push at that. Very nice bowling from Arshdeep Singh. Sibley wanders off towards square leg, but it was at a much fuller length that from Arshdeep Singh, wasn't it? And Sibley's hand sort of went towards it without thinking.
Ooh, yes.
Just instinctive from Sibley.
And that's the benefit of bowling over the wicket. He's not going to come round this next ball, because if it doesn't swing back into the right-hander, goes straight on, you can draw a shot like that.
Arshdeep Singh is in again to Sibley. Sibley gets bat on this one. That's right up on his toes. Lovely stuff this from Arshdeep Singh. Still yet to go for a run. We have got 1 over to go after this one today. So we're not going to be too late finishing today, are we? What, 6:30?
No, 6:30. That's about on time these days.
Civilised these days, isn't it? Oh, I'm going to sleep well tonight, Ben Watts.
So am I.
Very.
Family's gone to the in-laws.
Oh, you've got a night of quiet, have you? Excellent. Well done. Make the most of it. You're getting Daniel Bell Drummond catching at a city mid-on position. As Arshdeep Singh comes left arm round the wicket to Dominic Sibley, and it's a short ball and Sibley's in behind it, plays it into the offside. So Arshdeep Singh will start his first day as a Kent bowler without conceding a run. 3 overs, 3 maidens, none for none, and we have 1 over remaining in the day, and it will be Gus Atkinson on strike.
Very well bowled, Arshdeep Singh. Well played Dom Sibley though, he's done his job. 1 from 27, but will go again in the morning, assuming Atkinson takes this over. which, as the night watchman, that's his job, to make sure the recognised batter survives. Joe Denley has been handed a lid to go in at short leg, which is funny in the sense that normally you make the youngster go and do it.
Yeah.
But he's the old man of the team. Where's Agar? In and bowling to Gus Atkinson. Lets this one go outside the off stump.
Well, it used to be, didn't it, that it was the sort of... I remember when Nasser Hussain retired, well, didn't retire, sort of gave up the England captaincy, and very next game found himself in at short leg. Same with Graham Gooch. Sort of just got shoved in at short leg. But these days it's a very specialist position.
Yeah, definitely the man that's got the job. I'm surprised it's not Mieye, to be honest. $18 for 1, Surrey. Atkinson, the night watchman, facing up to Wes Agar. Short ball, he's flashed it away out towards to more cover point. I think it must have come off the toe of the bat because it didn't really go anywhere. So I'm expecting to see that fly to the boundary.
Well, Kent know that Gus Atkinson can bat. They saw that. But this is a different situation now for him to the last time he batted against Kent.
It was very short and wide, that delivery.
I think that was more a mustn't get out type shot from Gus Atkinson.
Agar to him. That's a straighter delivery and forcing him to play, which he gets in behind and plays defensively.
Yeah, I think in a normal day, Gus Atkinson would have smashed that through cover point. But I think as he's playing this role...
Be interesting to see, assuming he survives the final 3 balls, how he plays in the morning. Because obviously, the knock we saw at the Oval was from a position of strength, and then he's come out and banged it everywhere. He's probably not going to do that from number 3.
I suppose in many ways, for any night watcher, if you get through to the end of play on that day, you've done your job.
Yeah.
Haven't you, really?
Matt Milnes a few times would do this for Kent, and then would go on the next day and look like a proper batter the next morning. Agar to Atkinson. It's down towards long leg, and Quinn holds on and he goes. And unfortunately for Surrey, Atkinson isn't going to fulfil the job. The night watchman departs. Quinn holding on again at long leg. Both the wickets this evening. Short balls from Agar, hooked around the corner and held by Matt Quinn. So Wes Agar, Kent's top wicket taker in the championship this season, ends the day with a couple. Big roar of delight from him as he gets the congratulations of his teammates. And after at one stage being 41 for 5 today, Kent, they'll be departing this field of play here at Canterbury rather pleased with their day's work. 133 from Jordan Cox, 50s from Joey Everson and Wes Agar, and then 2 wickets from Agar before stumps. Surrey closed the day 18 for 2 after Kent made 301 in their first innings. It's been quite an entertaining day's play, Mark Church.
Fantastic day's play and well played, Kent. You know, Kent will be delighted with this. I think Gus Atkinson might be the first night watchman I've ever seen in the last over of a day out hooking. But these things happen, and it was a very good catch from Quinn, and those 2 wickets really do firmly make it a very good day for Kent. Well batted as well to Mr. Cox, and well batted to Mr. Agar. But there we go, very warm round of applause for the Kent players as they come off, and Surrey have a bit of work to do tomorrow now.
They certainly do, the Division 1 leaders. Jordan Cox, the man that leads the Kent team off the field after his fine century earlier on in the day. The members away to our left, warmly applauding as Churchy says. We'll be back tomorrow morning, bringing you commentary from 11 o'clock as play resumes between Kent and Surrey on the second day of this County Championship fixture. Have a very good evening, and we'll both see you again tomorrow.